The dawn of a new day, 469 days after the 24-hour series Esports Championship last went racing, it returns to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya to kick off a brand new season. And while there's some changes behind the scenes, the same great drivers, the same great teams, and some great racing in store for us as we get ready to kick off this championship. Hi folks, Arjuna Kenkipati joined alongside by Lorenzo Bonder for the TFR LAB 6 hours of Barcelona to kick off a 6-round championship running through the end of 2025. Lorenzo, I know a lot of drivers were disappointed that last winter they didn't get their chance to race in this great championship, but new management behind the scenes, a shout out to World Sim Racing, it's back and ready to rumble.
Absolutely, Arjuna. I'm going to put myself me included because I managed one of the teams last season. I wanted to see us racing back last year, but now we're back. That's good. That's always good for us. Another championship here in the mix, and looking forward to it. The scene of the end of last two seasons now become the start of this new brand season that we have ahead of us.
And a different slide of complexion to this race, because traditionally the drivers that have been in the series for a while would have thought of this as a 12-hour race at Barcelona, but instead we'll close out the season on December the 6th with a 12-hour race at the Sebring International Raceway and look at the European jaunt that we will enjoy before then. 2 races in September. We'll go to Silverstone for the Abruzzi 6 hours and then the Cube Control 6 hours of Movano before Mugello and Monza, a trifecta of the Italian tracks available on iRacing. Head to them at the end of October and the middle of November. Lorenzo, some new additions to the schedule that the championship has never seen before.
Absolutely. Seeing Misano, Mugello into this calendar is going to be quite interesting because they're very compact tracks. Oh, more Misano than Mugello. Mugello, we have that long straight. We're going to see some movement in there. But you do have lots of elevation changes. Looking forward to see what this trifecta of Italian tracks have in store for us. Of course, Monza already was featured in the schedule before.
And we've always seen some great racing at Monza. Let's not forget that. So that should be fun. The penultimate round of the season, all setting up to that 12-hour blockbuster race. And I mean, you look at the amount of hours that these drivers have got to work their way through. It's what, 42 hours of racing across these 6 rounds. It should be pretty fun. Let's talk about classes. Let's talk about cars. Let's talk about those 3 letters. Balance of performance. In the GT3 class, a whole bevy of changes, and TFR LAB helping to power the balance of performance. We'll talk to them about the process about 30 minutes into the race, but you'll see the Ford's been hit quite hard in terms of weight, power, but all cars, Lorenzo, and this goes across of GT3, the Spec 992 Cup class, and GT4 are all limited to around 75% of their normal fuel capacity. It opens up the strategy a little bit more.
You stole my line, Arjuna, I'm not gonna lie, because this tank being reduced to basically 3/4 of a full tank, I think this is gonna change the strategies quite a lot. I don't know, I'm not gonna say probably kind of like mimics what the virtual energy kind of like does, because it kind of limits what they're gonna do over the full hour, but this opens up a whole window of strategies of how conservative you really want to be in terms of stints. They're not going to make over the full hour, so looking forward to see how that is going to go, especially on the compact track.
I think that's a great point. This is a traffic management nightmare, in my opinion, trying to navigate your way through. Fuel mileage, therefore, could be quite interesting with the natural progression of lifting through some of the sections that drivers are just going to have to deal with. The sun will continue to rise, though, as we get ready to go. A stacked field in many ways. There's a look at the Ford Mustang for the Falcon Sim Racing team. And the Ford Mustang, one of the preferred options, I think it's fair to say, in terms of the GT3 cars, Lorenzo.
Yeah, really strong car, especially in this build. Has some good grunt. Well, that V8, that Coyote V8 looks powerful around that car. And of course, naturally, it got hit the most in terms of the bop. I think this would have been a natural track for the Mustang to outperform the Acuras, the Mercedes, and other cars. But of course, we have others. We have McLarens, we have Mercedes, we have Ferraris, we have pretty much the whole gamut of cars. But you know what the most interesting thing is, in my opinion, is the drivers. We have some new faces and some old faces in the lineup as well. Well, I was actually going through everybody.
And I'm sure we'll dive into that plenty through the race, of course. Mostly expecting only 2 or 3 drivers for this opening round of the season, but the lineups will rotate across of the races that we have in front of us. You talk about cars, by the way. I'll call out the fact that we have an Acura in the GT3 class run by the, well, technically defending champions of the 992 Cup class, Shera Esports, who have stepped up to the GT3 class. Going to be very interesting to see how they get on with some very, very talented drivers behind the wheel. Qualifying's in the books, though, and we are getting closer to the drop of the green flag for the 2025 24-Hour Series Esports Championship, brought to you by World Sim Racing. Let's take a look at the starting grids. 3 classes of competition, and up front it starts with the GT3s. And a great run in qualifying for Dino Lombardi in the gridandgo.com Esports number 2 to be 85 thousandths of a second quicker than Simufy Esports and Gabby Montoro. It's Ford Mustangs that lock out not just the front row, but row 2 as well, with the second gridandgo.com entry. The number 1, Johan Royer, alongside a Luca Wunsch in the Falcon Sim Racing team number 44. Lorenzo Castellani is the first of the non-Ford Mustangs, competing obviously in that beautifully liveried Ferrari 296 GT3. Sotomuto will roll alongside in the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, the first of the BMWs. Leaf Sebastian for Sim RC is 7th. Impulse Racing by Tam Livery are alongside in the first of the Mercedes. They're in 8th position, with Simufy's second entry rolling alongside of the Big Green Machine. Maniti Racing bookend the top 10. Sheza Esports, the Hungarian team, will be 11th. We'll be watching for them to try and push their way forward from that starting spot. 12th rolls alongside them. That was the Mag Performance team. And then Additus Racing by WSR. Lucas Lingfist behind the wheel has got his sister car, slightly different livery though, for Gabriel Erdely in the number 23. Fastlane RT, Shera Esports, defending champions as mentioned in the 992 Cup class. That's row number 8 with 07 Racing and Altitude Freem Esports just behind them, 17th and 18th respectively. It's the Absolute Motorsport crew inside of RacingLab Esports on row 10, and only about a quarter of a second down to these qualifiers. I think it's a bit of a surprise to see Phil Denez and the BS Competition crew down in 21st. They finished second back in 2023 in the 2024 championship. They'll be alongside M&J Downforce, Hyperion Racing, and then Thibaut Courtois Esports 23rd and 24th. And just one more driver on the provisional starting grid. It will be Hyperion Racing at the back. On to, I guess, the GT4s first, and then we'll get to the 992s. Or is this the 992s and ignore what's at the top of the screen? Porsche Cup cars go racing, and Ganoso Tasdellen with a 143.773 is on pole. His teammate Roger Christiansen is alongside, and Grid and Go will look to dominate 3/10 clear of Pascal Costa and Impulse Racing. The Ice Cold Racing powered by MaxSimRacing.com 992 is 4th, with Delta Sports Sim Shop inside of the Havu 979, half a second between the front 3 rows. Byte 500, Carlar Esports are 7th and 8th positions, while completing the top 10 at Simrace Sweden, and Team Checkmate Wallach Group starting now to get a little bit closer though in terms of some of these times. Look how tight it is between 9th and 12th positions, separated by half a tenth to the Fast Repair Motorsport 903 and the Williams Sim Racing Academy 986. World Sim Racing, Samantha Tan Esports, Wizard Esports and Gladius Competitions, the rest of the 992 class. And last but not least, let's dive into the GT4s, where Grid and Go once again on pole position. They've locked out pole positions here today. Fiercely Forward rolls alongside them. Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC push forward in the Porsche, while it's all outside row for McLaren. Zenith Esports back in 4th. Williams Sim Racing Academy are 5th. Impulse Racing in 6th. And then rolling down towards the back of the grid, Areta Esports, Pipe from Beach Racing, another Samantha Tan Racing Esports Worlds of Sim Racing entry, and Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. Instinct Mechanic Racing, Altitude Freem Esports, and then Team Checkmate Simline, Delta V Racing, RD Simsport, Fury Simsport, Vulcan Fasteners, Glasstech Racing, and the Altitude Freem Esports Red Crew, all in front of GTUnit.de and Thomas Eng Sim Racing. A couple of these GT4s are not really getting laps in the qualifying session. Not much time to breathe here as the pace car pulls off and away. We are ready to go for another great season of racing. It's 3 classes of competition rumbling down to the start zone, and GT3s get the 2025 24-hour esports series underway. Good start from the Grid and Go machines, and watch them on the inside trying to block off the Simufy car that's dropped down to 3rd. Challenge around the outside comes from the Falcon Sim Racing car as well, but as they tiptoe their way up now through the long right-hander, this is where Colt they've just about funneled their way on through as the 992s roar down the hill into the braking zone of turn 1 as well. Still grid and go 1 and 2 in this class as well. Defensive move from Impulse to cover off Ice Cold Racing. And a nice tidy start for the Porsche Cup machines as well. Just as I say that, slight spin for, I think that was Bike 500, maybe tangling up with the Team Checkmate machine as well. And Williams Academy falling down the timing screens too. GT4s rumble to the line, and a nice start now for Alessandro Quintae. All three of the grid and go pole sitters control off and through the opening sector. Great start from Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC to hold on to second. A tidy start, all things considered, Lorenzo.
Yeah, quite start. You know, everybody just trying to get, you know, fizzled out around the grid, of course. Unfortunate to see by 500, you know, one of the debutant teams from Argentina have a little bit of an issue on turn 1. But then again, it's the start of the race. If you want to have a mistake, you do that at the beginning of the race, not at the end. So last power through, there's still more of race to be done.
Remember, all three of these classes had to start inside the starting zone, and so Race Control will probably do a quick review of the start, make sure there was nothing to take further action on, and we will keep you a beam on any Race Control decisions. I did mention there's a couple of race control decisions that have already come down the wire. 2 of those were qualifying infringements in the GT4 class, but maybe more significantly, Lorenzo, something that's just come down on my timing screen is the number 1. The second place GT3 entry is going to have a 20-second time penalty for blocking in qualifying as GT4 is in the mid-pack, wheel to wheel, into the final sector.
Yeah, and the worst thing is, Arjuna, they do not have yellow flags or anything of that nature for them to, you know, use to their advantage. Maybe a yellow, they serve the penalty as soon as the yellow flag comes out. No, they're gonna have to serve that mid-race. There's no such thing unless something dramatic happens. So it will change their strategy quite a lot. I don't think it's going to put them out of the race because it is this early. We've seen cases of teams hand it out 20 seconds and then they come back. So we'll see what will happen for that number 1 team.
Very different form of serving your penalties as well. A penalty box that you must go and sit in, not the traditional iRacing system. There's a GT3 car that's carving its way through the GT4, so don't worry too much about the fact that, I believe that's Floyd Kerr in the Hyperion number 4, ended up starting all the way at the tail end, and he's going to have to try and fight his way through these, well, there's no other way to say it, slower GT4s. They've got less downforce. They're more like a road car, and so, I mean, you can just see a GT3 car with all the bells and whistles that it brings with it. It's going to be a bit of a frustrating task right now, but all he can do is be patient and not cause any trouble, Lorenzo, for those GT4s.
Absolutely, and that's where the danger lingers, right? Because you want to get through everybody, and because you're trying to do that, you just going to simply crash out at GT4 or maybe a 992, especially the 992s. Whenever this McLaren actually reaches those the Porsche's 992s, because they kind of have similar speed on the straights, have some movability in the corner, so it's going to make more difficult for them. They don't have ABS or traction control, so they're going to have to be more cautious how they go around the 992s than I would say the GT4s.
Up front, let's check back in with the GT3s. Grid and go trying to pull away. It's the leader that doesn't have the penalty to serve. So he's got a buffer now between those realistically trying to fight for the race win. Let's not discount the number 1, though, from some solid points to open up the season. There's still 5 hours and 55 minutes to go. It is seemingly Ford Mustangs that run at the front of the field, though, at least for the time being. Williams Sim Racing, I believe, are the best of the non-Fords right now. They've brought their BMW M4 up into 5th in the early stages of this race. Sotomuto tucked behind the Falcon Sim Racing machine of Luca Wunsch.
And for them, like we were saying before, right, Arjuna, it's going to be that thing of, you know, maybe fuel saving at the start. Nobody want to be really aggressive. Maybe I think the only thing they're probably going to be more aggressive is towards the back, right? Because you want that track position when you come to the pit stop. But other than that, I think everybody's driving cleanly, safely, you know, trying to mind their own business while, you know, they're trying to get closer as they possibly can to those 2 Mustangs up in front from the grid and go team, since they are working in tandem to break away from that whole group behind them.
Couple of incidents that Race Control is taking a look at from the start, but few and far between, fortunately, which I'm very glad to be able to say. 992 is a similar situation right now to what we're seeing at the front of GT3, where it's grid and go 1 and 2, and slowly trying to extend their advantage over Impulse Racing and Pascal Costa. And these are, let's not forget, cars without any driver control, driver aids rather. Full control is left to the driver. No ABS, no traction control, Lorenzo, which is going to change with the new generation of Porsche Cup car launching in 2026, where it will be a mandatory feature to run ABS even in the Porsche Super Cup.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's not that we had ABS right before, Arjuna. It was a thing. I think the 991 cars, I think, had ABS, but it wasn't a thing they were using because sometimes the ABS wasn't that efficient for lap times. It was something that was more relegated towards beginners and everything, but now it's fully mandatory, and I think this is going to change. Probably lap times, maybe a little bit of aggressiveness while trying to overtake somebody. So looking for this new generation of the 992 Cup cars whenever they launch up next year.
Oh, that was a small mistake as well from Tasdell, and maybe opened the door for his teammate Aaron Vasquez, but this is the Instinct Mechanic Racing just slipping off the track, and yeah, at least from what I could tell, self-inflicted there, Lorenzo.
Yep. Yeah, self-inflicted. I think did too much just steering input around the corner, and we're going to see, I think, another incident. I think the one that involved the Thibaut Courtois Esports, and already with a broken wing and right after turn 2.
That's not what they wanted to see by any means, and they are in pit lane. Augustin Torlashi has brought the 47 in. The Bike 500 machine is in as well from the Cup class, so 60 starters. We're down to 58 as we come towards the end of what is lap 4 for the leading 992 machines. It's a 1.6 second gap now between 3rd and 4th position, so as we pick up the Gladius competitions entry just in front of Team Checkmate Wallach Group. This is the fight for 11th and 12th positions. You can see just how much they've stretched out in this class, Lorenzo.
It is natural, right? Because you were saying, you know, I think the ABS is going to be your feet, right? I think the best case for us to talk about it, that and your traction control is your feet also at the same time while you're trying to give input and give grip to the car. So it's going to be on driver level, and especially I think for entrants it really stands out, those who are more used with the car. Even so, those already driven in the Porsche and the Tag Warrior Porsche Esports Super Cup, so they know what is the limit of the car, how much the grip can give you, not only on a sprint level basis but maybe on a long run. So that familiarity might help them at the end of things in this championship. So this is why I think we have a more spaced out grid than, let's just say, in the GT3s, for example.
Yeah, very close still in that GT3 class. We saw the move from Team Checkmate Martin Rybachak past Lukas Schubeck, so let's see now if they can close the margin up to first Wizards Esport and then to the World of Racing Samantha Tan Racing 921. That's one of the longer team names in the championship this year. Although they managed to, I think, no, you can't read it on the timing tower because it's had to be squished in so much. That's neither here nor there. We run through the final sector, not using that awful chicane. Instead, it's a full, flat-out, almost right-hander initially, and then the second fast right-hander, which you enter with a bit more speed than if we did have that chicane. A little bit further forward, another look as Delta Sports Sim Shop shape up the inside and slide their way past the Havu machine, currently with Krister Anderson at the wheel of the 979. That's a team that we have expected, Lorenzo, to be up towards the front in this Cup class, and so Delta Sports Sim Shop, that's going to be a good move for them to now try and close the margin up to the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a team that has some really good, interesting drivers in that car. You know, Hugo has been up and going in the class of the 992s. They have also Matthew Duchesne and Kobe Warren in that car, so probably 2 new talents from the NA side, from the United States, to try to get over and learn even more than 992 Cup car with top talent in front of them. And the gap is not far from the next car ahead of them, so P5 so far is a good result for them.
in GT4s, I'm just keeping an eye there. Grid and Go not being left to run away at the front. It's Corentin Gunes that's putting the pressure on. Fiercely forward, not too far behind. And then the Williams Sim Racing Academy entry, another second back as well. So they've kind of stretched themselves out. And the reason why this is important, Lorenzo, is I think we're getting close to traffic. I think this lap, if not the next, will be the first time Dino Lombardi has to start carving his way through these GT4s.
Yeah, I was just thinking, as soon as you said that, I was opening up the track map to take a look over here, right? And yeah, you're completely right. Actually, they already caught the tail end of traffic. So if you see the leaders, they're already on the back end of this GT4 traffic. They're, I think, right about 2 corners, 3 corners before. So things can get messy in a short bit. Let's look forward to it.
And there comes the first look of traffic. Ford Mustang slides its way through. The race leader, Dino Lombardi, has the... Well, is it a benefit? Is it a disadvantage? Depends on who you ask. The first car on the scene is the first car that the slower class is having to look in the rearview mirror and deal with. Do they want to compromise their race and maybe be a bit more friendly? I think the benefit of this final sector is it's relatively simple. If the GT3 cars can't use their downforce, they have to be patient. Grid and Go force their way up the inside through the penultimate corner, though, and now look at the power. About 550 horsepower going to be put down from the GT3 cars and teammates in tow. Now, the number 1 machine, will it decide that it wants to try and carve its way from the point? No. It decides, let me bump draft my teammate off to turn number 1 as we enter the braking zone upwards of 250 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, because not only that, you can see right behind them, there's the Simify Esports. The gap hasn't quite closed. They stayed around at 1 second. Now it's starting to stretch, but not by whole lengths because they have to overtake around the outside, and by doing that, it can overheat maybe the left-hand sides a little bit. But you can see still quite a close gap between everybody in the GT3s, despite heavy traffic they're facing right now.
So far, so good. 07 Racing have to watch the patience in front of them as they work their way forward. That's the second of the Simify cars, by the way. The 14 with Manuel Cubo Torres currently taking on driving responsibilities up through this little small kink. Clatter the curb on the right-hand side if you're the car taking the regular racing line, but around the outside, that's not the ideal position to put yourself in. A GT4 car always wants to try and track out and use all the runoff available. Oh, that's a little bit risky if you ask me, Lorenzo, and flashing the lights doesn't really do much. Bumper cars play down into the hairpin.
Yeah, and luckily for the Ferrari, it didn't lose the rear wing, which would be, you know, deathly for that 07 car if he had lost the rear wing.
Oh, bit more gravel kicked up into the penultimate quarter. Here's a look, by the way, at all the chaos that happened on the race start for the Porsche 992 Cup machine. So you can see them almost 4 wide at one point, but then just as everything narrows down, bumper cars, fortunately for the blue machine, he spins back into the right direction. And that, I think, is the Byte 500 machine that gets reared into the wall. Not really much that it could do. Fight for 13th sees Aditis Racing and Sheza Esports battling. Just in front of them is that 07 Racing machine as well. They get through safely, but this is sketchy, Lorenzo. They went 3 wide out of turn 2.
Yeah, but and whenever they go 3 wide at turn 1, especially given the fact they have to go from the right hand into the left hand quite quickly, we know chaos can generate, right, Arjuna? I think it's a 50-50 depending on car position, but fortunately for everybody, they managed to get away unscathed, and that's what matters the most. And still, and I'm gonna say it again, gaps are still closed between the GT3s. There hasn't been a massive breakaway. I think, what can we attribute? The fact that we don't have maybe TCRs anymore, or maybe a bigger traffic or a bigger grid size for GT4s and 992 Cup cars that I think makes it easy for everybody to stay in the status quo.
I wonder if maybe there's some element of strategy is up in front. Oy. That GT4's a bit of a hip check between them, and that almost then causes a stack up between the GT3s. They'll sort out this schmozzle as they now get through the lengthy, long, slow right-hander. Always feels like you want to get onto the power way earlier, and GT4 cars now just hoping they can breathe back onto the racing line, and their lack of downforce not going to be hampered by entering the corner compromise. This is sketchy, but I think we've almost cycled through for the first time between the GT3s and the GT4s. It's still the tail end of the GT3 pack, which, remember, started as 25 cars strong. And as much as we're looking at 12th and 13th, there's a fight between 16th and 17th. That was Scherer Esports, Raphael Renhofer, and James Baume. Baume around the outside gets it done.
Nicely done by Baume around the outside, and nothing that Acura can do. Acura would be a really good car. Watch the 3 wide up in front of them. They managed to get away cleanly, but there we go again. Attitude around the inside. The GT4s collide, but nothing going around. That's the most important thing. We still go safely alongside everybody.
I think that was GTUnit.de and the Fury SimSport car. Behind Scherer now is Phil Denez. Remember, BS Competition, second in the championship 2023-2024. It's very surprising to see them all the way down here, especially given that the Williams Sim Racing Academy is showing the BMW has got the speed. Through the fast right-hander, a GT4 car is going to take advantage of all of this, you know. This is interesting stuff, that is for sure. As now almost 4 beam into the braking zone, they will funnel. It's always tense, I think, Lorenzo, this first cycle through of traffic. The next cycle through, you expect the cars to be a bit more broken up.
I agree. It's always where we usually deplete all our available nails, right, Arjuna? Like, we have 10 nails in our hands. I think we depleted all those 10 in our hands by the first passing of the cars. Then we have to remember, okay, they passed through the GT4s first. Oh, we still have the 992s. Then we remember we have, like, our toenails.
Yeah, and the 992s, let's not forget, fast in a straight line, so that will be turn 1. Very interesting. Now, Renhofer still having to defend here in that Scherer Esports machine. And I think James Baume continuing to hold on. These two are having a great drag-out brawl as they've now, I think, finally carved through the majority of the traffic. Got Scherer Esports in front of them. That's Daniel Ola, that now 13 seconds adrift from the race leader. I'll be honest, Lorenzo, I was having a chat yesterday with Ewan O'Leary, who's going to join David Haynes for the middle 2 hours in the broadcast booth. And I was saying, keep an eye out for Scherer Esports. They might be one to watch. I didn't think they'd be all the way back here.
I don't think so either. I think they would be probably more inside the top 10. You know, we know how good Hungarian drivers can be. Old contact between GT4s. I think that's one of the Impulse cars got involved in the Esports, which is, we don't want to see GT4s incidents that early. But coming back to Scherer, you know, we have really good drivers in Gergo Baldi, Daniel Pastor. The history speaks for itself, so we expect maybe the Hungarians to, you know, during the championship to be more confident, and who knows, even in this race got a good result by the end of 6 hours.
A long way to go. I shouldn't be making comments like that so early. It's Thomas Burgess in that Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, the Spider-Man liveried entry that is running 5th position and somewhat slowing down the pace, I feel, of Arett, Impulse, Samantha Tan, and World Racing, and even the Altitude Freem Esports entry, Dennis Grabowski, down in 9th position, is not that far away from the draft of those in front of him. These drivers are now about 6 seconds off of their race leader. It's a 2-car breakaway. Gunes in the other Team 75 Bernard by SimRC machine is pushing the tempo, as that's Impulse, potentially with a slowdown, I think.
Where did it? Maybe around Europe car? I think that's the only place I can see them taking the slowdown.
Yeah, it would have either been the penultimate corner or... I can't imagine it would have happened before then. Still trying to bleed it, you can see here, and so Grabowski's going to get up the inside of the South African Chris Shorter, who's going to be praying and hoping he's finally cleared that penalty and he won't have to drop behind the Pike from Beach Racing machine as well. Eero Antela's right there.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, talking about now, right, Impulse having an automatic entry for being championships and TCRs last season, and Chopik being 3rd place, so from Pikes Beach, so Pikes from Beach. So these two teams know each other from last season, driving the TCRs, coming to GT4s. Normally we'd say, oh, maybe there is a, you know, a ramp up in terms of skills, but we've seen Chris Shorter doing GT4s before, and we know how good he is. So, and Austin Chopik as well have a really good lineup, so we expect them to do good maybe as the championship and the race goes on by.
we're only 20 minutes into the season, right? So it's hard to really judge too much. We've also got to factor in, I would say, that by the time we get to December, which I think we have an iRacing build coming out some point soon, don't we, Lorenzo?
Yeah,
sometime in September.
Yeah, sometimes in September. We are at week 9. Yeah, I would say mid-end of September. Yeah.
Perfect. So we're only going to have 1 or 2 races with this current tire model, and the expectation, as far as I've understood it, is that there might be some changes that these drivers are expecting, maybe not in terms of tires, but maybe just in terms of BOP, the standard iRacing BOP, that is, that they'll have to adapt to. Check back in with GT3s, by the way. I think that is the Hyperion Racing entry, the number 4, and Floyd Kerr has now only got 3 of the Porsche Cup cars to pass before he will finally be slotted in in front of all of the slower cars on track.
Yeah, and he's probably gonna, I would say, have about 2 to 3 laps of clean air once he actually passes those 992s up in front of the grid and go, and also impulse, before he hits the tail end of GT4 traffic. And all that hurt he actually had to do at the start, he's gonna have to do it all over again.
Oh, don't tell him that, though. That's the one thing that he won't want to hear over the radio right now. I mentioned BOP, by the way. Just again, a reminder. Across all 3 classes, we have been limited to around 75% of the fuel capacity, and so that's quite easy in a GT3 car. You traditionally can get to about the top of the hour. Now it's about 45 minutes or so. So it changes the complexion of the race strategically. Do you save a bit of fuel and try and cut out some extra time in pit lane? Or do you just go for it and sacrifice a bit more time being stationary in the box, but hope you can make it up on the track? And Lorenzo, it's the same sort of conversation in GT4, but maybe 992 is more interesting because I think that's the one car which doesn't change tires and fuel at the same time. And so now these teams have got to make that decision. Are we going to change tires in every stop when we come down to pit lane?
Yeah, absolutely. Because last season we had the TCRs and the 992s being the cars that you do the fuel first and then tires. So you have that strategy into effect. But of course, because GT4s and GT3s and iRacing kind of go in terms of pit stops under the IMSA base rules, you can do that at the same time. It takes a little bit of the away of the, pit strategy for everybody, but still there's some strategy in there. So looking for these 992, especially for those who are at the back, right? For those who have to take a risk to get closer to Aaron Vasquez, Ganoso, Tisdale, and Pascal Costa, because there is already a gap built up around them in the 992s. That's where the field is spread the most, so they have to make some kind of, sacrifice to get closer and have better track position as they can possibly have around the 6 hours.
I believe we're looking at 55 or so minutes for these Cup cars, so they will be about 5 minutes short of the hour. That is also a different strategic question. Do you try and save 5 minutes of fuel? Neither here nor there. Team Checkmate trying to slide up the inside and put the Wizards Esports King under pressure, but left on the outside now as they dive down towards Seat, but he's given the position. That's heads up from Wizards, maybe recognizing that they might not have the speed now to challenge, and Thomas Rostek might think that he can learn a little bit from the Checkmate Wolak Group machine, now trying to put the pressure onto Cam Martineau. The gap up front to the next car in queue is 4.6 seconds. However, that is a car, Lorenzo, that's going to have a time penalty. The SimRace Sweden esports team caused some of the chaos at turn number 1. As much as I love the livery, it's going to be stationary in the penalty box for 10 seconds at some point in the next hour or so.
It's a letdown, and I agree with you. That's a very beautiful livery, and it kind of goes away from that traditional liveries that we are seeing nowadays. So it kind of like breaks the pattern. So it's sad, but that's just racing. Oh, on the RG Bargies,
but I think they all got away with it, fortunately. Yes, there was a switch for position, and Martineau is dropped to 11th, but a car doesn't look any worse for it. That's at least the minimum that you could hope for. The GT3, you can see the GT3s behind starting to close, so we are nearing that traffic interaction, and this is where it gets interesting, because when this current generation 992 Cup car debuted at Sebring back in, what was it, 2021, 2022, it was actually as fast as the GT3 cars with some of their amateur drivers. That's what in NASCAR they would call the bump and run, and Cam Martineau got not just one but two little shoves off the track.
It's that old saying, sometimes the lightning doesn't strike twice at the same place. I think we can take that away from the fact that it struck twice at the same car, not at the same corner, but that got to be a little bit frustrating for that 992 Cup car.
Speaking of frustration, by the way, latest penalty to come down is a 60-second time penalty, which will go to a team that's already had their frustrations start to boil over in the race. It's the TC Esports, the Thibaut Courtois Racing number 47, which is actually meant to be in the session with the number 24, and so that is a penalty for them. They're already down 7 laps, Lorenzo, but this is their debut in the championship. For those that don't know Thibaut Courtois, he is the goalkeeper for Real Madrid, the goalkeeper for the Belgium national team as well, and he loves his racing. They have a Formula 4 team in Spain. They raced in the Racing Prodigy Championship, the P3 Championship at the start of this year as well, taking sim racers over to the real world. This is just the start of Thibaut Courtois Esports getting more and more into the world of iRacing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was looking through the lineup they have, right, in the TC Esports. They have Abel Torres. Look for this kid, by the way. Abel is, like, I think, only 15 years old, Arjuna. And I've seen him drive, do lives on YouTube and live streams and all. He's a very fast driver. If I'm Tipo, I'm starting to put a little bit of money on this kid. He can be in the eyes of like Coendas and things like that. He's truly fast in my point of view. But they have such a good lineup with Jack Keithley, Diego Fernandez, Raul Zunzaren, and Agustin Torlaski that can, with some time, I would say give him time, like just like Drago had their time, and now they are in the top of sim racing. I think they can surely feature within the top teams of iRacing in the near future.
The battle at the tail end of the GT4 class is really starting to heat on up. It's behind 13th position where they've stacked up. The GTUnit.de entry, Tom Euler, is causing a bit of frustration for the Fury Simsport, Delta V Racing crew, Altitude 3M and the 422 Instinct Mechanic, and the Thomas Eng Sim Racing team as well. Very, very close battle here as you see the 992 machine for Impulse try and work its way through too. And going back as well to the point that we were making about traffic for the GT3s, yeah, the 992 Cup cars were as fast over the lap as a GT3 car because of the extra downforce this generation has. It's just the way it makes the speed, right, Lorenzo? They are much faster in a straight line, but much worse through some of these corners.
Yeah, they just don't have that natural downforce or grip to go around the corners. But it's kind of funny that we downplayed the GT4s, right, on the straights, because these cars have power. It's just they are kind of limited in terms of downforce to kind of like generate that speed. But if you put them in the Donigahoa, if they ever went into the Nürburgring, you come and you've seen the number 24s in Nürburgring, or even in when you've commentated the Michelin Pilot Challenge, right, Arjuna? How good these GT4s are if you put them in a straight line against the GT3 and how fast they can go.
I don't think you're going to get the answer you expect to hear from me on that one, because the answer is, yeah, the answer is that take the Porsche, by the way, that's being passed through that fast right-hander by some of the Cup cars. It's about 65% of what the road car is, so it's basic. It's as close to a Porsche race car as you can buy. This is a McLaren getting squeezed as they rumble over the curb. 07 Racing and the Additus Racing by WSR team, the 97s left on the outside, hip and shoulder as they rise over the crest. Oh, they've just about held on to it, and behind them, Daniel Olas plotting which way does he place the Ford Mustang. He sees the send from Lucas Lindqvist in the McLaren. The Ferrari now on the outside, which switches back to the inside in this final sector. Remember, This is the fight for 13th position. Half an hour complete in the opening round of the championship. The TFR LAB, 6 hours of Barcelona. And Linkfist holds on, but it's very, very difficult right now. That car behind him's looking feisty.
Absolutely, that Mustang is growling at their rear, and if they keep fighting it like that, that Mustang is gonna bounce, and it bounces hard, even though there's a prancing horse right in front of them in the Ferrari. So looking forward to see this battle in the next few corners, as it nearly got squirrely in turn 1.
Over the curb, only 15 minutes away from the first takers on pit lane for your GT3 class. 14th spot is now 16 seconds down the road, and your race leader, now that they've started to carve through those 992 cars, has built a gap to those behind him. He is now 3 seconds clear of third position. Remember, second place has a 20-second time penalty, which will be served in the first hour or so of the race. And these drivers haven't really started to get to the tail end of the 992 cars just yet. That was Linkfist a little bit out of control into the left-hander. This is a 5-car choo-choo train, which is going to now have to figure things out, Lorenzo, in through the traffic.
Yeah, and you can see there's some Porsches in front of them. They have to get on by. You can see Sheza looking around the inside, but he's not going to commit, because if you try to commit, you not only risk not being able to overtake one guy in front of you, you're gonna lose maybe 2 spots behind you, because you can see that Sherry car in the Attitude car driven by Bilmy looking for to overtake that Sheza, which is kind of interesting. The fact that if you look on the lineup, they have Balázs Pala, they have Norby Kiss, of all people. We know Norby is not in BS competition anymore. Daniel Ola and David Toth in the team, so a highly skilled group of Hungarians able to drive that car.
Your race leader is about to get to the Porsche Cup leader as well, and it is going swimmingly right now for Grid and Go, who are debuting at least a new to me livery. It's changed slightly from the look on the car that they started 2025 off with, and I tell you what, it's working out swimmingly for them as well right now. 1 and 2 in GT3, 1 and 2 in Porsche Cup, and their only entry in GT4 leads the way, but only by a quarter of a second. It's the gap in the Cup class that's really interesting me here, Lorenzo, because Aaron Vasquez is now 4.5 seconds clear of Pascal Costa as we now cross 33 minutes complete.
Yeah, that surprises me a little bit, how fast Aaron broke away from Pascal. I think the fact that he has Gnosis right behind SPC.
SimRC down the order, but a whole other bunch of cars chopping and changing as well. And I wonder if this is just the inevitability of the Cup car traffic overlapping with the GT3's. Life Sebastian loses out to Absolute Motorsports, Aslith as well. And I've also just seen the big green machine of Maniti Racing has been turfed off the track. You can see the damage, the bodywork on the track itself. And my goodness gracious me, that is a wrecked race car, just about out of the tire barrier, but not going to head anywhere except the pit lane. Poor Tim Matska.
The Maniti curse of sorts has been lingering for quite a while. Like, I think every debut they have where we haven't seen. Oh, come back to you.
Bit of contact there. One of the GT4 cars pushed out wide. Not going to be enjoying that one too much. And are we experiencing all 3 classes on top of each other right now? GT4, 992, and GT3 up towards turn number 4.
We are. Just look at the track map, Arjuna. If you look at the track map, you're going to see it's quite busy. It's busier than a rush hour.
Wow, they survive. There was almost a GT4 car that got absolutely ran over through that corner, but 3 wide into the kink of the left. They straighten each other out, but around they go. Tiptoe their way through. Wizards Esports and Altitude Free M pointed in the wrong direction.
Yeah, unfortunate to see that. But then again, let's be honest, with that much cluster traffic, I think we knew something was going to happen, Arjuna, and unfortunately did. But luckily for everybody, not a whole lot of damage, I think it seems, on those cars. Mostly, what would I say, cosmetic damage on that end, even because of the lockup.
Maybe damage to the ego as well. I think one thing we know for sure, there's another car that's been shoved off wide in through the third to last corner. We'll try and figure out who it is. Change at the front of GT4 as well. They're battling. It's Grid and Go versus Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. And Corentin Gunas has now dropped back into line. I wonder if there was a bit of argy-bargy between the two of them. This is intense stuff, and now, as they get to the top of turn 4, they're passed by the 992 leaders as well. So, Gunas had a chance. They're 5 seconds clear of David Sobrero behind, and it's on between the two cars at the front of the field. It's two Porsches trying to carve their way through two Porsches as well, albeit in different classes. Lorenzo, here's a look at what happened. That, well, clumsy. That's all I can really say.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what the best thing is? No other people damaged in that incident, as we're going to look what happened between Manidi and 07 trying to go on the inside, force their way in, and Manidi, just the innocent bystander, forced outside, and then Matska just unfortunately hit the back of that Ferrari outside of turn number 11.
And my suspicion is that might be day done for them as well. They've been stationary for 220 and counting in the box. And not indicating that they will be back out anytime soon. Simufy and Falcon Sim Racing, they still fight for the final step on the podium in the GT3 class, having just made their way around the GT4 leaders as well. Man, there's a lot going on in this race, and Race Control had a quiet start, but boy, has it become busy for them right now. There go your leaders across the line, and officially 22 laps now complete, Lorenzo. Maybe another 5 or so before we see them into pit lane.
Yeah, something like that. I think the window opens up around lap 20, 26 to maybe 30. If they actually are able to stretch out that long, because I think whenever we had the full tank, they could go up like to 36 laps or something like that. But then I have to say this off the top of my head. I cannot say this with 100% certainty. So looking for whenever the strategies start to appear I would say in about 7 minutes.
I tell you what, as the traffic now up the inside through the long right-hander, they're going to keep squabbling as well. Keep an eye in the bottom right for all of that. But let's try and pick apart what happens here. Jesse Hilayo's into pit lane as well. Dennis Menza in the 22. Well, I think in that one, Lorenzo, it's just the fact that the track veers to the left and then you try to straight line yourself into the braking zone. I kind of understand what the GT3 is thinking, but I'm also sitting here and going, that was a hole that was always going to close.
Yeah, I think there was a window that was going to close quite quickly on him, and unfortunately the contact would happen. So trying to force your way in doesn't work as you probably want to. As we see Arret having an issue outside of turn 11, but fortunately for them, that Porsche Cayman has no substantial damage. What happened to Scherer now?
And that was 3 wide, by the way, all in class. This is the Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford machine, which, my oh my, 10 out of 10 on the style points, but 0 out of 10 in terms of speed. And so they drop down slightly through the running order, but at least have a clean car with which to still go out there and fight with. Right side, you can see that Tim Matska, that time now almost 5 minutes and counting. Pretty sure that is, as expected, potentially day done for them. We'll keep an eye out on M&J Downforce, because that's a lengthy pit stop for them as well, Lorenzo, and far beyond what we'd expect for anything scheduled.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking for... did we see what happened to that car for them to be so long in the pit lane and accrue such damage? Because we haven't seen anything, haven't we?
Well, maybe, and we just couldn't figure it out because it's all the incidents are now starting to blend together in my mind, and trying to just figure out what car is which. First round of the season, some new liveries to figure out. My mind's taking a moment to process that. The 902's also into pit lane. That's the Gladius Competitions entry. Oh, here we go. Is that the Arret car that's trying to rejoin? Oh, well, yes, the Arret car was trying to rejoin, but no involvement in this incident at all. Was that M&J just losing it on the inside curb?
Seems to be that way.
Well, they decide to hit the Porsche in front of them, and that spins them around. So that's a self-kill if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, but it's an odd self-kill, isn't it, Arjuna? Because, like, he made contact with the car, with the Porsche right in front of him. And I think he started to feel the car and wanted to catch that car as immediately as he possibly could. But there was simply no grip to give, and the car just decided to spin around all the way to the wall and break maybe the tail link in the suspension.
I think he forgot that the Porsche Cup car has less downforce than him, and so tried to carry too much speed. A penalty down from race control for the 997. So that's Team Checkmate Wallach Group. That's a 10-second penalty, a relatively minor infringement, but spinning out the 76. So that's obviously the incident with SimRC. I said it was clumsy, and race control has agreed. A relatively minor penalty, which I agree with that penalty as well. 3 wide either side of the traffic. Cup car and GT3 trying to work their way through. Raphael Renhofer's left on the outside. And the Acura in 13th position now, trying to fend off Gabriel Erdely in the WSR McLaren directly behind them.
Yeah, and so far being successful at that. But you know what this comes back to in terms of traffic management. You said this could be a nightmare. I think you're right on point, right, Arjuna, with this being a traffic nightmare. And we have to grab our history in terms of like 24 hours esports series. How difficult this track can be for traffic management, because it is simply easy for everybody to handle. If 4 cars was already difficult, especially at the same time, and I love one of the comments, it said that this is rapidly turning into Bristol 500 with GT cars. Imagine with 3 cars that have an elongated grid now.
Yeah, we have a 60-car grid here. Imagine if we doubled that up to 120. I told the story yesterday on the iRacing Portimao 1000 broadcast, but I remember doing an SCO race back here in 2019, 2020 in the HPD, where we had the LMP1s and the GTEs, and it was coming through this portion of the track, albeit the older version, not the wider hairpin that we have now. I was in HPD. I had Paddy Wolf trying to go around my outside in an LMP1 car, and I said on my Twitch stream, if Paddy ever tries that in this race again, I'm going to intentionally crash him out, because I was so worked up, Lorenzo, that I was ready to fight somebody. I'm not a huge fan of this track, and I definitely don't think it's the best track for multi-class racing, but in some ways that's what makes it fun, right? Because it's a challenge to try and coexist with 3 races going on at the same time.
Yeah, and by the way, I remember you were saying that during the Portimao broadcast on our RaceSpot Discord. But yeah, I do feel you on that sense, and I agree with you on that statement. Barcelona is not easy. I think it's a track challenge. It's I would say it's not a nightmare, full nightmare for multi-class racing. I think there are worse tracks or more challenging tracks. I would say, for example, Misano, I think it's going to be difficult for them because it is just very small and can get very clustered. As we see Johan Ruwer already in the pit box for the number 1. We know they have to serve the 20-second the penalty, right, Arjuna? So they have to do that and then serve their pit stop. But still, nevertheless, don't they?
Technically, you have 100 minutes with which to serve your penalty.
Okay.
And so now that the fuel window has been cut down to 45 minutes, Lorenzo, 45 times 2 is 90. Theoretically, I think you have 2 pit stop windows in the GT3 class to serve your penalty. So,
true.
I don't think Johan Royer has served his penalty this time by. If my memory holds correct, the penalty box is actually at the entry to pit lane, and this seems like a pretty reasonable time to enter and exit pit lane. He funnels out into some traffic, yes, in the midst of a couple of cup cars, a couple of the GT4s in front of him as well, but I don't think they've served that penalty.
No, it doesn't seem like it. 49 seconds it's clean. It's basically clean, get in, get out from the pit box, no penalty. So, but yeah, I think it brings up a really good point. Now that we have a window of 45 minutes in those cars, it being the double stint 90 minutes, Can be a little bit more, of course, but it's still under the 100 minutes. You can serve that within your second stint. Yeah, no problem. You can even do a driver swap on the second stint and still be able to do the penalty without any issues.
It's not the case for GT4 and for the 992 cars, but it is the case for GT3. So I think that's a really interesting twist on the complexion of penalty serving. And I guess technically for the 992s and GT4s, if you slightly shorten your window or your stints, which might compromise you later on in the race, but maybe it gives you more track position. So there's lots to think about. Lots to think about for these teams in pit lane, though, when it comes to track positioning. The one thing we know for sure, Lorenzo, tires and fuel's done at the same time. I'm expecting all 4 tires on all of these GT3 machines.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everybody's gonna just put the new rubber in those cars, whether it's Pirellis, Michelin's, name your brand. They're gonna be putting new rubber into that car, and they're gonna be good to go moving forward. The question still lingers for 992s whenever they come up in about, like, what, 5 minutes-ish? I think that's when the window properly opens, Arjuna. So we're going to be seeing that for the 992s. Who's going to risk the double stint, given the fact that we don't have a hot track here in virtual Barcelona at the current moment.
So who won the race off of pit lane? I think there's been a slight shift in the gaps at the very least, because Dino Lombardi seems to have a 4-second gap at the front of the field now. And remember, that's the car that doesn't have the penalty, so that is our race leader. There's no ifs or buts about it. So Johan Royer's now 4 seconds down the road, and only half a second, Lorenzo, in front of Simufy Esports. Gabby Montoro is in the tow of one of his competitors.
Yep, and let me just state, this is a really good job from Simufy. I think all stint long they've been able to be close to that grid and go car, even with traffic, right? Because we normally expect, oh, if leaders are working together and you're chasing them, there's a higher risk for you to fall off from that chase at any given point. But no, they are doing a really good job to maintain that distance to those grid and go cars. The problem is now, does Simufy or Falcon in that sense can still maintain that gap?
My timing screen's now updated, and Simufy are now 4th and 5th position, so we'll get back to that at some point. GT4, let's pick back up with that, because we're watching this battle for 7th position, where Dennis Grabowski's in front of the Samantha Tan Racing, World of Sim Racing car, Luciano Whitvet behind the wheel. Grabowski's in the Altitude Free Esports entry. But GT4 is also not far away from seeing the pit window opening here. So they're on to the 27th lap of the stint. I think this is when they should come in. Very impressive that some machines are going to go a lap longer, because here comes at least the first takers in the class. It's the Samantha Tan Racing Esports and World of Racing 438.
Flex your Nostradamus, Arjuna. What a prediction.
Flexing the knowledge that some of the drivers shared with me. Thank you, Dylan Becky Shrivens.
Of course, it had to be Bobo.
Oh, so good to have Bobo racing once again. Had a great chat with him was it this morning, last night? Time has blended together for me. And you can see plenty more GT4s in on the right side of your screen. Fight for 14th in GT3, though. They're not far behind the car in front of them. That is the BS Plus competition machine, but Gabriel Erdely forced to go defensive. The Lamborghini goes the long way around. Sasha Onglesey not going to be able to make that one work. Is he going to be brave down the hill into turn 5? No, instead he goes for a gap on the outside and pinches the McLaren. This is interesting battling, Lorenzo, but you can tell they're running each other very hard and probably costing each other some time.
Yeah, and WSR getting very defensive. You know what impresses me is the fact that the Lamborghini has some very good early grip. It's absurd. If you catch like tracks like Daytona or tracks that need some speed and need some early speed performance, the Lamborghini has it. And even though it hasn't been hit as heavily as probably some other cars in the VOP, you have a small window that you can work with. I think that's what they're trying to do right there for Anglesey.
Around the outside. Can he switch it back? Cut through into the penultimate corner. Surely not. Has to back out of it. And now, with the GT4 car coming down to pit lane, forced to come back into line and run their way through that long right-hander.
By the way, was that GT4 without a front bumper?
You may have better eyes than I do.
I might be going crazy. It's just like I just skimmed through it, but doesn't seem like. No, it has. I think it has a bumper.
Well, I could tell you
just full black. I couldn't see it.
I could tell you that's a busy time in pit lane. We're seeing some driver changes as well. But let's see who's going to win this race off of pit lane. It was Grid and Go and Team 75 Bernard that were running at the front of the field, but slightly different pit stall locations. How does that impact the race? Off and away. They drop with all 4 tires now replaced. It's just the fuel going into the car. Where is Grid and Go? Just in front of Corin Tengunes, and Kintai holds on, but just by the narrowest of margins. Firing off behind them is the Williams Sim Racing Academy number 477 with Fiercely Forward 412 in pursuit as well. These two have got a comfortable lead at the front of the field.
Yeah, 5-6 second gap to the next car in the GT4s from what I was taking a look. So that's Sobrero in the Williams Racing Academy car that is sitting in third. Basically, they have the length of Barcelona to Madrid separating those 2 cars to Sobrero right now.
How far away are we from Madrid? I forget.
Montmeló, it's not. I'm not going to say it's far because I think we were having the discussion of local. I was having a discussion on a broadcast like, what is local to you, Arjuna? Because you're in the United States. United States is big. What do you consider is local? You had the discussion even at the Portimao race, weren't you? Yeah, there you go. So
yeah, no,
it's local.
This is the reality of racing as well, right? Because whether you're in the US or in Europe, most racetracks aren't in major cities. You usually have to drive a little bit outside of the city to get to a racetrack. And so, you know, Laguna, I used to live in California in San Francisco. Laguna Seca was quote unquote my local track, but I had to drive 2 hours to get there. So yeah, no, I think the scope of what is your local track expands a little bit more. On board with the second of the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC machines. It's a battle between Porsche and Mercedes, although not that specific Porsche, because that's a 992 Cup one. BOP, Lorenzo, again, just a reminder, we have TFRLAB building the BOP. So what they're doing is not just taking what iRacing has, but then looking at every specific track, how the cars get set up as well, and fine-tuning the BOP as we see 992 cars hit the box for the first time.
Yeah, and we know how complicated BOP can be, right? Because it is always that topic. Oh, my car is good, but your car is not. Oh, why my car is not good? Oh, GG's other team, where God knows. There's always some people who are going to complain about BOP, but it's not the easiest job, right? And getting data from teams, being able to do that on a consistent basis. So it's some people would say it's a very ungrateful job, but somebody's got to do it, and some teams might take a hit here and there, but you got to keep it fair for everybody.
That is the fun of the BOP process, trying to make it as fair. Yes,
I'm just gonna tell you off topic, it's a 6-hour drive from Barcelona to Madrid.
Okay, that is a bit far. You know, that's not maybe local. That's starting to push it. But let us know in chat. Do you think a 6-hour drive means it's a local track to you? Yes or no? I definitely fall on the side of no. Out of pit lane for the 992s. Grid and Go. Are they separated out here? Yes, they are. A very different call. So there's been a driver change in the 900. Roger Christensen, I think, has taken over. And that's a 54-second stop for them. The sister car, only 34-second. Taz Dillon has stayed behind the wheel. Lorenzo, are we talking about the difference here? Tires versus no tires?
We could. Most likely it is, because we needed to see some teams being aggressive on that strategy, didn't we, Arjuna? So I'm not surprised we see maybe some teams taking tires, maybe within this first stint, especially if you're giving the car to somebody else. So I think this is where the true challenge will be for especially the team sitting at the top 5. Who wants to risk it to try to go to the win, even though we barely crossed an hour of racing? We're just 5 minutes away.
This is an opening hour that has flown through on board with the 422, the altitude-free machine, as it worked its way into pit lane. Oh no, overcommitted and found out that pit entry at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya can bite even the best. Oh my days, that is a big one.
I don't think there's a way for you to repair that car with some tape on it.
Yeah, nope. you need a new front end on that car, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's going to be costly. TFRLAB Mercedes, that should cost about, what, like 20 grand?
It's funny, actually, because I just got sent a clip in the real world of some action at Road America where a driver crashed in a very similar way on pit entry. So it's a reminder that it can happen very easily. Now, this is pit stops underway. This is not penalty box time for the 937 for the Sim Race Sweden Esports team. But my suspicion is they might actually have served their time penalty as part of this sequence. We'll get confirmation in about 3 laps time when they will notify race control of having sat in that penalty box. And Lorenzo, the other thing to think about is this penalty box I mentioned. It's on pit entry. So basically what you do is if you have a 10-second penalty, you enter pit lane, you stop in the penalty box for 10 seconds, and it can't be 9.99, 9.99999. No, it's got to be 10.0 for it to count. And then after that, you can drive over to your box. The risk is, as we've seen in races in the past, you can collide with cars in the penalty box. And so I think that's maybe played a part in some of the team's decision making. It's a bit riskier maybe to take your penalty at the start of the race when fuel strategy hasn't played itself out so much, and many cars are going to be coming in on the same lap.
Yeah, so it's complicated because we've seen that in so many leagues and championships that it's easy for me to contact unless you are in the stall, because stall you can basically do ghosting, but that would be against the league rules. So you gotta remain in the fast lane and then migrate as soon as possible from the slow lane into your stall. So and back in the old days, we used to have like 5-second rules that you have to merge within 5 seconds. So otherwise you would get a penalty.
And we'll see if we end up with any of those penalties for pit lane violations. Those have been somewhat frequent in years past, but potentially the drivers are aware of it. Lead for GT4 still between the two that at this point are establishing themselves as the one to watch for the rest of the season. Grid and Go and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. And they now have a 6-second gap back to third position, with the Williams Sim Racing Academy team still fending off the advances of Fiercely Forward, Impulse Racing and Chris Shorter. Even with that slowdown penalty, Lorenzo, they've done a great job to move their way back up into 5th position and gain a bunch of track position.
Yeah, like I said before, sometimes the best penalty is the penalty that you take early. So you might have to switch your strategy, surely, but might have to be a little bit aggressive towards how you operate the car. But you're still in the race. You're not going to be maybe a lap down and maybe think, oh, your race is over. But good job from Impulse to still remain in that fight and switch up strategies on the fly and still be competitive against the other teams.
And I don't even think it was strategy related, because they spent more time in pit lane than the rest, or in the pit box, than the rest of their competitors. So maybe just timing of various things has fallen in their favor. Right, Sim Race Sweden, I am going to confirm that they have taken their 10-second penalty. So I believe that is the first of the penalties served in the race, with the exception of some of the GT4 penalties that we had mentioned from qualifying as well. I can also confirm, Lorenzo, that the Grid and Go car did not serve its penalty yet, so they are planning on doing it in the next sequence of pit stops, you'd assume.
Yeah, because it is just like you said, a rider journey. You have 45 minutes within each stint, so on the second stint, you can just come in, serve that, no problem, and then go back into your pit stall. So it's not going to be the biggest time hit. And furthermore, that opens up for a second stint that you can push the car even more and try to widen up the gap to your competitions while still remaining competitive for maybe a podium spot or even fight for the win, given how the race can actually go moving forward.
And sticking on the topic of race control, as fast lane RT looked to the inside late, that was never really a move on unless it was going to be a very deep commitment onto the anchors. Around the outside of the Impulse Mercedes they will go, and nicely done through the traffic to avoid any issues. Yeah, sticking on the race control topic, the first track limit warning has just come down. So the 986, the Wizards Esports Porsche Cup car, is now officially halfway to the off-track limit, Lorenzo. 1 hour into this, not just race, into the season. That means that they very, very possibly could end up with 2 different penalties for the track limit infringements that they are starting to accrue. The Lamborghini, I think, finally has had enough of sitting behind, and Sasha Ongolsi is getting increasingly desperate in his attempts to make his way past Gabriel Erdely.
But not only that, he started to get defensive from the SimRC car right behind. So it's kind of like, what do you do? Because you know Life Sebastian is right behind you. That Mustang is growling on the Lamborghini, on that bull. So what does the bull try to do? Show its horns and it's trying to pounce on the McLaren, but so far not being successful at it. While we see the Thibaut Courtois car, Esports car, back into the pit lane for their first regulated pit stop, I think.
The Lamborghini has had no power taken away from it. It does have 9 kilograms of weight. That's not doing much, though, even with 15 kilos and 0.5% of power taken off the Ford Mustang. Door to door, that door handle's definitely barged for a second there. And the SimRC Bumblebee not content to lie down and sit back and watch the move fail. He gets to the inside of the GT4 Williams Academy entry, and he's got now a chance to make it his corner, as they might say in Formula One. Sasha Ongolsi tries to pinch, tries to cover to the apex, but that Ford Mustang's got the grip, it's got the speed, and got 14th position.
Yeah, just too strong, that horse around the bull, and SimRC on a recovery drive, 1 spot up, trying to get back to their 8th spot that they were previously prior to the spin, right, Arjuna? So let's see how they will fare on this second hour of racing that we have going on right now.
It's nice to see the Bumblebee livery as well. We have the Spider-Man livery on the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC entries, but this black and yellow is the traditional, the
classic.
That he stole the word, the classic SimRC look, and it's great to see it back out onto track. We saw it yesterday in that iRacing Porsche Mal 1000 with adorned on the Aston Martin Vantage GT1 car with its screaming V12 engine. It just fit. It looked great. Leaders in GT4, by the way, passed by this little battle, and the light flash from the Grid and Go car. Not very happy with how the traffic cycled through there. Carrington Gunez is not going to be close enough to take advantage. Surely Gunez is just saving fuel here, Lorenzo. He can't be thinking of much else, I would think.
I agree. I think at this point it's just becoming that, mindset strategy of, try to save fuel. If the door opens, good for them. They're going to try to take it, but I don't think they're going to be risking anything with a little less than 5 hours remaining into this race, right? So still a long race for you to go. You're staying close to Kitaye, so and you've already been champions in GT4 in prior seasons, so you want to keep up the name of SimRC and GT4s still strong moving forward here, and knowing that it is cash prize for winners, so you got to think about that even more.
With the first pit stop sequence officially in the books across all 3 of our classes, let's well, first see this move into turn 1. Is that going to work out? This is for 4th position. Carl R Esports and Hendrik Augustin slide past Colby Warren in the Delta Sport Sim Shop 950. Havu right there as well. These drivers, though, now find themselves 8 seconds off a podium spot and 25 seconds off your leader. But again, remember, we've got different strategies slightly at foot here. These drivers are all on the same strategy, though, as the race leader, and so that 25-second gap is on speed. They're still having to fight. This is not ideal for them by any means, but it might finally be settled in this middle sector. Let's start with GT3s, where it's still Grid and Go leading 1 and 2, but maybe again for not much longer. That number 1 machine with Dino Lombardi being chased by Johan Royer owes us a 20-second penalty in the next pit stop window, and that's going to promote the Falcon Sim Racing team, currently with Luka Vunch behind the wheel, up to second. Simufy would jump up to third and fourth positions as it sits right now. They've got 07 Racing and Lorenzo Castellani not far behind them, as that's more hip and shoulder. The Delta Sport Sim Shop entry now dropped down to 6th position as it slides behind Havu and Christian Anderson. But 07 Racing 6th, Impulse Racing 7th, and then another 07 Racing entry in 8th. Sheza Esports have worked their way up to 9th, and then Altitude Freem, James Baumey rounds out the top 10 in GT3. Touching on 992, it is again a Grid and Go machine that leads at the front of the field, but again, we've got a different strategy on offer here. The 901 went for no tires, we believe, or maybe 2 tires. It's the 900 that went for the full service. Roger Christensen jumped behind the wheel as well. He's got to try and chase down Pascal Costa, who's only 9 seconds off of the race lead. And we're watching this great fight. Carlar Esports, Havu, Delta Sport Sim Shop, and then a bit more of a gap back to Ice Cold Racing, powered by Max Sim Racing, Gladius Competitions, Team Checkmate Wallat Group, and the Williams Sim Racing Academy 977, which is bouncing back after being tangled up at the start of this race. Traffic cycles through. That's your GT3 leaders around this fight for 4th in 992. But let's go ahead and touch on the last of our classes, the GT4s, where Grid and Go, Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC. Car length separate the two of them, and then 5 seconds back to Williams Sim Racing Academy, with Fiercely Forward then trying to chase them down. Impulse Racing a little bit further back, bouncing back after a slowdown penalty for them, dropped them outside of the top 10. The second Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC entry is in front of Samantha Tan Racing, Waldorf Racing's 438, Pike from Beach Racing, Altitude Free M, and RD Sim Sport top 10 in the GT4 class, Lorenzo.
Yeah, absolutely. Good race so far, and what impresses even more is how GT4s are still close, right? Of course, we talk about, but Lorenzo, top 5 is 13 seconds. 1 hour of racing, I still think it's close. I still think it's a doable race. It's just that, of course, there's they do tires and fuel at the same time, but the pace has been so good between everybody that I think the race can shift upside down if they're so willing to go in terms of aggressiveness.
All it takes is one moment through traffic at the end of the day, and things look very, very different. Yep. Fight for 6th. 07 Racing is 13 seconds behind the pair of Simufy cars that run 4th and 5th on the road right now. We're going to go 3 wide as Impulse pop out of line. That's Norbert Leitner that's trying to now hold his position, hinched all the way to the apex by Lorenzo Castellani. And behind them, keep an eye out for Alex Cohn as well. Where is he going to place his 07 Racing Ferrari? In the tire tracks of the Mercedes. A single file, they crest over the top of turn 3, maximize the use of the track as well. And another late lunge from Leitner. The Hungarian thought about it, but the door slammed shut.
Yeah, a good lane movement from Castellani up in front. They're already closing the inside, going to turn 5, and basically takes any possibility of Leitner trying to do a sneaky move around the inside, going outside of turn 5 to 6.
Desert Esports are there. So is James Baumey in the Altitude Freem Esports number 12. So this is, I think, when maybe Lorenzo Castellani has got to make a decision. Is the track position worth all of the stress that is starting to build and bubble behind them as well? Because that Mercedes wants to get past. You'd assume the Mustangs want to try and charge their way forward as well. And looking at the lap times, is a bit of a difference right now between the pace of the leader and the pace of these drivers. 2 seconds slower last lap alone. That's a battle between Acura and BMW. Phil Denez, Raphael Renhofer leaning on each other, heading to the penultimate corner. The Acura's got the inside. You can fit 2 cars through that though, but it always leaves the car on the outside with a bit more speed. Checked up behind a 992 Cup car, right on the apex of the corner. Brake lights illuminate from the BMW, and now feeding the toe to Renhofer. Gabriel Erdely's there too. 3 wide with the traffic, they will go. That Porsche's got the legs in a straight line to make things difficult into the brake zone. Denez covers off the inside, holds on to the spot.
Yeah, good defensive move from Denez right there. But you know what was scarier, Juna? Right outside turn 12, going downhill, that Acura got a little bit sideways. The car got, you know, the rear wanted to get loose and could have made contact with the BMW, but fortunately they managed to stay in line and in tow and nearly got the position back in turn 1, but well defended by Phil Denez, real world GT driver.
He's in the last 18 months or so really had the chance to experience GT3 a bit more. He'd had some appearances here and there before COVID interrupted the world of motorsports, but a full season in the Italian GT Championship, competed in the Spa 24-hour race in the real world as well, and has had the chance to actually go and race this BMW in Full Metal Motorsports as well. In terms of car choices, Lorenzo, we only have one of the Acuras piloted by Renhofer and Scherer. We have 2 BMW M4s piloted by Williams Sim Racing Academy and BS Plus Competition. And I had to go and count on the entry list. We have 10 Ford Mustangs.
Why is it one of the favorite cars? For this, and I wouldn't know, because this build, the Mustang is just really good, Arjuna. Of course, the Acura is strong on some other tracks, but the Mustang is a very good all-around car in this build. But we know that thing can shift its momentum. We were talking about the build coming up in September. What if the Mustang is not good anymore? We've seen cars being so OP in one season, and then just the next season it becomes bad. So that can happen. And all those 10 cars, they could have a good performance right now, but imagine if the next build is not pleasing for them, and then can bring the BMW or the Corvette that we have for Aslith, or the Lamborghini back into the fold, or even the Mercedes, which is now apparently, from what I've seen in reports, really good in terms of grip on the front end, where it was a major issue for previous builds being in the season.
All I'm going to say is I hope the drivers pick their cars based on what they like to drive, rather than what they think is going to be quick in the update in a few weeks' time, because that's always a dangerous proposition to put yourself into. A couple more penalties coming down. In GT4, Impulse Racing have a 5-second time penalty for contact with the 411 and the 469. So that would be Altitude Free M and the Arret Esports machine. And we did see that contact that sent, I think it was Ben Langford at the wheel at the time, wide at the final sector of the lap. And so 5 seconds is not a big penalty right now. It doesn't actually cost them that much if they can grow their advantage slightly. Back to the fight between the Mercedes and the Ferrari. Is it finally going to see positions switch around? Lorenzo Castellani still insisting no, and that is starting to get questionable when you're making that much contact through the opening corner. Maybe you've got to decide it's not worth the fight. Leitner's finally in front. Does Castellani respond? No.
No, and you can see Kaon trying to look for it on the inside of his teammate, and you got to respect the rule number 1 and number 2 of racing. Don't hit your teammate, and rule number 2 referred to rule number 1. But the problem is they have those cars behind from looking forward to try to make a move on these two. They already seen that Liner broke maybe the barrier of the Ferrari, so I think they're gonna look maybe forward to try to break that barrier as well. But the problem is they don't have just one car to deal with. They have 2 Ferraris at their front.
Sometimes it is nice to have the teammates to work together. It can just let you settle back into whatever strategy you want to. Around the outside, they'll go of one of the GT4 machines, but for the most part, traffic interactions since that opening, whatever you want to call it, because there was some crazy stuff going on. It has settled down very nicely. Fight for third, Gabby Montoro. Defense from Luka Vunch. Can the Falcon Sim Racing car hold around the outside? No. Position grabbed by Gabby Montoro. And Manuel Kubo Torres is now 4.5 seconds behind. So Montoro's actually a bit quicker than his teammate in the other of the Ford Mustangs, Lorenzo. They were not far apart a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, so interesting to see that Kubo have a really good lap so far, but the gap is just quite big for him to, you know, take away 4 seconds with this traffic, and how even the pace has been for the teams. It's kind of difficult for you to, you know, build up confidence and try to be, you know, consistent all the time. So this is why we haven't seen any moves from the sister car, as blinking car on the middle of this three-way battle for 992 Cup. You don't want to be the car in the middle blinking while people going around you.
How did Jesse Hilario not tag Gladius Competitions on the curb, exiting out of 2? He'll get back to the inside now of the Team Checkmate Wallach Group entry as a McLaren GT3 machine heads around the outside. But I think that was one of the closer moments that we've seen since the lap 1 incident for these Porsche Cup cars. The Team Wallach 997 has served its 10-second penalty as well, so it does not have more time to bleed in pit lane. Keep an eye at the bottom of the screen. Sheza Esports, Daniel Ola, he's the next one now onto the back of 07 Racing. Now the Mercedes has gotten through, Lorenzo. It's already 2 seconds down the road. I really feel the 07 Racing are having to defend very, very hard, even through all of this traffic right now. It could be intense down to turn 1.
Especially with 2 Mustangs right behind them looking forward to pass. They already doing some weaving after traffic, trying to find their way, trying to take away a little bit of the momentum from the cars behind. But for now, both Sheza and Altitude not making that move, just electing to stay within the tow. And because I think they still have some traffic up in front, so maybe try to use the traffic as a little bit of an opportunity for them to move forward.
I think that's what you'd be hoping for, but settled in for the time being. They're not forcing the issue by any means, which is, I think, what you want to see at this point in the day.
Wallach is around, is it?
Yep.
One.
Good call. That is Team Wallach. Now, was that contact with Jesse Hilario? I was looking at the bottom of the screen, not the top of the screen there.
Yeah, I was looking at the bottom. I just glanced over up the top and just saw them go around and like, okay.
I'm glad it wasn't just me. Here we go. So Mustang up the inside of Hilario. Oh, no, that's another self-kill.
But it did damage the back end of Hilario's car, though.
We'll have to keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, live pictures, 07 Racing Swarm. Sheza Esports have gotten past at least one of their entries. Yet to pass Lorenzo Castellani. Another look at the slow, painful spin around for the 992 Cup car there. Out of the final corner. There you can see the gap that now Castellani has got behind him. He won't be challenged into turn 1. But that 07 Racing Ferrari doubleheader looking to really struggle, I think, at this point in the race. They're not far away from another pit stop sequence, though, so they'll be hoping, Lorenzo, just survive the next 11 minutes, head down to pit lane, and try and reset.
Yeah, and apparently the Mercedes GT4 can take the curbs outside turn number 2 quite well, as Altitude basically blasted to the outside portion of the track. But yeah, I think we're approaching the window. Give or take, what, 5 to 10 minutes, Arjuna?
I think so. Would be a bit early, I think, if anyone came in the next 5 minutes, but maybe they see a way to get out of traffic. Back to Jesse Hilario, now locked in combat with Luca Schubeck in the Gladius Competitions 902. He's got the inside line. You hear the patience on the throttle as they try and just squeeze onto it slowly. Now get to 100% when the car is in a straight line. no ABS, no traction control to take advantage of in a car that is designed to take young talent and propel them into their future motorsports careers as Porsche factory drivers. And that's what makes the move to introduce ABS as a permanent addition to this car, not just as an optional extra. That is the only Porsche Carrera Cup series around the world that permitted ABS previously was in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Now, back to that later on. What's happened to the number one? This is the second place grid and go machine. The one that did already have a penalty. It does not look okay. It is going to see Gabby Montoro slip up the inside at turn number 3, and that's going to be a big hit into the wall.
Yeah, massive hit. And you can see Ruyer trying to get back into the race. But I don't know if there's any broken stuff into it, but it looked weird coming to turn number 1. It seemed the car was stopped, had no grip. Yeah,
it looked like the way the left rear hit. It looked okay coming up out of that little chicane. No, that's not comfortable. Yeah, he's going to be into pit lane on this lap, and that means grid and goes 1 and 2 suddenly disappears. They still have a 15-second lead, though, so for the number 2, things are still looking pretty good, but I mean, those hands tell the story. Fast hands, twitchy car, not ideal.
Not ideal, and you can see he's working that car to keep it straight, isn't he, Arjuna? Because, look, as soon as it goes straight, perhaps for the braking, he's kind of like counter-steering the car so much just to try to keep it straight as he possibly can, as he's going to come into the pit lane and try to avoid hitting the back end of the car, not even downshifting to try to avoid maybe the rear of the car kicking in.
And he's going to head straight to the penalty box first. So again, this is actually great. Thank you, Director Hugo, for sticking with this, because this is what teams need to do to serve their penalty. He's got I'm just double checking before I speak wrongly, a 20-second penalty. It can't be 19.99999. No, it needs to be 20.0 for it to count, and the onus is on the teams to do it correctly. If you do 19.9, Lorenzo, race control, they're going to tell you to come back in and sit there for 20 full seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen cases before in the 24-hour sports series, haven't we, Arjuna, of teams thinking they were like 20 seconds or 10 seconds, but they know they were like for 9.90 seconds, and they got it back because they're watching. The teams have to take that time, but also the stewards are looking into that as well. They know if the team's making up or not. If they did or not their proper penalty in the penalty box.
And it's the same in Formula 1, to be fair, right? You see the guy with the stopwatch standing there and timing before he lets anyone else touch the car. It's the same sort of rule, and I like it. It's a slightly different way that penalties are served from traditional iRacing systems, but it gives a bit more flexibility for how those penalties impact the race. Allows the teams to strategize, to plan around it. Back to 07 Racing, by the way. This is the 27. Still trying to fend off Altitude Esports. James Baumi has not been able to get past the second Ferrari, the black and green Ferrari in line. Penalties just come down for Lorenzo Castellani, though, in the first of the 07 Racing entries. 5-second rule violation, Lorenzo, in pit lane. You called it.
Yeah, I called it. You have to, like I said before, you have 5 seconds to migrate from fast lane to slow lane into your stall. So you cannot dilly-dally for quite a lot of time, right, Arjuna? You have to come immediately. So commit. Otherwise, it's going to become problematic. Not only coming in, but coming out as well. You cannot explore the pit lanes even for a short bit. Otherwise, you're going to get that penalty, and that penalty is going to be costly for your race.
So René Lenz has brought the number 1 grid and go machine back out onto track. They were in the box for 1 minute and 26 seconds. That is a lot of damage repair that needed to be repaired. I've just got a message as well that was a hardware failure, and that it did look weird, right? Because it looked settled through turn 1, and then just suddenly out of nowhere it snapped on him, and it sounds like he tipped the car into turn 1, Lorenzo, and halfway through his force feedback just died, which as anyone will be able to attest, when you go from a wheel trying to turn in the opposite direction to now giving you no opposite force, well, you've got no idea what the car's trying to do.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're numb. You're literally numb. So you have no clue what's gonna happen, and it is unfortunate, but that's basically the equivalent of real life mechanical failures. So there isn't much you can do about it.
I guess that at the very least it's time for a new wheelbase or something like that. On board with Lucas Schubeck. Oh, that's close. Just about slows it down in time. Does the Fast Repair Motorsports machine. Ismael Jimenez trying to avoid running into the back of the Sim Race Sweden Esports 937. I tell you what, it is a shame that they're adding ABS to these cars, because without ABS, they still put on a great fight.
No, they do. It's great. I love the fact that this car provides some really good racing. I was thinking about going to Carrera Cup Brazil here in Estoril, because for those who don't know, I live in Portugal nowadays, not Brazil anymore. So I was gonna go take a look at the race at Estoril, but the racing is so good, even though they still have both generations of cars, but the new generation is still good, as we have issues with Corentin Guinness back to 4th place, Arjuna, in turn 3.
Well, how did this happen? Oh, yeah, well, a GT3 car, and I'm pretty sure, was that, had they taken the lead at this point, or is that it's the Cup car for Grid and Go behind them? Sorry, I was just getting confused between whether it was the Cayman or the Cup car. So they'd already lost some time, Lorenzo, to the race leaders at this point, right?
Yeah. Kintai started to break away a little bit before the spin happened. But it wasn't major, though.
Not major, but I think that is now, I don't want to say gift wraps the victory to Grid and Go's 400, because they're still 7.5 seconds clear of the Williams Sim Racing Academy team, but they definitely are looking like the force to be reckoned with as we close on another half hour complete, about to enter into another pit stop window for the GT3 cars, and then the GT4s, and then the 992s. That's the order in which they will roll down pit lane. A quick shout out, by the way, to the partners that are supporting the return of the 24-hour Series Esports Championship. It's been great. 469 days after we wrapped up the last season to be able to come back with the support, of course, of World Sim Racing. I mentioned BOP, powered by TFR LAB, as the official data analytics partner of the championship. Cube Controls has come on board as the official wheel partner of the series. Abruzzi is the official teamwear partner of the championship, and if you go onto their website, you can use the code Abruzzi10X24H to get 10% off all your teamwear orders. And as well, Next Level Racing on board as an official series partner. So great to have the support of all those partners. And of course, VCO returning as ever to support on the media side, on the back end. It's a great collaboration between all of these groups, all of these companies to bring the series back for yet another year. The Raphael Renhofer-driven Scherer Esports Acura, the, again, only Acura in the race. He's only 1.5 seconds behind Phil Denez right now, and so that move was made a handful of laps ago. But let's focus on BS competition here, Lorenzo, because second in the championship in 2023-2024, to qualify outside of the top 20, how disappointing will that be for the Zebras? Because they've cracked their way into the top 10, but now 40 seconds off the lead.
It's awkward. I'm not going to say it's a first, because we've seen that happen in, I think, even the sister series the 24-hour Esports had in Ivra. So we saw them qualify outside top 20 because maybe the BOP wasn't favoring the BMW in that race. But it takes a hit on the morale, of course. But then again, I try to take it as a challenge, because you come from P20 and you have to scale up the grid, and I think that motivates you for you to go up, and being now into the top 10, I think is a good thing for them. I think there's still room for them to grow, but of course, we'll see if that BMW gets more competitive, maybe in qualifying pace as the races goes on, because I think none of the BMWs qualified really well in this race, haven't it, Arjuna? I need to confirm that.
Well, I don't think Sotomuto qualified that poorly necessarily. He was up inside the top 10 at the very least, so...
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. Could kind of go either side. And by the way, a big congratulations. We haven't mentioned it so far today. Sotomuto going from sim to reality in Japan, and he is the 2025 Ferrari Challenge Japan Series champion. And so, you know, we talk plenty about all the stories of people going from sim to real. Big congratulations. And I'm sure, Lorenzo, he would have had a lot of fun, because those Ferrari Challenge machines, they don't have a lot of downforce, but they have a lot of power.
They have immense power. I think the biggest comparison we can do is the Porsche Super Cup, isn't it, Arjuna? Of sorts, because it has a lot of power. Of course, the Porsche Super Cup has some downforce, as we see CV5 coming out of the pit lane. That's Lucas Camamorero coming out, as we see also very dense traffic between the Cup cars. But it's really good to see Sotomuto trying to, you know, go into the levels of real racing. Maybe, who knows, Super GT could be in the way, just like other drivers are actually doing it. I was going to say Lauren Heinrich, and I'm trying to remember who's to be from BS competition that is in F2. You know the name, Arjuna. I'm trying to blank right now.
Ritomo Miyata is who you're thinking.
There you go.
About.
Thank you. Yeah.
So that would be cool. And again, Ferrari Challenge champions have included the likes of Nicholas Nielsen, who went on to win the 24 Hours Le Mans in a Ferrari. So, you know, that's the kind of path that you want to go down. Pit lane, a beam with activity, or a buzz with activity, I should say. For GT3s, Dino Lombardi leads them in, and they were able to get past the full half hour, and so this is trending in the right direction, I would say, for the cars to avoid coming in for a potential splash and dash at the end of the race. A couple of driver changes going through as well. Alejandro Rui Sanchez going to take over from Gabby Montoro in the 33. Off and away, Dino Lombardi stays behind the wheel of the race-leading machine, and that makes sense to me, Lorenzo, because traditionally we'd see drivers do double stints, but that's double stints of an hour. So to ask a driver to do a triple stint of 45 minutes, it's not the end of the world.
No, it's not the end of the world. It's not far off the common, given the fact that I was just doing mathematics. If you do 90 minutes, you just have that would be like 4 double stints that you would have to do, right? So it's not all that problematic. I don't think it's going to maybe have splashes and dashes at the final hour or something like that, unless something dramatically changes. So
that race off pit lane was close, and Alessio Bonino, I'm almost 100% sure, has not served that 5-second penalty for the pit lane violation last time in the box, because he has emerged directly in front of Norby Kish. So a change. Daniel Ola into the Sheza Esports Ford Mustang. Bonino takes over from Castellani in that number 7, and straight away locking horns once again in terms of the fight with WSR Esports. Gabriel Erdely still behind the wheel there. Matteo Blotto's into the 2707 Racing Ferrari, a little bit further behind. But does seem to be a decent number of driver changes flowing through in this cycle of the race. It's still a 14-second lead for Grid and Go. There's only 2 seconds now that separate second and third. Simufy and Falcon Sim Racing could still find themselves in a battle. Is that an early pit stop, Lorenzo, for Williams Sim Racing Academy?
Looks like it. I'm just trying to see if they have a penalty, though.
Well, they did pit earlier in the first pit stop sequence, so they are now offset slightly from the rest of their competition. Let's see if we can get word on exactly what they're doing.
Because the first pit stop, I thought it was awkward, but this now fully maybe programmed. But Are they trying to maybe avoid a splash and dash towards the end? Because I think because they can go a little bit longer, go like 15 minutes, Arjuna, maybe pitting a little bit early, try to cut down that maybe potential short pit stop towards the end.
I wonder if it's also because they just got involved in some of the drama in the opening lap, and so came down, maybe did a bit of damage repair, topped up the car, and just said, we'll move forward from here and be slightly offset. I've sent a message off to Vince Peters to try and get the word on that. Ooh, look behind. BS Competition look for the move with the car leaving pit lane as well. Ruben Bonga on the Bonga drums closes the door on James Baume. They avoid banging wheels as they pass their way through the GT4 traffic. Behind them, Raphael Renhofer's teammate Luca Alpert now into the Shara Acura, right onto the case. But that was aggression from Bonga into the car and instantly turns the wick up.
Yeah, I honestly thought there would be contact between Baume and Bonga right out of the turn number 1, but you know, a little bit of a change of paint between the cars, but they managed to stay in one piece. But Alpert tried to look around the inside of turn number 4, but couldn't get her around Baume up in front.
Always difficult to slip yourself up the inside lane unless you're committed. You never really have the chance to grab the speed. Confirmation from Vince Peters, by the way, they are off strategy due to the contact at the start of the race. They are trying to fight back. We'll keep an eye on that storyline. 4.5 odd hours still left to go. Oh, careful here. Shara Esports were a little bit uncomfortable with how that traffic was moving around and weren't quite sure where to position themselves. They're able to figure it out in the appropriate amount of time, as now this is going to be interesting. How does Ruben Bonga deal with 07 Racing? Because they've been slow so far in the last hour or so. The BMW have the drive. It didn't get a good run out of the final corner. In fact, if anything, lost some momentum, had to add a bit more steering lock, and now defensive, covering off the Ford Mustang from behind. James Baume's going to try and sweep around the outside. Bonga opens up the corner and does exactly what he needs to. Now Luca Alpert's the one that's going to try and make the run up the hill, try and set something up into turn number 4. But that Mustang parks it on the inside and forces Alpert now to look the long way around. Not what you want up to turn 4.
And the German just cannot simply make a move. And the problem, you know what this all is, Arjuna? It just passed through our screen. That Mustang from the Sim RC is not far behind and probably wants to join the fray and try to grab some spots up.
Their recovery is continuing as well as pit stop for Esports in the GT4 class. That is the second of the GT4s in on this sequence, and so we are not far away from race leaders and indeed the entirety of the GT4 field making their way on in. Looking forward once again, Norby Kish has been, well, unable to find a way past Alessio Benino. Have to have his look now into turn 1, and Gabriel Erdely is right there as well. Those cup cars feeling very, very nervous. There's some contact there between Erdely and the Porsche, and he's got to back out. He's got enough speed to hold on. And this is where, on both sides, the frustration probably boils over. Lights flash as they enter onto the main straightaway? Apparently not. Maybe he doesn't have the button mapped.
Or maybe because it is unnecessary. He's just gonna go around the Porsche on turn 1 and make this a 3 wide, as I'm probably biting my nails right now. 4 wide, but not anymore.
And that car swamped as it exits the pit lane. It is a move. Norby Kish has got it done. Or has he? Benino fights back up the inside. That's James Baume pointed in the wrong direction. Oh my. Wow, oh wow. Altitude Freem, the number 12, forced off at turn 1, and now Benino forced off at turn 4 as well. Lorenzo, we will have to just point out that they have been very, very defensive because their speed hasn't been there. Were they just that little bit too much covering any potential move from the Sheza Esports Mustang?
Yeah, I want to look at that on the replay, Arjuna, because I think maybe Norby forced the move a little bit because the car stayed up in the middle. And as soon as he came into turn number 4, I think Norby just tried to go to the inside and force maybe into the braking zone. But I really want to look also if the Ferrari try to outbrake him into the start. We're going to look first what happened to Baume. Trying to use the traffic. and I think no room whatsoever to try to make a move on Bonga. And while Bonga was just trying to stay within his line, in my point of view.
I totally see what James is thinking here, but to me, that's a racing incident, unfortunately. The door was closing. He was never really alongside, but I do feel for him because I genuinely understand what he was going for. And it wasn't a terrible idea because you had Luca Alpert behind in that Acura. You're looking in front, you're looking behind. I feel for him. I definitely do. I'm sure our director, Hugo Luis, is trying to click all the buttons to now try and get that other replay as GT4 pit stops get underway. So, yeah, I mean, Norby's not even on the apex. There's a car length, a car's width, and then a little bit between the apex and him.
I know he's dominated the Fleet Euro Truck Championship, winning basically all races but one, but that's forcing a little bit of the issue.
And as much as we talk about him being a multi-time FIA European Truck Champion, I always like to point out that he is also a two-time Digital Nürburgring Endurance Champion as well. He knows his way around the Nordschleife in the sim, won those championships, as Lorenzo mentioned earlier, as part of the BS competition team, but now joins the Szeza Esports crew, which is a great story, an all-Hungarian team, actually representing one of the universities. It's a cool story. One of the nice things at Daytona, the 24 earlier this year, was seeing their initial performance, the first time they were in a big special event as a team, and they really did raise some eyebrows, I think is the correct way to phrase that one. Right, who wins the GT4 race off pit lane? No surprise. It's grid and go, but now with a new driver behind the wheel, Justin Rem takes over, and with a 7-second lead over Corentin Gunes, who has short-fielded his car, Lorenzo, to get in front of Williams Sim Racing Academy and Olivier Piatek.
Yeah. And like I said, maybe the fuel strategy would be another talking topic here on GT4s. Maybe try to, use less fuel to try to, cut down on your opponents. But let me just bring it up. It's awkward to see Justin Ram on a Porsche Cayman, though.
You want him in a McLaren, right?
Oh, yeah.
07 Racing and Matteo Bellotto have gone around. Benino's also dropped down the running order in the last couple of laps, let's not forget. So, not the easiest sequence for the black and green Ferraris, now dropping outside of the top 10. It does seem as though, Lorenzo, 20 minutes to go before we change things up in the commentary booth, the action on track's definitely picked up.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, do you blame Alpert in this situation right here? Because you do have the Mercedes from Impulse, the GT4 coming on the inside, and you already kind of like have committed into the move. There's literally no way you pull back out of that move. So I don't know if that's going to be a racing incident or not, but it's just complicated because you have a GT4 coming in at the same time as you do. It's just bad timing, I guess.
And again, you can understand on both sides kind of what they're doing, but what I would say, the pedals work in both directions. You can lift off the throttle and hit the brake, and that goes for both cars. That wasn't directed at a specific one. Again, it's
agree.
It's about sometimes preserving your own race. There are some more race control decisions, by the way, that are coming down, and I've seen the car number go in. I'm just now waiting for the amount of the penalty to be added as well. But Szeza Esports in that Ford Mustang, they've got a penalty coming their way. And maybe that's also the part of the reason why, Lorenzo, we're seeing all of this action, is some of these teams know they are going to get dinged for things that happened earlier in the race.
Yeah, do it early. Like I said before, if you want to get a penalty, do it early.
Lorenzo Bonder's top tips for racing: if you're going to crash into people, do it at the start of the race.
Yeah, something like it. You really don't want to be crashing into someone with like 5 minutes to go, and you get a racing ending penalty for you, and you get like dropped 5 seconds post race. Speaking of 5 seconds is the penalty that's come down for Szeza Esports, so it's one of those slap on the wrist. It was kind of a racing deal. This was actually, Lorenzo, for the incident with 07 Racing up at turn number 4. Yeah, but I think I'm not going to say I'm slightly surprised by that. But then again, that's why we just say that we have our point of view, but then again, it's up to the source. They make their final decisions. They might not agree with it, but it's their decision,
hey, as we said, there was an apex on that corner, and Norby Kish missed it by as far as I would usually miss an apex by, unfortunately. So, not ideal. Is that, by the way, one of the only Corvettes that we have in this field? Yes, it is. Involved in a little bit of a fight heading out through the middle sector of the lap. That is the Absolute Motorsport Asalith crew.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad that we only have one Corvette. I know the Corvette is not the best car in the sim right now. It's good on a few tracks. It's not so good in other tracks. I like it, even though it has the V6 engine, and it doesn't have that same stylish look that he had back in the C7. But then again, it's a Corvette, man. You gotta love it nevertheless.
Peter Mackay is probably like, where are my Corvettes? I want more Corvettes.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him. But he's had a pretty cool weekend. For those that know our colleague Peter Mackay, who commentates on the 24-hour series in the real world as well, he is the stage end reporter. That's what they call him for the ERC, European Rally Championship. And he got a 7-kilometer blast through one of the coolest stages of the rally this weekend by a former winner of the event. So shout out to Peter. You're probably not watching. You're probably busy at the end of a stage somewhere, but we're thinking of you, hoping you'll join us back in the booth for one of these races before the end of the year. Fun fact, Lorenzo, that's just come in from our great team at Race Control. We are less than 2 hours into the season. The teams, 60 of whom started this race, we're now down to, 56 still running. Those teams have accumulated a total of 804 incident points in an hour and 45 minutes.
I'm flabbergasted right now. I even lost my voice. I'm not gonna lie.
That is a stat.
That is a stat. That is definitely a stat. And by the way, I was gonna bring this up. Like, let's just say because that's from collisions, off tracks, and all. If we're just talking about off tracks, like, you have 40 axes per race. They value, like, if you got an injured or direct, that will be counted towards the limit, right? And after 20 you get a warning. After 40 you receive a 15-second penalty. So imagine those teams that already are on the limit or receive already a warning.
4 of those teams as well. Remember, we talked about one team that got their warning before the first hour was even complete, and if they continued at that trajectory, they would be liable for multiple penalties. But now the 986 Wizards Esports team have been joined by the 432, so that will be the... I'm just trying to flick up and down my timing screen. The Fury SimSport team in GT4, and then 2 GT3 teams as well. The number 12, the Altitude 3M Esports car, currently with James Baumy behind the wheel, but also the 44. So that's the Vulcan Sim Racing team that's in 3rd position. They've got to be careful. If they continue at this trajectory, they're getting a penalty. 3 wide as GT4's battle. It's a GT3 car that shoves its way up the inside, and they'll lean on one another. Impulse Racing pushes the door open, passing the Samantha Tan World of Racing combined entry. And that is a very nice move from Sven Groot, who's taken over from Chris Shorter. And I'm just going to quickly check, Lorenzo. That 457 has served its time penalty, so they've given the 5 seconds up to the stewards that they were asked for.
Yeah, I think the only ones who haven't served the penalty is the number 90, the number 88, and the number 7. From what it looks like, everybody else has served their they either served their penalty, or they're gonna get a post race like the Thibaut Courtois Esports car will receive.
It stops for Cup cars as we have 11 minutes to the top of the race hour, at which point Lorenzo and myself will step aside and we will leave you in the very capable voices of Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes. There's a driver change for one of the Grid and Go machines, so Adrian Greiker is going to jump into the 901. Roger Christensen stays behind the wheel of the 900, and remember, they went slightly different last time by. The 900 did the full service, the 901 did the short service. Now they flipped around, and Lorenzo, the 900 has retaken the lead or net lead, I should say, of the class, but only by 6 seconds. We've still got 4 hours to go. Which of these strategies is right? It's really interesting that the team has gone in 2 different directions.
Yeah, I love this, you know, uncertainty of things, right? Because I wish the iRacing, let's just say, had a button like, oh, give me the traditional GT3 pit stops that you can do fuel and tires differently, right? Like you would see in the Cup class, and then one for IMSA, because that would make, I think, our job much more interesting in terms of, you know, seeing who has the better strategies and all. But then again, it's like, it's cool that we're seeing those teams taking a risk in the Cup class so they can stay ahead of the competition or try to have better track position or not.
10 minutes to go. Lorenzo, there's one thing that I've been avoiding trying to bring up, but you talked about track limits, and so now my brain is about to go off on a rant. We're watching BS Competition and SimRC. SimRC, their recovery drive continues, but that is a block that is unnecessary from Ruben Bonga, moving in reaction to the dive from SimRC. And I'm a fan of BS Competition, but they got what they deserved there.
There is I'm not gonna say what I want to say, but I think, yeah, you're just asking for trouble. You know, do something like that, and you're gonna find out what's gonna happen to you. Of course, that is a better way for me to say what is the proper acronym for that sentence.
I know what you're thinking. Yes, thank you. Thank you for not saying that one. Yes, I believe the letters are something like FAFO, or that's what the kids tell me nowadays. And I mean, to be honest, that kind of is similar to something that the point that I was trying to make, where I think sometimes in sim racing, drivers make rash decisions like that. A 40 incident or 40 off-track limit is very, very generous in my opinion. In the real world, you get 1, maybe 2 warnings, and then it's a penalty. And so if there's any team that's going to complain for getting a penalty for a track limit violation today, I'm going to simply ask them, well, you're complaining about 1 off track that got you the penalty. Why did you go off the track 39 times before it to get close to that limit?
Yeah, something like it. I remember like from the 24 hours of Spa, like you get 2 warnings, the third one, I think that you got 3 warnings, then the 4th one or something like that, you would get a penalty, a drive-through penalty or something like that. So you have to drive on the limit of what the track limits can give you. You got to keep your tires in the tarmac, at least 2 tires on the tarmac at all times. And of course, you want to export the limits of what the service can give you, but they're looking into this, and this mimics what real life tries to do. So sometimes what iRacing lets you do it's not going to be eligible for you to do it in this sim. So in this championship or even other championships. So
exactly,
they might not like it, but hey, that's just how real life works. And I agree with you. 35 for me is too generous. Even, for example, Portimão, the 1K, right? It was 35. Then you would get another drive-through at every 15.
And I feel like that was, if anything, probably the correct number because of how much contact we had with traffic for that race. But that's a separate discussion, because incident limit factors in both off-track and the contacts, which in the 24-hour series, they maintain their own count. So incident 4x points don't come into this. It's only going off the track itself. And again, the argument some people make is, well, again, I got pushed off the track once. What happened the 39 times before? Officially, by the way, confirmation, SimRace Sweden is officially DNF. Both of their drivers, unfortunately, not feeling that great. And so Dan Peppels, I believe maybe their team manager, he did say, Lorenzo, that they designed the livery to look good when it stopped. I don't unfortunately think this is what he was having in mind.
No, not a DNF, not at all. But at least thinking about this way, Arjuna, they got their props in there. They got happy for a moment.
And I think we did see there's some decent speed from them, hopefully bouncing back for the next round of the championship, which is not far away. There it is. Car does look very, very good. Top of the screen, you've just seen Carlisle Esports make their way back in front of Havu. This is a great fight between Hendrik Augustin and Henry Salmon. Fourth position up for grabs, but fourth position, that puts them almost 50 seconds off the race lead as they run right now. Last lap by, talking about the different strategies at play between the Grid and Go teammates running 1 and 2. Adrian Greiker with his fresh tyres was 4/10ths quicker than Roger Christensen. So that's going to be something for David and for you and to be keeping an eye on, Lorenzo. Which car is better on the worn tyres and which car is going to be on fresh tyres in the final stint of the race?
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, they don't have tire limits. I think both they can confirm that information later. But if I remember correctly, there's no tire limits, tire sets that you can use in this race. So you're not forced to do a double stint at some points. But I'm looking forward to see how this one goes as the remainder of the race, because I think the race at the 992 start to see it is going to be Grid and Go 1 and 2, but of course we can see something different from a risky strategy coming from the guys in Impulse, Carvar, Havu. So looking forward to see what the remainder of these 4 hours have in store for us.
I think it's probably a decent time to quickly do another rundown as we near the top of the hour. About midway through the stint for GT3, and we've just seen the GT4 and 992 cycles finish up. So why don't we start at the back? Let's start with the GT4s this time, because they often don't get their laurels. It is still Justin Rem in that Porsche 718 Cayman for Grid and Go that leads by 3 seconds over Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. Now, Team Bernard did have a slightly shorter pit stop last time by. We'll see how that affects them as we head into the final stint of the race. Olivier Piatik's in third for the Williams Sim Racing Academy 477. 10 seconds clear of the car in front of him. 10 seconds behind the car. He's chasing as well. The sister Team 75 Bernard by SimRC entries in fourth, with Impulse fifth, Altitude sixth, and then Samantha Tan Racing and World of Racing down in seventh place. Arette, RD Simsport, and Team Checkmate make up the rest of the top 10 in class. Two retirements include the Vulcan Fasteners at Glass Tech Racing team, as well as the Altitude 3M Esports. That's the 421 and the 422. Let's make our way forward to 992, where we were just talking about the very different strategies on offer between the race leaders, the teammates. Grid and Go's 900 just finished up a short fill on pit lane, did not take tires, while Adrian Greiker, full service, jumping into the car for the first time today, and he is now trying to set to the task of closing on his teammate at the front of the field. He's got the Simufy GT3 car that slightly shoves out the race lead, the class leader wide, might help him slightly in his chase of the 900. Impulse Racing third. Bit of no man's land for them. They're only 9 seconds off the lead. They're a full 30 seconds in front of fourth, Carlisle Esports and Havu. We have been watching a fun fight with them. And then the Williams Sim Racing Academy team on a bit of a fight back after being tangled up at the opening corner of the race, off sequence in terms of pit stops and trying to salvage some sort of points. Ice Cold Racing powered by Maxim 7th, with Max Engstrom at the wheel of the 992. Colby Warren for Delta Sports Sim Shop have dropped to 8th, but they've run as high as 4th and 5th through parts of this race. Fast Repair Motorsport Diana Perez is in 9th, with the World of Racing Samantha Tan entry, the 921, in 10th spot. Retirements in this class: Sim Race Sweden, the 937 most recently, but Bike 500 might actually be in pit lane and getting some more of their damage repaired. They may not be done for the day. Let's quickly talk about GT3s before we transition things in this broadcast booth. Grid and Go lead, 15 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Dino Lombardi has ran a perfect race so far. Alejandro Rui Sanchez chasing him down in the Simufy Mustang. Falcon Sim Racing in third. They've got to be careful. They are well on their way to a penalty for going off track too many times, with Simufy second car fourth. Impulse in fifth. Shezza, WSR, Scherer, SimRC, and 07 Racing the rest of the top 10. Lorenzo, those 2 hours have flown on by, and I know you are very glad to see this championship back as a former team manager of the series. How have you enjoyed the opening hours of racing here in 2025?
It's been fruitful. Of course, we have that incident thing that you brought it up, Arjuna. I'm quite surprised by it, I'm not gonna lie. But it's been fun. Of course, I wanted the TCRs back so we can have the true feeling of the 24-hour series, because there is TCRs in the 24 hours in real life. But of course, we know that it's a very niche thing, and it would be hard for us to get a proper grid. But nevertheless, it's good to see the series back. People motivated to drive on it, and looking forward to get the cash prizes for each class and all. So the competition is going to be strong for the remainder of those 5 rounds.
I love as well the fact that 75% fuel across the 3 classes has really changed up strategy from what it normally is. So there's lots to look forward to. Lorenzo Bonder, myself, Arjuna, Kanky Party stepping aside, leaving you with the very capable voices of Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes. Has Ewan forgotten to unmute himself?
Normally that's my error.
Well, David, it's great to have you here. How have you been enjoying this opening 2 hours of the race?
Oh, it's so good to be back with 24-hour series esports in this new format with GT3, 992, GT4. Sun getting higher in the sky, a little bit more UV hitting the racetrack. Track temperature at 25 Celsius right now. And of course, the constantly evolving and dynamic track means constantly evolving and dynamic strategy. Marbles also going down, more rubber going down on the racing line. Talking about that tire strategy evolving across categories. And certainly, as the weather changes, as the track evolves, it's a constantly moving set of goalposts for all the teams.
Hello, David. I hope you can hear me now. Can you hear me now?
Yes, and you sound so good, Ewan.
Thanks. I was very worried then. Didn't know what was happening. I was opening and everything, but nobody could hear it. So anyway, no, good to be alongside you. Looking forward to the next 2 hours. It's not a great start, but hopefully we'll have a better stint over the course of the next 2 hours. No, absolutely delighted that the 24H Series Esports Series is back again in 2025 over the course of the next 5 6-hour races and a 12-hour race towards the end of the calendar as well. Very much looking forward to it. And it's been a very exciting opening part of this race as well. We're on board with Liv Sebastian in the Sim RC Ford Mustang as he works his way towards turn 1, just in behind Cher at Esport and Luca Alpert, who is driving that Acura for the moment. But what have you made of this sort of new look to the series with the sort of 75% fuel limit here? It's been, in my mind, really interesting to watch, and a real step away from the sort of almost monotonous hour-long stints that we usually get in GT3, just nailed on every time.
Well, it's meant to be a championship in a series of strategy, of team play, and of all of those things, and I feel like this gives us just a little more of that as well. It just makes it a little bit fresh, as you say. So I'm on board, particularly what it does for 992. I'll join exactly the same bandwagon as our co-commentators about tyre strategy in GT3. But outside of that, certainly this is something a little bit different, but really, really good for this long-running championship.
Absolutely. We will dive a bit deeper into 992 strategy in a moment, but unfortunately some bad news to bring you first of all, and the guys before just commented on it. Our first 992 retirement tonight, or this afternoon, wherever you are in the world, has come for Simrace Sweden Esports. Henrik Lindhoff was the driver up until a few moments ago, the end of their second stint where they parked it, and Henrik has very kindly come to have a chat with us here on the broadcast. Good afternoon, Henrik. Good to have you with us, although not in these circumstances. Just tell us again the reasons for your retirement in 992 this afternoon.
It was a quite good race up till the point that we are lacking some drivers, unfortunately. So it's just me the two almost 2 first hours, and then unfortunately the other guys couldn't make it, so we had to stop the car.
It's unfortunate because you you know, are in this series obviously to, you know, compete in 992 and compete up towards the front as well. Just what are the aims this season for you guys? Because, you know, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if you've done 24H Series Esports before as Sim Race Sweden, but correct me if I'm wrong. What were your targets for 2025?
I think mostly just learn. It's as you said, we haven't done it with Sim Race Sweden. I've done it personally in another team a while back, but yeah, for Sim Race Sweden this is the first time. So more or less it's just gathering some data, and that's what we wanted to do now these 2 first hours to get a bit of an idea of strategy and stuff like that and how it works. Overall, I mean, goals, I guess top 10 would be nice, and I think we can make that. Maybe even better. It seems like we had pretty good pace, to be honest.
Tell us a little bit about that strategy. We were just talking about it ourselves, the difference this season compared to previous seasons with the 75% fuel limit for all of our categories this season. How does that change things in 992, and how do you navigate your way through this race with the tyre changes or skipping tyres that you have to make over the course of one of these races as well?
Yeah, I think when it comes to fuel, it was more or less, it's almost full out. You do need to fuel save slightly, and then you will be, you will not make a final stop at the end. And then when it comes to tires, I guess we didn't really know what to expect, to be honest. We took tires, and everyone else around us didn't take tires really. There might be some other that did, but yeah, I mean the tires were quite okay actually when I went in the pit lane. So I think we could have gone one more stint for sure, but yeah, I don't know what could be the best case here to run.
And of course, this race for you all about learning, as you say, about what we can see in the future. The next round being the 6 hours of Silverstone. Is it your plan to be there and competing for Sim Race Sweden there in 3 weeks' time?
Yeah, for sure, absolutely, and hopefully with some teammates by my side. But yeah, absolutely, we will fight for a good top 10.
Absolutely. Well, we'll look forward to seeing you there at Silverstone, Henrik. Thanks for chatting to us this afternoon, and we'll see you in a few weeks' time, hopefully.
Yeah, thanks for a good broadcast. Bye-bye.
Thanks very much. Henrik Lindhoff there, the Sim Race Sweden driver, the only Sim Race Sweden driver today. Unfortunately, as he referenced there, he does actually have 4 teammates this season, and some of them pretty strong drivers as well. Some you might have seen on RaceSpotTV in the past, if you're an avid watcher. Isak Arvidsson, Jesper Eriksson, especially strong in the Svenska Racing Ligan, that we covered on Thursday nights over the course of the winter periods especially. Justin van der Linden and Oscar Fredriksson as well, all Swedish drivers for Sim Race Sweden, as you would expect, and unfortunately they've had to pull the car early on. That's one of our 6 retirements so far. Vulcan Fastness, Glasstech Racing and Altitude Frim Esports Red are the 2 GT4 retirements, with Mag Performance 24H Series, Maniti Racing Green and Hyperion Racing the second all retiring from GT3. I mean, 10% of the field already gone, David, but you'd be thinking at times when we were watching this early part of the race, that's pretty good going. It got very, very busy in those opening half an hour especially.
This track's always suspiciously busy as well. It's actually only 4.7 kilometers long, so it's not the longest layout. The traffic's pretty serious here, and what we did see while we were hearing from them was a slowdown for cutting turn 13 for Havu. Havu was in this battle in the 992 class. That's turn 13 just there, and it's all pavement on the inside of the racetrack, and you can just cut a little bit too much of it. Cost about 2 seconds to Henry Salman in the 979, and things got a little touch and go just now through that sequence of corners as well.
Yeah, they've gone for a different tyre strategy now of Harvey, cutting some of their time off their previous pit stop. Same for Williams Sim Racing Academy and the current race leaders in 992, the Grid and Go Esports team at number 900, leading the way. But if ever there was a description of just what an advantage it is to have 2 bullets in the gun in any of our classes. I think Grid and Go are explaining that right now in 992. I'll get back to that because the battle for 5th is side by side. That's a big defensive shape thrown by Steinhoff. It is Yannick Steinhoff on the inside in the Mercedes, but it's not enough to deter Gabriel Erdely, who gets down the inside by the time they get to the next braking zone at turn 5, and he moves through in the McLaren. That was a pretty punchy move from the WSR Esports man, who gets up now ahead of Impulse Racing and into the top 5 now in the McLaren.
You can go side by side so well through 4 and 5 if you've got that kind of respect, but once you get to that chicane at 6 and 7, it's super high curbs there. It kind of has to go single file, and here is more woe for Havu by the looks of things. Henry Salmon back into 7th.
Yeah, behind Colby Warren, who's on newer tyres in the Delta Sports Sim Shop, rather, number 950. Moves through into 5th position ahead of Warren, ahead of Salmon in that Havu car, number 979. Actually taking on the shorter stints, actually slightly shorter stints than some of the others in their class. Only 30 laps first 2 times round compared to 31, which seems to be the maximum. In fact, a couple of cars have been able to do 31 twice, including Impulse Racing, who are currently in 3rd place in number 915. Trying to chase down is Joe Boga Goddestad, trying to chase down those 2 Grid and Go cars. Next pit stops though are going to come from the GT3s, and they will not be too far away. You want to be doing 27 laps ideally, and they're all on lap 23 with a couple of exceptions, Simify Esports being the only exception inside the top 11. So we won't be too far away from those pit stops, but same goes in GT4, and here we've got a leading battle. Justin Rem has been caught by Contact Greenet, who, don't forget, only about an hour ago had a spin out of turn 3 through this first sector and has had to recatch number 400 and has done rather impressively.
Basically a whole second faster last lap by these numbers. Of course, for the poor GT4 cars, there's a lot of variation lap to lap based on what the traffic is doing. You might get one lap that you get to take your racing line through every corner, and then another lap where GT3s and 992s are just popping down the inside of you, throwing you off your line every single which way. But certainly last lap very profitable for Corentin Guinea and in a really solid position right now.
Yep, so he flashes the lights even looking down the inside. This is a lapped GT4 just up in front of them, or not yet lapped but about to be. I think it's Remy Fortin in the Delta V Racing BMW. Quite a gap actually ahead of Fortin, so not too much traffic to deal with for these leaders. Not too much of a concern. Of course, in GT4 you're much more concerned about those passing you as the BMW pulls out of the way. Lamborghini goes through the middle and they're split apart. Team 75 have to just wait for a moment. Greenay then has to do it into the final turn to let that Lamborghini through, and Greenay will keep the Justin Rem will keep the place rather on the front straight while just letting that Lamborghini through. There's always a knack to it, letting through that GT3, and he does it well here. So much traffic behind though for the GT4s. It is relentlessly looking in the mirrors.
Yeah, started with 60 cars on track, and like you said, not that many retirements. This is the different lines, this is the difference in the grip through turn 3. Just playing around the outside goes the GT3 car. Corentin Guinea still having to work the hands a little bit without as much downforce through that super high speed corner. It just sort of sits and waits. Peak speed down the front straight was just over 240 k's an hour for these cars. The GT3 cars are doing about 260, but making even more time through the corners.
Oh, and down the inside, the Mustang again splits them again. The frustration for Greenay will continue. There's the Impulse 992 car just in the background. As I mentioned earlier, they've got some strategy options available to them. They're certainly fuel saving a little bit better than the rest of the field at the moment. So they come down the inside of turn 9, the very fast right-hander at the top of the hill. Switches to the other side to come down the inside, down by the hairpin. And now maybe Greenay's going to have more of a chance, not least because that door has slightly opened, but because there's no real traffic behind here for the next couple of minutes. Grid and Go forced to go on the defensive in towards turn 12. The real battle begins now as Greenay puts the pressure on the Canadian in front of him.
The best laps of the race basically identical at a 1:44.1, but the track's gotten a little bit hotter. The traffic's gotten a little bit hotter. There's just a tiny touch to the gravel out of the final corner and onto the long front straight here at Barcelona once again. This still could be a good opportunity.
In towards turn one, he is right tucked underneath, but just not quite close enough. The problem in turn one, of course, the fact that it's not quite the big and long braking zone that's really required to get yourself past. Greenay on a better line now, though, through turn three. We've seen turn four actually be a better chance than turn one on occasion this afternoon, and this is a better run now for Corentin Greenay. He is close, less than a tenth and a half behind. He looks, it's late. It's a late dive to the inside as Team 75 burn up by Simossi try and take the race lead here. Inside at 4, gives you the outside at 5. He's going to try and squeeze Rem as much as possible on the inside line. No, he'll have to cut underneath here with Greenay. Will he get to the inside by the time they're down at turn number 7 maybe? The big braking zone before this left-hander. Not quite, but the first shapings of a move here from Corentin Greenay as he puts the pressure on Rem, who bobbles over the curbs. Now there's a chance for Greenay surely. Inside at turn 9, and they've got in front finally in 4.76. That was a long time coming for Corentin Greenay, but he's got the lead.
Well, those sausage curbs are pretty brutal. That's what normally makes it one line through there, and you get just to the wrong side of it, and you don't have the momentum up the hill in these GT4 cars, and you find yourself back in the second place. They could fight it out. They had the luxury to fight it out with quite a bit of time in their back pocket over third place at the moment. Corentin Greenay was looking for all the opportunities and found the opportunity that he was looking for. Might just be able to pull away a little bit now.
Well, let's see if he can, or whether he's going to just bring Rem along with him, which I think would be less ideal. We have gone past another 3/4 of an hour, by the way, so all the GT3s are feeling a little bit more comfortable on fuel, and they're certainly going to avoid a splash and dash, which was maybe a slight concern to some of the teams after the first stints, where they were only doing 26 laps. If you do 26 laps all day, you do run a big risk of needing a splash, but 27 should be fine, and they've all done another 27 by the looks of it now in the front of the field. There goes one of those GT3s in the McLaren just on the inside. And yeah, this is a big moment for this GT4 race, I feel. Can Greenay get ahead? Well, he's ahead of Rem, sorry. Can he pull away from the Canadian now? Or are they just going to be towing Grill and Go around for another 8 laps or so before these guys have to come in as well?
Yeah, well, that's what it's about at the moment. The Porsche Cayman GT4 is actually the car of every car in this race with the smallest fuel tank at just 64 litres in its class. The McLaren's got an 83 litre fuel tank. So these are an efficient little race car, the Porsche Cayman GT4.
And on the bottom of your screen is in 992, by the way. I think it's between Ice Cold Racing and Harvu. It is indeed. And there's another one right behind them. Oh, that's a Cayman, sorry. That's first misidentification of the day. 992 cars and Caymans, but yeah, that's the battle for 6th place. Ice Cold Racing, powered by MaximRacing.com, have just gotten past. They're on the newer tyres. Henry Salmon, as we've already talked about, is on the older tyres, and he's struggling to hold on to these positions as pit stops really begin in GT3. Of the leaders, Signify Esports are going for the earlier stops. Lucas Camber Morero drops down to 9th place, but it should only be an extra lap before the rest of the GT3 will come in. It's going to be very busy on pit lane again.
Looks like that's where your outright leader is at the moment. Dino Lombardi has just entered pit lane, and there's probably a few GT3 cars that are going to follow him in this time around. Interesting how the pit stalls are actually positioned in this lane. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, but it is, well, it could be a slower pit lane than it is. 80 k's an hour, so your pit transit time isn't too bad here. It's sub 20 seconds from entry to exit.
Better news for those with drive-through penalties maybe later on this afternoon. Not seen any of those yet. It's all been time penalties that have been served, as the 3 Mustangs on the top of your screen all get their service. Sean Campbell gets into car 2. Alejandro Avinruz Sanchez is in the Simify Esports car. Then Jonas Rutten into the Falcon car, and Yannick Steinhoff, the only one. Well, he's not come to a stop yet, actually, so maybe he will take a driver change there. Alessio Pedino gets through onto a 28th lap. Haven't seen that so far today, but that's an extra lap from him. It's still not giving him the lead. Sean Campbell out front. Again, just one grid and go car at the front now, with that demise for the number 1 car, but Sean Campbell holds a relatively comfortable lead of realistically nearly 16 seconds, because of course Bonino will come into the pit lane very soon.
So you were wondering, can our GT4 leader create a breakaway at this racetrack that has very high average speeds, long pit straight here, a lot of medium and high speed corners. With the average speed that high, it's difficult to break a toe. There's not so many slow and technical sections. Out of every corner, you're almost instantly slipstreaming the car in front. It might be the traffic that does it, if it does it.
Yeah, exactly, and Greener is not going to manage it like that. That was too late on the brakes at turn 1 there. He'll let the WSR McLaren go right round the outside of him now. That will be fresh out of the pit lane, fresh-ish, but Andrew Caron has, of course, pitted earlier than the others, and now he's on the newer, or warmer tyres, I should say. He'll go straight down the inside of Norby Kish and get through, and he'll do the same to Luca Alpert by the looks of things, unless that Acura can get up to speed quick enough on this outlap. It's a new thing this season in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship. We've not seen it yet in this series. The colder tyres for the GT3s and the tiptoe for them to get up to speed in what is not particularly warm track temperatures here today, just 26 degrees on the track surface.
Yeah, and mostly cloudy, so you see the sun break through for little moments and then go away, and we're not seeing the track temp grow super rapidly, although as we go through the morning, I think it is picking up just a little bit more.
Yeah, it's very gloomy today, it must be said. It's not the searingly hot Spanish afternoon that you might be fearing when you're thinking
the overcast in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
Yeah, as we know. Side by side for WSR, who are going to try and trap the Acura behind a Porsche Cup car, but that might have happened in years gone past, might have worked in years gone past. The Porsche Cup cars are quite fast in a straight line these days, and the Acura got a nice slipstream, in fact. It's still down the inside for Andrew Caron, though, who does get through on Luca Alpert. Very interesting, isn't it? The lack of speed difference between GT3 and 992 these days. In previous generations of Porsche Cup car, that would never have happened, but they are very, very handy, especially in a straight line now, these Cup cars. And in fact, the Acura got a nice bit of a slipstream towards turn 1 that time.
Yeah, and this is good work for Andrew Caron, because he's been another one of those victims of cutting turn 13 and getting a little bit of a slowdown. So I think that's perhaps even what put him into this battle in the first place versus a couple of these cars, and he is now clearing out and away.
He's absolutely gone. Don't forget he'll have
battling with against cars that have got cold tyres here, I think, is also flattering him by having stopped a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it is, definitely. You know, there's a very small difference in fuel. He'd be slightly lighter, but the warm tyres is really where it's where the difference is being made. And Luca Alpert might have just disappeared from the earth. I think he might have disconnected in the last couple of moments. That is a real shame if that has happened for Share Esports. We're having a decent run in GT3 this afternoon. This, by the way, is SimRC versus 07 Racing, who also are on that slightly colder tyre. They pitted a lap later than SimRC, who have got slightly more up to speed and up to temperature, and so get down the inside by the end of the back straight in towards turn 10. Shorter run through 11, still on the outside for 12, but SimRC are through. And there's again the disadvantage for them. That's the 2707 racing car, so that fitted a lap later than SimRC, but not quite as late as number 7, which stayed out even longer. But yeah, again, there might be cold tyre differences going on in this battle as well.
In the end of straight speeds, one of the fastest cars is Simify Esports 14 at 265 k's an hour. Everyone else is somewhere between 262, 264. So decent speed. Not entirely groundbreaking for GT3 cars, but it's all about all of these other sequence of corners, like 1, 2, 3. So they're taking it in 4th gear. It's very high average speeds here, and only 1 or 2 really slow, tight corners. And of course, we're on the good layout of this racetrack as well, where we keep those average speeds up and avoid some of the most ponderous chicanes and hairpins.
It did used to. It almost feels weird to look back in hindsight now, doesn't it, at that final sector that used to be where we had that slightly sharper turn 10, but perhaps more importantly, the chicane between what is now 13 and 14, which seems to be eradicated from almost all racing here at Catalonia, certainly on iRacing in recent times. I can't remember the last time I saw that chicane used. Now, in hindsight, feels weird that that final sector was put in with these two first sectors, because it was so stop-start and so not flowing compared to the rest of this track that it almost felt like it belonged on a different racetrack. But it's the way round we've got it these days. We've got that flowing final sector now, and I think that's probably a good thing for racing around this circuit. It does help to keep it better for drivers, and I actually think it's probably better for racing as well.
Certainly a mistake corrected. Some pit stops happening across GT4, not yet for these cars. Zenith Esports in 14th, Fury Simsport on board with the Mercedes in 15th. Just keeping an eye on the gear selection here. 4th, okay, down a second through the hairpin here, but that's one of the few times you're going to use 2nd gear.
Yes, mostly medium to high speed corners, as you mentioned earlier. As on the bottom of your screen, you can see Justin Rem in pit lane. Justin Rem, I'm getting them two mixed up all day. Corentin Guinet into pit lane, although they are driver changing. And this is a change of strategy from 476 and 475. Both Team 75 burn up by SimRC machines, pitting on lap 78, or their lap 78 anyway. That is only a 24 lap stint in the case of 476 and a 25 lap stint in 475. Not quite sure what their reasoning is for going a little bit early. There's no concern in GT4 about having to do an extra splash and dash at the end of the day. They're making that mark comfortably, but an early pit stop to the tune of probably 3 laps there for the car that was leading the race. Interesting change of strategy, and interesting that they didn't split their strategy as well, considering they're another team with 2 cars at the front.
Maybe thought they had enough speed, but they were towing 2nd place around, so they've just gone and split themselves a little bit. Corentin Guinet brought the car in. Marvin Strel takes it out after that stop.
I think that is one theory, but it doesn't explain why 475 came in, because maybe they were in traffic that I didn't quite see before the stop itself. But it's an interesting one. We'll see if it costs them a little bit later on in terms of strategy, but the fact they're taking on less fuel now does mean that they are likely to jump number 400 and indeed be sufficiently far ahead of them to get rid of the slipstream as well. So we'll do a run through when they finish their pit stops to see what's happened there. We go on board meantime with Matteo Blotto in number 27. This is the 07 Racing Ferrari, just in behind the SimRC 24H Series GT3 in front, the Ford Mustang. These positions changed when this car we were currently riding on board with was getting up to speed on its colder tyres, and now that it's warmed up, it's clearly putting pressure on that large Mustang in front of it.
Yeah, also got to keep an eye backwards as well. Bit of congestion here in this sequence. Last lap was pretty good for Altitude Freedom Esports as well, who were just off the tail of this battle. So 3-way fight for this group of GT3s.
Yeah, and it's this part of the field that is so different to the front 4. I mean, 5th place, Andrew Caron, is 54 seconds off the lead, and that's what's covering the top 4. The rest of them very close. Norby Kish has just got past Yannick Steinhoff, and I think that was a mistake at the final turn. Maybe it was a move into turn 1 actually, as Kish got on the brakes late. I mentioned earlier that it's not a traditional place for too much overtaking in towards turn number 1, but Norby Kish seemed to make it work that time. Blotto not able to into turn 1 on the Mustang. Maybe a slight manufacturer difference there, but not a big sample size to read that from. Through turn 3, chooses the outside line in the SimRC Mustang, does John Ellen, and that was a little bit wide. Blotto could go free wide inside if he wants to. He doesn't want to force a move quite like that this early in the race.
I could see for a moment there he thought about making a Ricardo Zonta situation and just went, 3 hours, 30 minutes left, no. But there was a moment where that Ferrari thought about going to the right-hand side and making a 3-wide situation. Just waited on that one. But it shows it's a car that goes where it's told.
Yeah. And shows that he's just got the tactical nous to just think about how long is left in the race. A lot of drivers would have been seeing what was in front of them and just said, right, I'm going for this straight down the inside, but not on this occasion for him. We've got pit stops in a couple of classes that really matter here. The Grid and Go number 400 has made its stop, but has come out as expected, 4 seconds behind Marvin Stroll. The gap in terms of pit stop time was 3.8, so you can see very clearly where the difference there has come from. There is 4.75 that's just being lapped at the moment. That is a little bit further behind and has been for some time compared to their teammates, but 4.76 is not going to be towing round Grid and Go anymore. And maybe you're right, maybe that is the reason they decided to come in early, just to get rid of them with a slightly shorter pit stop.
Yeah, so a slight difference in the fueling as well. So the Team 75 car that was the race leader can have a tiny bit less fuel for a bit, but they clearly have some speed. So if they can create a race lead of 10 seconds or anything like that, they'll be very happy with the strategy that they've executed.
Only 23 laps on that stint for number 900, by the way, that came into the pit lane from the lead. Aaron Vasquez is the new driver. It's the Grid and Go Porsche Cup car that was leading a few moments ago. As in GT4, these are some of the drivers who have found themselves towards the front with those pit stops, and Marvin Stroll is just behind these two. So this is Matthias Penzeler and Sebastian Socha battling away. They can go another lap if they want it. This is only lap 26 for them, and we've seen them do 28 in the past, so they're going to carry on. And Marvin Stroll would really rather they have came in the pit lane there, because they are slower drivers right in front of him at the moment. Not holding him up yet, but there's potential for that to happen in these next 2 laps.
Yeah, he's got a bit of space for this lap, but maybe not for subsequent laps coming. He's got bigger worries as far as the turn 1 braking zone is concerned. It's GT3 cars, not GT4 cars, that haven't stopped.
Around the outside for one of those Mustangs, switches to the inside on the exit. That's the 4th place Mustang, isn't it? The 6th place rather of Chesney Esports, and then there's Impulse Racing in the Mercedes. So that's still relatively close, but it's not quite a battle yet, not like these guys. There's the Acura in the background. That's Scherer Esport. Raphael Renhofer now the driver. Luca Alpert did indeed disconnect from the server, and that has put them most of a lap down, maybe a lap and a half down, a little bit more. A real shame for Scherer, who started very, very well, but nothing much he can do about these connection problems.
Yeah, it can be multiple things. Can be your own computer falling over. It can be power outage. It can be internet outage. It can be cat tripping on a cable. Any of those things would give the same result of them dropping out.
Yeah, very much so. As the perils of online gaming, I guess, continue. It's and will always be the case in even in competitive events like this. This is Team 75 burner by SimRC trying to get past Impulse Racing. Gareth Higgins behind 475. Wrong way around, sorry. 457 rather. These two with the same 3 numbers in a different order, which is a little bit confusing. But it's for 7th right
and
now.
The supplementaries now?
it will. It's for 7th right now, but it will be for a better position later on. Dylan Scrivens comes in to the pit lane. A very long penalty, actually, on the previous stop for 412, which is why they're quite a bit further behind. I believe it was anyway. So they are. They drop back from their early top 5 run, which they had. Dylan Scrivens now drops behind these two into towards turn 1. They're too far apart for a move as Gareth Higgins looks to join his teammate, if possible, out front.
Sun coming back out, track temperature to 27 degrees. Pleasant, but not outrageously warm. Oh, but it looks good. It looks lovely.
It does. Looks, you know, comfortable.
It's enough to make a man fly out of Luton or Stansted.
No, it does look good. Nice weather, nice racetrack, nice racing. Yeah, a great event, a staple of the 24H Series Esports Championship, by the way, as it has been in the real world in the 24H Series. The 24 Hours of Barcelona, probably second in stature in their series to the 24 Hours of Dubai for a very long time.
So look back at GT3, 07 Racing, both of their Ferraris having a bit too much fun, but that looks like Matteo Blotto once again behind the Sim RC Mustang, heading over that little rise in the front straight. I think from the driver's perspective, you don't notice that, but when you've got the really long camera angle, you go, oh, there is a little bit of a crest partway down the front straight there.
And again, this is in GT3 where so much of the entertainment has been so far. Still John Allen ahead of Matteo Blotto. And so you'd imagine the 07 racing driver will be looking for his way past sooner rather than later, or trying to do it as soon as possible, really.
So which are you backing in? The American car that's built in Canada or the Italian car that's built in France?
Oh, very multinational.
Very multimatic.
Yeah, I don't know. I know that a lot of people really like the Mustang, but I'm afraid it doesn't quite strike as much with me. It seems too big to me, really, to be a GT3. I know, you know, big GT3s have been around for ages, forever, pretty much, since the category became a thing. But something about it, it's just, you know, looks a bit ungainly to me.
Like stomping on the Bentley's territory.
Yeah. Isn't much like the Bentley either, to be honest with you.
Whoa.
I know. Dangerous territory with comments like that, but it is true. I said all that. I did enjoy the Nissan, which was also massively large. Though I don't know. Maybe it's not that, but yeah, it's very, very large, especially lengthways. If you've ever seen one that spin around and caught it from a strange angle, you realise it blocks quite a lot of the circuit. It's very, very, very long.
Also, one of the very few right-hand drive GT3 cars.
I hadn't even considered that. Why is that for a Mustang? Why is that right-hand drive?
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Nissan still.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Nissan's right-hand drive. The McLaren left-hand drive, the later Bentley GT3's left-hand drive, basically established that every GT3 is left-hand drive these days, but there was a while where a couple of them were right-hand drive.
Yeah, that does make more sense. Yeah, I guess it's just more in keeping with most of the world, which civilians anyway drive on the right-hand side of the road and therefore on the left-hand side of the car.
That's what GT3 drivers are used to these days, and you're trying to sell customer cars all around the world, so you design the car to sell to customers all around the world. It's just business, it's dollars.
It is. Even for the British manufacturers, as you say, like McLaren. Even if it may pain them to do so. it is business at the end of the day.
I don't think they're losing too much sleep over making left-hand drive GT3s.
Perhaps not, no.
I mean, they made central drive F1 LMs, so...
Oh. Now, does that settle the debate completely, make both of them happy, or does that just anger everybody? I don't know.
I think everyone likes that central driving position in the McLaren F1 with the 3 seats. Very unique thing.
I think so, yeah. Probably. Doesn't seem to be too much disadvantage to it, although, you know, it just looks slightly strange aesthetically. I think it probably is the best of both worlds, if such a thing is possible. On board with one of those manufacturers now, the BMW, Sotomuto, with his recent real-world successes under his belt, looking to find a way past Axel Slipjevic in the altitude frame number 12 Mustang. And not far behind them, actually, is Nathan Harris. That's about 9 seconds behind, not quite as close as I thought. But yeah, this is, again, the congested part of the field. Right the way from Andrew Caron, right the way down to these guys, really. There's only 30 seconds or so. 30 seconds covering about 10 cars in this midfield.
Yeah, we started with 60 cars, and the GT3 category had the most of them. 25 GT3s, 15 992s, 20 GT4s. So there always is just lots of GT3s out there. Incredibly even category, so not a whole lot of field spread, and you're just throwing a lot of darts at that dartboard. Each dart's going to be near to another dart.
Absolutely. That's why we're seeing this, that we are. And look at that again, the Porsche Cup car had to be edged out back there by the Mustang, and not particularly happy to do so. There goes Sotomuto. I think that the altitude frame car wanted to let that happen, really, and let Sotomuto through into 13th. It is noticeable that Williams Sim Racing Academy are a long way down compared to where you'd expect to see them. They had to make an early stop so far this afternoon, and they're already on lap 22 of this stint, so they're going to need to splash and dash at the end as well. But while they're on the circuit with these other contenders at the front of the field, they are going to be quicker than these guys outside the top 10.
Party lights on the BMW going down the inside there. Yeah, absolutely moving at the moment.
And next up will be Matteo Blotto, who spent a bit of time looking at in the last few moments, only a second and a half behind. So Sotomuto, again, as I said, he's got a lot of positions to make up in not very much catching to do in between each pass as well, which is a positive for the morale, although that will all be taken away very soon when he pits about 10 laps earlier than the rest of them.
Those overcast clouds come back across, the track temperature drops a couple of degrees, the tyres just hang in there a little bit longer, the lap times get just a tiny bit quicker.
There's another pit stop.
Sotomuto is one of the quickest of all of those lap times.
Yeah, 140.6. Second quickest last time around, although don't know how much credit to give that, considering he's on 10 laps less fuel than everybody else. There will be a natural bit of an advantage there, the car being a bit lighter the whole way through.
I think with the fuel cap that's less dramatic, because the heaviest cars that they'd come against aren't actually that heavy.
Yeah, that is true. Maximum 75% fuel in these, all of these cars actually. Does mean that effectively you start each stint with what you would normally have after 15 minutes with fresher tyres as well, so it is going to make you a bit quicker. There goes Kiss down the inside of a GT4. He's chasing this top 5 right now. Got past the Impulse Racing Mercedes in this run, or maybe it was just towards the end of the previous one, but he's on the back of Andrew Caron now for 5th place. It's very much the limit for what these guys might be able to achieve, but it's looking strong suddenly now in this Mustang, really chasing down that McLaren out front He'll be starting to apply the pressure there. He does hold a certain weight, Norbekis. He's a very, very strong driver on the sim as well as in the real world.
I'm not sure that gap graphic tells us a whole lot of much worth. It's looking forward out through the glass that tells you what matters.
Just shows though, doesn't it, that everybody apart from the top four are probably going to end up off the lead lap by the end of this race, which is slightly unusual. As you mentioned earlier, people don't actually give this circuit credit for being as short as it is, but it is very short, and so I reckon that Sean Campbell and whoever's driving that number 2 car, whoever's leading at the time, going to be putting a lot of GT3s a lap down in the second half of this race.
I'll have to do some Googling, but just off the top of my head, I know that Spa is 7 kilometers. This is 4.7. So somewhere between 5 and 6 kilometers is normally pretty typical for a Grand Prix circuit. This is just a little on the short side.
Yeah, it is. As is Misano, which will be the shortest circuit we're going to this season. Misano, relatively newly into iRacing. Looking forward to seeing that for I believe the first time in 24/8 Series Esports competition. I'll have to double check my facts there. But it will be our shortest track this season. And indeed, this season it takes place in the entirety of 2025. We're not doing the winter series anymore, going 25-26 or anything like that. Just the 2025 season this is now, from August to early December. Less than 4 months, 6 races crammed in, and 42 hours of competition as well, of which nearly 3 has been completed already. Sotomuto now on the back of Blotto at the front of the field. Another battle to enjoy as Williams Sim Race Academy continue to make their mark and move through the field.
There's our eyes on pit lane, where it's important to keep an eye on which cars go up on the jacks, which don't, what the tyre strategy is unfolding in 992. Probably expecting tyre changes from some cars, but not most.
Yeah,
Pavu certainly would need to go to a new set, which I think they did, but then everyone else was on the newer tyres, and they're probably going to head towards older tyres now.
Well, it was only 44
sure it's fuel only.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Sorry, you're right. Yeah.
We follow out a pit exit to turn 1.
Yeah, so that's top 2 with no tyres, but number 900 did take tyres in that previous stint, just 4 seconds behind Impulse Racing, so that will be a battle for second place rather soon. Maybe the more important gap is number 901 to 915, and that is just under 14 seconds at the moment in 992. There is 915 on the chase in second place.
And we're back on Sotomuto watch.
Yeah. How quickly is he going to be able to make more progress in GT3? And they're just stuck in behind another GT4 now, as they've actually reeled in Sim RC. This is now the second sector, turn 4. Sim RC running a little bit wide there actually, as 07 are allowed to close in, as our Williams Sim Academy. A dive down the inside at turn 5. And they'll slip through there as well, Sotomuto. How quickly can he do this? Or is he going to have to pit before then? Because this is already lap number 26.
And with eyes towards the halfway point of the race as well, from a strategy perspective. Certainly a lot of pace for Sotomuto in that BMW to close in on this battle that we'd previously had eyes on, to really begin to apply some pressure now. just finding space to squeeze in there.
Down the front straight. He's alongside. This should be the move. Inside at 1. We'll give him the outside at 2, but more importantly inside at 3. And Blotto knows the score here. He knows the situation. They'll be able to get Williams back a little bit later on if they're quick enough. And they're not going to be quick enough if they drag out a side-by-side battle with him for a while. So Sotomuto goes through. And Blotto doesn't put up too much resistance in the end, which is very good news for 07. So yeah, Sotomuto makes pretty light work there in the latter portion of this stint.
It's immediately on to the next target of the Sim RC Mustang. They're taking a lot of that sausage curve there, and I guess it works for these cars. We've seen it not work for the GT4s. They occasionally sort of get spat the wrong way by the curb, lose a little bit of their momentum, which is so critical for them.
Now, will this be the time that Sotomuto comes in? I suspect that it will. We haven't seen too many 28-lap stints so far today, and so I would imagine this will be, or this won't be one of them. Let's see, though, if I'm proven wrong. Does he go to the right-hand side here or not? He does. So this very fast pit entry is, well, it is nowadays, taken on by Sotomuto. And the Williams Sim Racing Academy car is nearly 10 minutes short of the that mark, really, where you need to get to in GT3. As I said earlier, if you're doing 27 laps every time, then it's fine. You're going to make it without needing that splash and dash, but Williams Sim Racing Academy have got some thinking to do about how they can just stretch that out a little bit longer. Is another 27 lap stints going to be enough for them, or are they going to need that splash of fuel at the end, or a bit of fuel saving to do a 28 lap stint here or there to make it home?
You miss the days when they used to have chicanes in every pit entrance?
No, I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Brands Hatch has got a good one.
Yes.
Albert Park used to have a good one.
I've been in the wall at the Brands Hatch one many a time in the past, I can say.
Donington used to have a hairpin.
Yeah. It's not a thing anymore, which perhaps is a good thing. We will continue to let some of these battles play out on your screen. This is number 1, trying to get into 15th position at the moment. But time to chat to a representative from TFR LAB, because they are, of course, the title sponsors of the 6 Hours of Barcelona and the start of the 24H Series Esports Championship. David Barclough, welcome to the broadcast booth. Good to have you with us again for the second day in a row on RaceSpotTV on an iRacing here. Good to be with you. How are you viewing this race at the moment? First of all, these first 3 hours of a new season.
Thank you, Ewan. Yes, it's great to be here, and excited to see this race and this season underway after the short hiatus that it had. It's wonderful to have it back, and we're just really thrilled and pleased to be able to be a part of it, and helping it on its way, so to speak. I'm really enjoying it so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Title sponsor for this opening round of the season. Just tell us how it all came about with TFR LAB to get this deal for the opening round of the season, which, as you say, has returned after a bit of a hiatus briefly.
So we've been partnered with the 24 Hours Series Esports now for quite a few years, and we provide we act as consultants. Essentially, we provide software and data analytics services to them, and a number of other series as well. So, for example, we implemented a automated system to provide pretty much live updates for pre-qualifying, so the teams could see their standings in as close to real time as possible between sessions for pre-qualifying. We've provided that for a few years, which seems to be very popular amongst the teams. And then also we provide services to facilitate the balanced performance in the series as well. And
apologies, Dale. I think you've just briefly cut out. I don't know if we can get back with you just as you were going through that halfway through. Can we hear you again, David? Can you hear us? Well, I think we might have lost him. I think we might have lost him in the connection. I certainly have, and Hugo has as well. But yeah, hopefully we can reconnect in a moment with David Barclay from TFR Lab here this afternoon. I thought it was me again, to be honest with you, but no, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we can hear David at the moment, or maybe he can't hear us either. Just right now, but we will. We will reconnect with him in a moment when we possibly can. We've still got 3 hours 5 minutes to go here in this race. As you've been seeing on your screen, in the meantime, Andrew Caron and Norby Kish have been battling away in that 4th and 5th position. 5th and 6th, I should say. Andrew Caron actually had to defend properly in towards turn 1, something we don't see too much of at this venue before these moves down towards turn number 1, but Norby was not close enough to make the move, and so there you go, has to stay behind here. David, it was pretty aggressive on the way down towards turn 1, and Norby certainly wants to make this move before the pit stops, which are not too far away.
Decent bit of straight line speed going on for the Mustang, but you've also got to be strong in some of the other places, like drive off of the corners, like your braking performance, all of those bits.
And there's, this is in 992. This is where Aaron Vasquez just got past Jogavego Godestad, who's trying to slow up number 900 as much as possible. But on these older tyres, it's just not going to be possible. Haven't spoken too much in our hour, really, David, about the different tyre strategies that we have in 992, but it's so fascinating to watch. And with the added limit on the fuel, it means that the strategy is so much more up in the air than it is in either of the other two classes.
Yeah, it starts to ask this, do you double or triple stint the tyres kind of question. Single stint, not really the way to go, and it's not blisteringly hot track temperatures or anything like that, but it is a circuit that begins to wear the tyres, particularly the left sides, maybe particularly the left front as well. So some level of management required, but of course it's all about management to a goal, and that goal is completing the race as quickly as possible, completing as many laps as possible.
Just see how long Godestad can stay with him for, but you'd imagine that's going to be very, very difficult. There's other drivers, by the way, who've skipped tyres this time around, including Adrian Gurecki, who's leading the way in number 901. But also behind Godestad, Henrik Augustin for Carla has gone without tyres this time round. He's starting to cement 4th quite nicely for number 960. Number 992 also have not taken tyres, only 2 for Delta Sport. And then you get to those who are a little bit off strategy, but there's 960. They were well outside the top 6 in the opening hour of the race, but they've strategized their way right in, and this is such the advantage of, especially these track temperatures as well. Kind of glad, really, in one sense, that it is, it's not 48 degrees, it's just 28 degrees. That would have really narrowed the strategy options, but also the things we were already talking about before is Delta Sport, as I was saying, that on their 2 tyre strategy, Matthew Duchesne getting ahead of Ilias Vignoli into 5th position. That was a good move from Delta Sport.
Yeah, battle ongoing, and of course this is a circuit that wears out the left-hand side tyres more than the others. You've just seen 2 really good examples of long, leaning on the tyre type corners. Lap time not entirely pretty for Finoli.
To turn 1, and that's position confirmed, you'd say, for Delta Sport, and Finoli could be in for a rough final part of this stint. There's Andrew Caron in car 23 serving a penalty. That is for aggressive driving. A late block on car 27, which had to brake to avoid contact. Car 27, by the way, is one I can't find. So 07, isn't it? Yes, it is 07 Racing, number 27. So that's a penalty for WSR, and in the background, Bonino in number 7 is also serving a penalty. That's 5 seconds for a pit lane infringement, the 5-second rule violation that he managed to fall afoul of in the previous pit stop. I think, or maybe it was a couple of pit stops ago, but yeah, that's another penalty in the background. One of the great things about this series that the penalty box is where you have to serve the penalties, and it's yeah, it's a very unique way of doing it, serving the time penalties, as is the case in real life in the 24/8 series.
And therefore so much granularity to it. There's 5-second penalties, there's 10-second penalties, there's sometimes significantly longer penalties. The penalties can be small or they can be very big, or somewhere in between. Oh, hello, Matteo Blotto.
He's into the top 10 through these pit stops, but still looking for a way past John Aylan in Sim RC Mustang. I'll quickly run through the GT3 order, actually, as we're just on the top of another hour here, 3 hours to go. But just a quick run through, because it's probably about to change again in the pit stops. But at the moment, at the front, team we've not spoken about too much since their previous pit stop, Car 2, gridandgo.com Esports 24/8 Series, GT3 the second, the longest team name in the world. Sean Campbell is leading the way on lap 106. He's got 16.5 seconds over Simify Esports, who are the closest chasers, really. Second and third. Earlier on, especially that 14 car, was only just inside the top 5, so they've been doing a very good job at catching that Mustang and starting to put some pressure on it, but they're not that far in front of Falcon Sim Racing Team. And then you get a very big gap back behind to Chesney Esports, who are 5th place, but that might not last. As I say, the pit stops are about to happen very, very soon. In 992, they're right in the middle of a stint here, but tyres are making the difference here, as it's number 901, Adrian Garaiki leading the way ahead of Aaron Vasquez, number 900. Joe Vega Goddestad was recently overtaken by 900 with those older tyres. And then Henrik Augustin and Matthew Duchesne round out the top 5. Duchesne having just gotten past the Ice Cold Racing, powered by MaximRacing.com car, for a top 5 position in 992. And in GT4, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC are pulling away now. 8 seconds is the gap to Justin Rem, and Marvin Stroll is continuing to extend that advantage. So Ball 7-6 came out in front, and they've only made that bigger, that lead bigger now. Williams Sim Racing Academy are in third, ahead of Impulse Racing, and then Team 75 Bernard by SimRC's second car, 475, is then 5th place. On your screen, while I was going through that, Sotomuto was coming through again, although it's not him anymore. Bautis Reminick is the new driver, getting past Lorenzo Castellani. That's good news for 77. That's a very early overtake made by him.
Yeah, again, that tyre temperature difference. We saw both of the 07 Racing Ferraris on pit lane not that long ago. It was the outlap for Castellani, I believe. And you saw that the BMW, with a bit of tyre temperature, just so much quicker in all of the right places that make speed and lap time, until those tyres will come in for their competitors. And this is a look at how one of the 992s ended up in an awkward spot.
That was overly aggressive on one of the GT4s. And, oh, is that the leader who had to go off there to avoid, or is that the delayed? It was the leader. Well, car 2 there, Sean Campbell had to take to the grass to avoid this. It's a, well, you can decide whether it's a late one or whether the GT4 saw it coming, but look at that. Sean Campbell really slowed down and did the smart thing in the end. He cost himself 2 or 3 seconds, but most importantly, avoided a big crash.
Here's what that looked like. Smoke in the air, 2 cars spinning, don't know which way they're going to go. So he left himself a lot of space rather than just drive straight into the door of a stopped car.
I mean, fair play to Sean for that, because often you see sim racers just see a yellow flag and pile into the crash, but he had the presence of mind to avoid that very smartly there in what, as he said, was a very dangerous situation with the car spinning across the road. goodness me. The race leader gets away with one there. Definitely. We will let the GT3s have their pit stops, as they will in a moment, as we rejoin David Barclough from TFR LAB here to resume our interview. David, can you hear us, and can we hear you now?
Yes, I can hear you, and thank you for that. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. These things happen. I started my commentary stint here without my mic on, so what can you do? It happens. Just to tell us a little bit more and resume what you were talking about a little bit earlier on about the sort of technical support you provide behind the scenes here, and also how this deal came about to title sponsor this first round of the new season.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how much of my explanation got through, but essentially we've been working with the series for many years, and this is essentially cementing that relationship. And we're just thrilled to be on board and be involved in the season as it comes back after a short hiatus.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to have you on board as well for this new season. What's been has there rather I should say been anything sort of different about this season? Obviously, lots of changes behind the scenes for 24H Series Esports this season. We mentioned the time away, but has there been any new technical challenges to deal with this season? Or is this a very similar feel to the previous seasons in 2025?
Yeah, so in terms of that, when it comes to the pre-qualifying services that we were offering, that was pretty much the same. We needed to update for a couple of little things with behind the scenes in terms of the iRacing technical implementation, but yeah, that's pretty similar. The balanced performance process that we are following for this season has been pretty well overhauled or modified. We've got a whole new group of volunteer data submitters on board from teams amongst the season, yeah, we're basically building a bespoke process for the series around that, and yeah, looking forward to working with everyone to work on the balance performance over the course of each round going forward.
I know people don't like us talking about BOP too much and all that kind of thing, but I am going to ask you about it. How is it going to develop over the course of the season, and how do you sort of help that process to begin with, but also how does it change as we go along in this season?
So the process at a high level, we look at data first and always. Where there is appropriate data available, we'll always use that to put together what we believe is a good preliminary set of adjustments that can go forward and then be tested by the group of testers. So going forward for future rounds, there may or may not be appropriate data available. If there is, we'll go and collect that and work through it and determine what we need to do in terms of adjustments. Where it's not available, then we essentially work from a blank slate, and we have the volunteers work on the cars that way. So
I think it's a great thing that we see so many different manufacturers as well in this season. I mean, there's more on offer in iRacing than ever. Does that make that aspect of things even harder with so many, and of course so many that we can actually have in the same session now as well, so more available to us in this series? Does that make your job any harder, or is it just the same on a bigger scale?
Yeah, so of course on a bigger scale it does become a harder challenge. In the old days we used to be able to use one or two testers to cover each and every car in a class, and that really isn't a very feasible approach anymore when you're talking about the level of detail that's required, and this is a very high level of competition, and we need to be realistic and look at representative data when putting together our findings. So it's not really feasible for one or two drivers to cover the entire field now, which is why we're trying to expand and ask for more volunteers and more teams to get involved in helping out with this process. So that's I would say is definitely the biggest challenge at the moment, especially in GT3. You've got so many different cars, and they each have their different way of handling and their different advantages and disadvantages. And trying to figure that all out is of course a big challenge.
One last one, David. Lastly, where can we find you on the socials, on the internet? Where's the websites, the links we need?
Yes, so our website is TFRLAB.org, and you can find out all sorts of information about the services we offer there for series, for teams, for the community as a whole. We're on @TFRLAB on Twitter or X, and I think that's it for now in terms of socials. Might be expanding a bit more in the future, but we'll see.
Well, I'm sure that there you go. Hopefully on the screen. There you are. TFRLAB.org for more information. Absolutely, David. Thanks for coming to have a chat with us. Good luck with the rest of the season, with everything that you'll, I'm sure, be involved with, and enjoy the rest of the opening race.
Thank you very much, Ian. Good to chat with you.
Thanks very much. That is David Barraclough, the TFR Lab representative, title sponsors of the TFR Lab 6 hours of Barcelona here in 2025 24/8 Series Esports competition. Just learning more about what goes into making a series like this. It's, I can imagine, more complicated than ever, David. These series ever getting larger, more competitive, more people wanting to get involved in the terms of the pre-qualifying business, but also when you're actually in the series, more manufacturers than ever on iRacing, and it means that there's more headaches for people like David to figure out how best to balance competition and balance all of the demands of a modern sim racing championship.
Obviously, the next social media platform for them is going to be viral TikToks. Get ready with me as I balance 8 sports cars. My day in the life as a Bob tester. It's just going to pop off, so I can't wait for that for them.
Well, I would never find it if if that video was ever released. I would never see it. But yeah, no, that's only around the corner, I can assume. But no, yeah, it's great to speak to David, and great to hear what goes into one of these series behind the scenes. TFR Lab, the title sponsors of this race. While we were chatting to him, a couple of more pit stops in GT3 were going on. Impulse Racing are now 5th in that really close race for the last spot inside the top 5. BS Competition not that far away. Chesney Esports have dropped down a couple of places. But BS Competition up into 6th position, because Chesney Esports and WSR Esports, along with 07 Racing number 7, all with penalties that time round. 3 of the top 10 with penalties. 3 of that group from 5th to 10th with penalties there. It's really promoted BS Competition up without them really having to do anything.
Yeah, it's reflected in their pit lane time. 10 seconds quicker and jumping Chesney Esports. Getting a little toastier as we go as well. 30 degrees Celsius on the track now.
Yeah, 31. It's a bit less gloomy than when we joined. So up to 31 Celsius. That penalty for Chesney, by the way, was with contact. Was for contact with car 7, drifting away from. I think Arjuna commented it at the time. Drifted quite a car width away from turn 4 apex and hit straight into the side of somebody. So yeah, that's a 5-second penalty for them. This is the battle further back in the pack between the Grid and Go recovering number 1 car and SimRC, who also had a 15-second time penalty during that previous stop as well. They lost 15 seconds in the lane compared to the place they should normally be. It was a 10-second penalty, though, for making contact with the BS Competition car into turn 4. They're under pressure now, though, from number 1. Rene Lenz looking to recover as many positions as possible. Can't make it down the inside that time.
Yeah, just a couple tenths quicker last lap. The traffic again, your own teammates cost you a fair chunk of time in your battle as well. So that's the real sort of ebb and flow is amongst the traffic, and it's just that in any sort of series of 5 laps, are you getting closer? Are you getting a little bit further away? Have you seen any of those pictures of people swimming across the English Channel? And it's like, don't try to correct for the tide, just point to where you're trying to go.
So that sounds like one of the scariest things ever, by the way. I know people do it, and it is a thing, but...
The things people will do to get out of England.
I wonder which way it's... there must be a direction in which it's faster. Is it faster to go England-France or France-England? It must
Maybe it's like an Anglophone bias that I only hear about people swimming from the UK to France, not the opposite. Maybe if I consumed more French media, I'd know about surfing conditions in Tahiti.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I guess, yeah, you're probably right. They just start in the country they're from, and then...
And you ask yourself, which direction did Top Gear go?
Well, from England to Wales. From England to France, I think. Because yeah, you just start where you come from, and then you go to France. In my case.
Yeah, no one's that impressed about you coming home, but if you go away, it's exciting.
Exactly. Yeah. Could have just got the train, for goodness sake, or a boat. Anyway.
Hovercraft back in the day.
Yeah, exactly. This is a battle for 8th place, I think, in GT4, a bit further down. Yeah, Hendrik Sturre trying to keep Eero Antela behind, and Marcin Slek just a couple of cars back as well as one of the 992s looks to make its way past. One of those lower positions in GT4 that we're not seeing too much of yet, because there's not really been very much racing going on there in that part of the order. They're all very low on fuel, and they're all about to come into the pit lane in the next few moments in GT4. So a short-lived battle here for 8th place.
So the relative speed difference is 1 minute 40s in GT3, 1 minute 45s in 992, and sort of 1 minute 49s in GT4. So 992 class are just a little bit closer to GT4 speed than they are to GT3 speed.
And that was a bit of contact inside line for Antela. Sturre there had a GT3 down his inside, but he didn't quite judge correctly. He went into the side of the McLaren that was coming past, and now the three of them are all on top of each other. Look at this in the background. Slek is going to try and take them both in one go. 3 wide as the Mercedes is sandwiched by 2 Porsches either side and just decides to back out of it. Antela on the outside will take the position, 8th place for him. And Slek also gets in front of Hendrik Sturre, who loses 2 positions because of a little bit of GT3 traffic, which he will not be very impressed by.
Doesn't get any easier going forward either. Unrelenting traffic, but as you point out, we are expecting another series of pit stops in not too long out of a lot of these GT4 cars right here. Got 1 or 2 cars a little higher up the pecking order in this same category hitting the lane right now, and that sausage curb, these GT4 cars just don't seem to handle it well. GT3 cars are eating it up. The GT4 cars, it's just a little bit more unreliable how the car is going to react when you drop your tyres over the big yellow curb.
The sausage curves that should really be banned, especially there's no really need at this circuit anymore, but there you go. Always a discussion we end up having on one of these longer races on a circuit like this, which does have those curves. Especially this one here could really do with going away. Through the final corner, Stura just allowing that Ferrari down the inside as in front 477 comes into pit lane on lap 106. That is only 25 laps after their previous stint. And by the way, this is lap 27 now for Justin Rem, so you'd imagine the race leader will be in here in a moment.
Multiple change of direction from 1 into 2 and then turning right through 3. Not a consistent radius of corner. It opens up a little bit later on. So it's not quite flat out for quite a bit, and then as it begins to open up, you power out of that corner onto the short straight. Turn 4 that again opens up a bit late. And the whole track just tightens down a little bit here. In the left hand, which we saw from some of the onboards earlier, is a second gear corner for these GT4 cars.
I am glad to report that Mark Fletcher has googled it, and it is faster to go from England to France than it is to go from France to England by sea.
Tide goes in, tide goes out. Can't explain that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a bit of a puzzler. I don't know the science behind it, nor am I going to attempt to speculate. But yeah, there has to be some form of reason, I suppose. But I don't.
I'll swim if the ship I'm on starts sinking. But other than that, you won't catch me putting on a, latex cap to, jump into water that's that cold.
No, people who are cold for fun freak me out a bit. That's strange, but there you go. Pretty busy towards turn 1 here. The race leader, Sean Campbell, negotiates a load more traffic. Maybe that's why his lead's come down to just 11 seconds. Guys out the pit lane, guys on the racetrack. Oh my word. Very busy. This is not where you want to be as a GT3 because there's a lot of slower traffic to deal with here. Always seems to happen in these longer races that the traffic seems to congregate all together, and it's very puzzling, I've got to say. But there you go. All these 992s and GT4s absolutely together at the moment, and it's a GT3 nightmare.
I think the pace analysis goes that GT3's 5 seconds a lap quicker than 992, and all of it's through the corners and none of it's in the straight line, and 992's 5 seconds quicker than GT4 and none of it's in the corners, all of it's in a straight line. So the clumping therefore becomes a little bit inevitable amongst that, particularly GT3 versus 992, that you're going to get clumped through some of the corners if you get balked.
It's the number 1 in the background, having just got past SimRC, now chasing Altitude Frame Esports in that other Mustang you just saw come past there. But again, this is not where you want to be. Adam Watson, meantime, in pit lane from the brief lead in GT4 that Altitude Frame Esports White held there. They will drop back to this group now, you'd imagine, as some more GT4s that haven't stopped yet decide to come into pit lane. Number 1 down the inside. Oh, that was tight at the final corner. But heads up driving from that 992 there to allow for a bit of space in the final corner. Not particularly where you see GT3s poking their nose down the inside, and there's good reason for that as well.
Here goes a second dose. GT3 cars with just so much more speed through the first sector. So you've got to go somewhere you can do something about it. Just weaving in and out.
Oh, getting close to contact there through turn 4. That is a car on the lead lap, isn't it? Simify. Yeah, that would be 33, I would imagine. Chasing down Sean Campbell. And as I said, that will be why the gap came down to 11 seconds for Campbell, but now it's going to go back out again as Simify Esports have to endure the same pain. But it's slightly filtered out by the time they've got there, which is a slight positive for them. Their teammates only 5 or 6 seconds further behind as well. pretty close between the front four themselves, but they've just got nearly 40 seconds over the rest of the field. That's what's making this race feel very, very spread out at the moment, and the crash in the background. One of the McLaren GT4s has gone around, and a GT4, it looked like, found the fence in the background of that shot as well. It was not, I don't think, one of the lead lap contenders. Fiercely Forward arrived on the scene there, and they may well have damage after that.
Absolutely, they do. They've got the mechanical black flag at the moment. Begins with this slide and spin from that McLaren, and then heavy contact between the both of them. Fiercely Forward gets sent from in the side of one car to their side in the wall.
And that, to go back to an incident earlier on, is exactly why it was so impressive that Sean Campbell was able to avoid incident so easily there. He just slowed down a little bit more and pulled that car to the right-hand side, avoided a very, very similar crash to what we saw evolve there. This is side-by-side between Sleck and Sobrero, as David Sobrero right round the outside of this driver who has not yet stopped. These two on different strategies that might converge later on, but Williams certainly holding the advantage at the moment and certainly needing to get past pretty quickly. Sobrero outside of turn 4 as he tries to chase down Alessandro Quintai 8 seconds up the road. Sobrero gets it, and he almost defends from the Falcon car, which wants to go through. That might allow the Cayman to come back again. GT3 traffic promoting GT4 racing, but Sobrero is able to get himself in front.
Mustang Select held his own pretty well there, and I think holds his head high in that battle, because it could have been messier than it was. Left plenty of good space through turns 1, 2 and 3 in particular when they went side by side, but then also had an opportunity to try to, you know, get some back and defend the ego as the GT3 car came through, but didn't do anything outrageous. Just has to sit in behind right now.
115 complete, and number 900 is into pit lane after another 31 laps in the pit lane. We're seeing the stage in the race now where it's pretty much constant, the pit stops for somebody. 900 the latest in, 35 seconds crossed now as Campbell puts a lap on his teammate. Vasquez will go longer and he'll start to change some tyres now, but there you go, Sean Campbell's lapped everybody up to 12th place now. Such is the pace at the front of the race from car number 2.
Yeah, complicated strategy unfolding across more of the other classes. GT3s are slightly simpler, but it's interesting what this fuel tank size does, where suddenly it's no longer about long stint management. It is a little bit more about how does your car handle on the cold tires? How quickly do you fire up the tires? You're not double stinting them, you're not full stinting them, you're 3/4 stinting them, and a lot of time is spent just trying to bring in the cold tires and fire them up in the first, 4 or 5 laps, which effectively becomes about a fifth of every stint.
Unfortunately, I think it's not quite opened out the fuel strategy as much as I was hoping for, though, in GT3. They're only just making 45 minutes, and yes, it's not the hour-long stints that, you'd fit 6 of them perfectly into a race of this distance. Unfortunately, with 45-minute stints, you fit 8 of them perfectly into 6 hours. So, it's very difficult to offset it and make it so that it's an unusual distance and you can play around a lot with fuel strategy. However, it's just slightly shorter stints. It hasn't actually opened out fuel strategy very much in GT3. And again, the problems are always going to be difficult to overcome when we are forced to have fuel and tyres changed at the same time, which definitely takes away from strategy in GT3, and there's not a lot that any organiser can do about that.
No, unfortunately.
We'll continue our campaign for the option to...
I've been on a couple of high horses, and it feels good at the time, but the dismount is difficult.
We'll keep bringing it up every long race. Although not yesterday, on the iRacing special event, the Portimao 1000. Retro HBD, GT1, GT2. Fuel and tyres at different times. Absolutely brilliant. Although, as Arjuna noted, slightly more difficult for us to get a grasp on what was actually happening in the race, but I would argue that's more exciting. But there you go. It's a different world. It was a different time in iRacing, that's for sure. The HPDs,
Well,
long in the past.
I remember them and liking them and actually doing quite well in them. If 5 minutes into a, multiple hours long race, you can grasp what is happening, what's the point of watching? You don't want to have a complete grasp of everything that's going on, because then it's too predictable. You want a couple of different things happening, seeing how they play out, which way the pendulum swings to whose advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Something that we do miss sometimes in GT3 special events at the front end, but series like this that can just shake things up a little bit, which make things a lot more interesting, but especially the Porsche Cup class. I mean, I have a feeling throughout the 6 rounds this season it's going to be the absolute class to watch over the course of the season, with the different tyre strategy you can take on, as long as temperatures don't get too warm at any of the rounds and the tyres don't get shredded to pieces at any of the circuits. I'm not sure too many of them will be really big concerns for tyres, and also I guess you don't want it the other way either. You don't want any circuits that are too easy on the tyres, and you maybe slightly fear that Monza, getting towards the winter time, not too much of a tyre wearing circuit. Maybe it's going to be obvious that double stinting is the right thing to do there.
So GT3 on board, the 22 is in 21st, not the 21st in 22nd.
Oh, no space here.
That's a bump draft.
That is. Well, if you can't go past them, you might as well pump them past the Porsche Cup car on the straight towards turn 10 and focus on getting through somewhere else. M&J Downforce, staples of the DNLS series, using the Mustang last season across 24-25 Winter Series.
Throwing me for a loop, because there's a business in my city called M&J Chickens.
Oh, have you had them?
I've got over 40 years of specialist butchering experience, and I've seen their delivery trucks around everywhere that good chicken is sold. So can I get some Downforce delivered?
Yeah, maybe. Have to ask them. As they come
Is it
down.
delivering right now?
Yeah, there we go. 1 and 2. An extra position, and moves up to 20th place in car 22. So these two are a couple of laps down. They're rather racing each other, really, rather than anybody else. But yeah, there's M&J Downforce through. Oh, and the McLaren comes back again. Well, maybe the shackles are off for these two, considering they're so far behind the rest of the field. They're going to properly race this one. Is it going to be 3 wide? Not quite. The McLaren blocked off there, rather. Were prevented another Zonta moment there, as the Porsche Cup car did not really want a GT3 either side of it, which you can absolutely understand.
For Ricardo Zonta, his name brought up every single time. There's like a fork split.
What he's doing these days. He's still driving anything. It was 20 years ago now.
My assumption is that every Brazilian with at least one Grand Prix start under their belt is currently racing stock cars.
Bingo. I've just googled it, and you are absolutely right. It is stock cars that he still currently races in Brazil, taken on the 2025 season. He has finished as high as 3rd in that championship this season, but he's not finished higher than 9th in a race yet in 2025. So there you go. There's a brief rundown of Ricardo Zonta's recent career.
Seriously, just a guess, but I was like, every Brazilian with between 10 to 70 Grand Prix starts, it's just stock cars until they can't fit them in anymore.
He's 49 now. So yeah, still going. 36 starts for that. I should have made you guess that. See if you could get as close as possible. But anyway, I've said it now. 36 Grand Prix starts. 3 points in 36 races. Worth remembering, it was a bit harder in his day to get a point than it is these days.
It was different to get a point back in that era of F1. Less positions, paid points, obviously, and I think good car to bad car, there was more field spread, but there was a lot more, cars with race-winning pace would just blow engines 50% of the time.
Yep. Very true.
So you could luck your way on the podium, but you could also just as easily luck your way out of a podium when you were luck your way out of points when you were having a good day.
Yeah, it's a good way of looking at it, actually, because you're right. The reliability that we see these days is not what was the case back in 2005. I was going to just to follow on from that point, I was going to look at the last race he ever did, but the last race he ever did was the 2005 US Grand Prix, which is not an accurate representative show of any race, with obviously what happened that weekend. But the previous race that he did to that, as you say, only 11 cars got to the finish. Only 5 of them on the lead lap. That doesn't happen these days.
Incredibly rare. So this is Remignac and that 77 Williams Sim Racing Academy BMW still doing everything they can to try to score points and good points out of today. So they've picked off a couple of cars as they've gone, clearly demonstrated the kind of speed that they want to have and carry on with. Now that's done a number.
Goodness me.
That curb ride was dramatic. I think then missed quite a bit of the apex of the final corner. You worry about getting some damage.
Yeah, quite apart from the fact that his front wheels would have been off the ground, he wouldn't have been able to see the apex in order to hit it because he was so far off the ground there. That was unbelievable. But I mean, that's exactly why that curb shouldn't be there. It's exactly on the racing line, and of course it's there for the other layout. But first of all, there's gravel on the outside there anyway, and second of all, it needs removing for this layout. Otherwise, that's gonna keep happening. And in a more sensitive car, this Ferrari should be okay. Looks okay for now, but more sensitive car would get significant damage because of that kind of thing.
Sometimes there's a bit of a lottery to it as well. That happens, you get away with it. Something similar happens, and there's some very costly damage to parts of the underfloor, and it's just costing you time.
That's true as well. It's not always in your control, as Sean Campbell is trying to put these two a lap down. He's already done it to Alex Cohn, and now he'll do it to Baljas Remini as well. So only just over half distance, and that's 9 on the lead lap now. I said earlier, I think we're only going to finish this race with 4 cars on the lead lap, such is the pace of Sean Campbell at the front. But he's being pushed into this kind of pace because Gabby Montoro is driving very well in this stint for Simify, and he's only 11 seconds behind that race leader. Out of the final corner in that battle, though, we're watching here for 10th position. Reminick, who slowed down through that final turn with a BMW GT4 in the way. He smartly uses it, though, to break up the slipstream just for a brief moment, and that Ferrari is just not quite close enough into turn 1.
No, cutting through this traffic has cost a tiny bit of time to Campbell, so Montoro catching has been because of a little bit more clean air in the right times, in the right places. Of course, when you come across 2 cars battling each other, they're less inclined to get out of the way than if they're in a little island all of their own and you close in and politely ask for past.
They're going to have a little bit of space now with no traffic around to, say that, it's not going to last very long, but Wondered whether he could use that in the Ferrari to maybe get past somewhere, as Johan Royer gets back into number 1, by the way, after his force feedback problems that plagued him through turn 1 and 2. Spun that car into the wall, and now that car is a long way off the back of the field. He's trying to get back in to a points-paying finish at least with these final 2 hours 20. Into the final sector for these two. Again, Reminik's going to be slowed down in this final sector by slower traffic, but is that Ferrari going to follow through ably through these final couple of corners? Alex Cohen does follow through first of all, and pit stop. So pit lane for car 77. That's after 28 laps. So I should have seen that coming, really. 28 laps really the limit, and he decides to come in now.
Don't know how trustworthy this is, but a prediction of 84 more laps for GT3 cars in this stage of the race.
84 would be 328s, wouldn't it? So that's about what they're doing, there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I guess that's probably going to be their aim.
Yeah,
because it kind of looked like their pace did drop just a tiny bit, as if maybe they were looking to manage the fuel, and now could be a kind of a critical lap number for GT3. Almost everyone else in GT3 is going to blow past it by a couple of laps, and as you pointed out, not a whole lot of fuel management to be done or anything to be gained from it. GT3, the other classes, and maybe got a tiny bit more of that going on. Tyre management, the tyre game for 992. We've got a couple more stops going on there. The 900 number cars. So 960 and 997 in the lane at the minute.
And 960 comes in on 123 after 30 laps. I think that might be the first 30 lap stint they've done this race, actually, after doing 31s to begin with. But
they get a driver change in the Carlisle Esports Cup to Jan Winter.
Yeah. So the German takes over from fellow German Hendrik Augustin. Looks like those two are going to be sharing the car throughout these 6 hours today. As again we go back to these two Mustangs. Sim RC in front of Altitude Prime Esports in towards turn 1, and that Altitude car is missing a little bit of front left fender there. It's definitely made contact with something. It's a little bit pushed in there towards that left front tyre.
Presumably a curb or street lamp leaving a car meet.
In there.
Or, well, a curb. It could very well be around here.
Yeah. All jokes aside, it could be, based on what we've seen earlier on today. Especially if you just wallop it with that front left corner at the right angle. It's not unheard of for it to do that kind of damage to the Ford Mustang.
I rented a Mustang for a week and managed to not point it at any pedestrians. Immense amount of self-control. That's
a true story. You rented one for a week, or are you just making a joke?
Yeah. No, like I was getting a rental car for a week, and Toyota Camry was like $800. A Ford Mustang convertible was $950. So, I mean,
no brainer.
Yeah. I mean, if it was twice the price, you go, oh, be nice too one day. But at like 10% more expensive, you're like, I think I'm going to have 10% more fun.
Well, I think, more than 10% more. Worth the extra 150. But yeah, that's, I'd imagine different to these Mustangs here. Certainly the most popular car in this race, that's for sure. One of the newer additions to iRacing. the Ford Mustang, one of the new additions, of course, to the real world GT3 lineup as well. Orbit it and listen to the engine here for a moment. Axel Zibjevic, who's trying to get himself past John Aylan.
Yes, so Simar sees John Ellen. He's like, I'll stay right-hand side of that sausage curb. Can't be right on board with straddling it. And that's the two different ways to approach the final corner. And we've seen that you've got to go for one or the other, because if you go halfway in between, then I guess that's where you get that sort of front bumper damage that we have seen a couple of evidences of, perhaps on the front of this car, and definitely getting airborne one of the 07 Ferraris, just popping the nose up for a little bit at an inopportune time.
Well, you know, you definitely can get the damage, but as you said earlier, it just seemed to be a little bit of a lottery as well. That that is the case, and it's front end damage for that curb hop there. There is also other places where it can happen. I noted his run out of this corner a moment ago as well. Actually, just watch this over the right hand side there. If you hit that curb okay, then you know it's fine, but wallop that in the wrong way and you could be in a bit of trouble as well. So there's definitely a couple of places where that could have happened, or maybe we're reading too much into it and he did hit someone earlier in the race, but we don't quite know. It's certainly though a minefield, this circuit, for those curbs, and there are different ways, not only in terms of that damage, but also just in terms of the line taken into the final turn. There's just different ways of thinking about it between these two.
There's 59 other cars that you could hit with your front bumper if you were not careful. Does not seem like he's quite keeping up. Just each lap dropping a couple of car lengths further back in that battle.
Gap, as we've been following it, just extending slightly between these two. Let's see what happened here though to car 97 at Etis Racing by WSR, around the outside of a Porsche Cup car, which, well, and they're going to argue with each other about who was at fault for that. Was 97 coming across looking for that apex when it wasn't quite there, or was the Porsche Cup car missing its apex on the inside and sliding straight into the side of the McLaren? They may well both point the finger in that one.
It's the next big group of Mustangs to worry about. Vulcan in behind Simify for that third place.
Yeah, this is Jonas Rutten, having had a great stint actually in that Vulcan Mustang. So a couple of gaps have closed here in the front four, who have really been just riding their own race in the last hour and a half. But first place has got closer, less than 11 seconds. Gabi Montoro having a great stint here, but so is Jonas Rutten. So one Simify car going forwards in second, one of them going backwards from third. Might even lose that third place before the end of this stint. Having said that, the end of this stint is not very far away. Car 14 should be in after lap 134, which they have just begun now. So if Rutten wants to get in front and put that marker down, he does need to do it this lap.
Seeing a lot of deleted lap times in the last 10 laps for Lucas Camba Marrero driving that Simify car. So a little bit of track limits perhaps, a little bit of cutting turn 13 perhaps. Suddenly feeling a significant amount of pressure getting towards the end of the stint here on the fuel for the both of them, probably expecting that red and black Simify Mustang to need to come in at the end of this lap. Well, Falcon might have a tiny bit more if they want to use it.
Oh, look at this. GT3 traffic as well as the 2 slower classes as well. Over the top of the hill at turn 9, and this is going to be messy. 3 wide at least. I think that's car 1 coming. Oh, sorry, it's an altitude-free Esports car coming through the middle. There's nearly contact there. One of the Grid and Go GT4s, and that's the second place car in GT4. Just leaning on the Simify car a little bit. Jonas Rutten not quite with the rub of the green that time round. He gets stuck in the traffic through turns 10 and 11.
Yeah, and that is in for Simify, so right on schedule. They clear out of this. Jonas Rutten, I reckon now's a great time to bang in 2 or 3 really quick laps, try to get that overcut when your rival is on those colder tyres that they're about to go to. So the battle for the podium, if this can be a clean few laps right here for Rutten, he's going to be very pleased, and so will his team and their whole organisation.
The Falcon Mustang may only be able to go 1 lap further. We have seen 28 lap stints, but he's not done one yet. So we'll see whether this can be a first or whether it's just going to be 1 lap of overcut. And as you say, you can maybe use that lower fuel load to race ahead of the number 14 that has just come down pit lane. In the meantime, in the last few moments, the 992 class cars have also made their pit stops, and no tyres taken for the Grid and Go 901 leaders. Impulse Racing now quite a long way behind. 992 very much being controlled by Grid and Go after that most recent go of pit stops. As out front, car 2 are also leading in GT3, Grid and Go, but they will be coming into the pit lane at the end of this lap, you would think, unless they do something we haven't seen from them before in this race. And they go on for a 28th lap out on the racetrack.
I thought they were a bit further offset than that in the 44. Like they'd gone a tiny bit longer some earlier things, so that their last stop was only 25-ish or so laps ago. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We get the top 2 in.
I mean, I may have written it down wrong, but I've got Rutten on the pitting the same laps as the other 2 every time so far. Maybe I've got that wrong.
Okay.
Well, he's in this time again as well. So I think again it is very sort of, you know, it's in a pattern, isn't it? This GT3 pit stop cycle. It's happening every 45 minutes, again and again, the same again. 27 laps has been the norm from these guys at the front of the field, and not just these guys, by the way. Been 27 laps for Simify as well, but their first stint was only 26, which is why they're offset by a lap. So it's the same pattern happening every time, it looks like, for the leaders right now anyway.
So what's the balance on those cold tyres? Is it neutral but just low grip, or is it a little... I think they often feel a bit pushy initially. Oh, Fury Sim Sport turning into outside tyres on the grass.
So these are the crucial laps, as you were talking about earlier on. It's less about this sort of big strategy thinking business. It's more about how can you fire up the tyres, get going quickly as possible. Falcon Sim Racing don't need to worry necessarily about Simify Esports because of their penalty that's come through in the last few moments. They spent an extra 30 seconds in pit lane, which describes maybe how long they were down on the in the penalty box for. As far as I can see, I haven't got them with a 15-second time penalty, but anyway, they seem to have spent 30 seconds in the penalty box. That's given Falcon 3rd place comfortably. Sean Campbell has got less than a 9-second lead now, though, over Simify 33. So that's a proper battle that might be on the horizon as Gabby Montoro continues to take chunks out of Sean Campbell.
Yeah, just to check, so it's 2 drivers in this race leading, number 2 Sean Campbell and Dino Lombardi, and 33 Andrew Caron. No, I clicked 23, not 33.
Yeah, previously running right towards the front in WSR Esports car, but a couple of serving the penalties and another one last time round has got them down in 10th now. Brice Munge has just got past Alex Cohen on the way out of pit lane. That's a fresh tyre, cold tyre battle happening there. And there on pit lane is Phil Denez, still on pit lane. Over a minute and a half spent there now. And he's going to be beaten out onto the circuit by loads of cars, including ones who are many laps down. Don't know whether I've missed something here, but PS competition approaching 2 minutes now stationary.
Well, I saw they had a slowdown penalty not all that long ago.
It's can't be a race controller signed penalty because they're in their pit box at the moment.
Did they accidentally enter pit lane while holding a slowdown penalty? They speed on pit entry, but then I didn't see a black flag.
And also, surely they've been there for too long for that by now. As we've been talking, it's crept up to 2.5 minutes.
You wonder if one thing's stacked with another or there's a different problem going on for them. So both their drivers are present and connected. Phil Denez and Ruben Bonga. It's Denez who doesn't seem to be, with a competitive pit stop time.
Very odd. We'll try and sift through some replays and see if any incident is on it as the battle for 15th place down in towards turn 1. Liv Sebastian on the inside for Sim RC gets in front of Altitude. This is James Burmate, still relatively fresh on those colder tyres. And Sim RC still down in 15th place. It seems every time they take a step or so forward, they are pegged back again. They're off the lead lap now and are down in 15th place, but that is a pass at least for them to cheer about. And they're back up to 15th again, but a race in which you'd expect them to be a little bit higher up the field than this. Certainly it's not been a standout day for them so far. I guess they've not got all of their strongest drivers at Sim RC in this car at the moment. They've got much better chances in GT4. However, yeah, it's slightly disappointing to see them in 15th.
In the end, Denez's pit stop time was 3 minutes 9 seconds. His in-lap lap time was a deleted lap time for cutting the circuit. So maybe they did accidentally combine a couple of things, like carry a slowdown penalty into pit entry, speed on pit entry, unsafe pit entry, any of those things in a combination. I don't think we saw them pick up any significant damage.
No, it didn't look damaged, did it? But it just seemed to me to be too long almost to be any sort of penalties, but maybe some really unfortunate and very long combination of penalties maybe, but also I didn't see any damage, so that's the real puzzler for BS competition. This is Fury Simsport, who are going to be hit by Impulse. That is the 3rd place running car in 992, needing to have a very quick stint because they've just changed tyres 8 laps ago, and Pascal Costa may be trying a bit too hard in towards turn 1.
Tough couple laps for Fury then, in this case.
Won't surprise you to learn that Impulse are under investigation for that incident as a result. While this battle on your screen is continuing on for 10th place, I'll just quickly run through the top 5 in each category, since we are towards the end of another hour and just over 2 hours to go in the TFR LAB 6 hours of Silverstone, goodness me, 6 hours of Barcelona, sorry, at the beginning of the 24 Hours Series Esports Championship. Grin and Go are leading the race with Sean Campbell, but he's been reeled in over the last 2 hours by Gabby Monturo. The gap only 9 seconds now. As this battle gets on your screen, this is Simify putting a lap on Williams. Falcon then round out the top 3 with Simify number 14 quite a long way back from them now, so penalties have let a top 3 get away rather than a top 4 like earlier, and Impulse Racing then round out the top 5. It's Grin and Go leading 1 and 2 in 992, but tyre offsets here. Impulse Racing chasing them in 3rd, Carlisle 4th, ahead of Williams Sim Racing Academy in 5th, all on newer tyres generally. As Johan Royer has a look down the inside and gets into 11th place in GT3. Nice move from him. The Grin and Go are also leading for now in GT4, but we've seen a pit stop already from Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, a little bit earlier than what we've been seeing from them in the past in 4.7.6, but they've taken on this strategy of doing just 24 lap stints rather than going out to the maximum 27, which those cars can manage. They're not going to give themselves an extra pit stop by doing that, but they are putting themselves behind just for the moment. David, what's your assessment of these last 2 hours here as we have the opening round of the 24H Series Esports Championship? It's started off with a very interesting race, I've got to say, at Barcelona.
All about executing cleanly, isn't it? Such little things in outright performance separate the teams across all of the categories, but it's the things around the pit stop strategy, around managing the traffic, around avoiding penalties that's really, making the difference between teams that are going to go away from this opening round with a nice bag of points and those that are then going to be not taking those points but immediately trying to look forward to next round and what they're going to do different.
Catalonia looking an absolute picture as always. That's it from myself, Ewan O'Leary and David Haynes up here in the commentary box. Time to hand you over for the final 2 hours to Paul Smith and Arjuna Kankipati.
He forgot to turn his microphone on at the start of the stint, and he's 10 seconds late on the transition, throwing Ewan O'Leary directly under the bus. But great to be back alongside Paul Smith the second time this weekend, Paul. And we've enjoyed our time in the sunshine. Yesterday in Portugal for the Portimao 1000, and here today for what I'm very happy to say is a return to a championship that you and I have watched for many an iteration.
Watched, competed in, commentated on, stewarded in my case as well. Yeah, it's great to see this series back here where it belongs, and certainly this opening round is giving us plenty to talk about, hasn't it? It's quite close, relatively speaking, in the number of different categories, so definitely one to keep an eye on for this last 2 hours.
It was a race that I was following along, with the exception of the time that I had to drive to go pick up my lunch, because we encourage responsible driving habits here in RaceSpotTV. It's a battle, though, that at the front of the field is brewing in a way I didn't necessarily expect. But Paul, you and I watched yesterday as Sean Campbell did battle in an HPD at Portimao, and now thrust into a very different machine. And I think maybe what we're seeing is the split focus, preparing for 2 races, 2 tracks, 2 cars, costing him a bit of speed as Gabby Montoro hunts him down at the front of the GT3 field.
Yeah, it was another, 7/10 of a second that last lap by Montero, caught up at the front of the field. So yeah, it's on. It's definitely on here. And this lead battle could well ebb and flow. Of course, traffic does come into play here, and around this venue, it's a wide track, so at least that's got something that going for it at least, but there's not too many sort of big heavy braking zones that you have to worry about too much around here. So there are opportunities to get by lap traffic, but there's certain parts of the track you don't want to get caught up behind lap traffic and getting held up a little bit. So yeah, that'll ebb and flow at the front, but I do think that Sean Campbell will be looking to press on and maybe just pick up the pace just that little bit.
see if he can respond. We've also got plenty of time for driver changes to flick the momentum back around. Bottom of the screen, David Sobrero in the Williams Sim Racing Academy 477 into the pit lane. Your race leader makes a pass on traffic and then gets a little close for comfort to one of the GT4 Porsches, who gives them a wide berth. But this is the joys of the 3 different classes all racing at the same time, and the give and take that sometimes you need to have in mind.
That was actually a change of position for 10th place that we saw at the top of the screen. That was Grid and Go getting past the WSR Esports car of Andrew Caron. So it was actually a change of position that we saw there going into that hairpin. But yeah, it's, as I mentioned, traffic. Easy to make a move on somebody for position and then all of a sudden have a face full of a GT4 or a Porsche Cup car.
The livery is identical. That's my only defense, and I'm getting back into the rhythm in the booth. Hopefully I won't make that mistake again.
Different mirror colours, at least a minimum. Different coloured mirrors, please help.
See, the problem is there are some series which mandate mirror colors, so it's difficult. So you know, as a commentator, I'm going to try and do better, is all I will say. This Lamborghini, at the end of my first 2 hours in the booth when I was alongside of Lorenzo Bonder, there were some feisty moves being thrown, and still in 9th spot behind the 07 Racing number 27, who has been through the wars. The 07 Racing cars really were a bit of a bottleneck about an hour into the race, but they've kind of solidified themselves 7th and 8th for the time being, albeit dropping back from those that were eventually able to work their way past. Paul, I think the one thing I really like about this GT3 class this year for the 24-hour series Esports Championship is how many manufacturers they made available. And not all the manufacturers are necessarily as popular as the others. There's only one Lamborghini in the field, but boy, does it sound spectacular.
Yeah, it certainly has a distinctive sound to it that you can't miss out there. It's great to also see teams actually taking up multiple cars as well, so not just all going for the same car out there, which is really good to see as well. Gives us some variety. And I'm sure that's a Lamborghini in front of the Lamborghini there, so it's 2 Lamborghinis out there on track, Arjuna. You said 1.
Well, the entry list says there's only 1, so...
Or is that a Ferrari?
You made the mistake. Sometimes the Corvette gets mixed up for a Ferrari.
Yeah.
You know, it happens.
Yeah, that's my eyes. I'm blaming my age there. That's definitely a Ferrari 298.
All I'm going to say, Paul, is for my first stint, I'm still tweaking my commentary setup right now. I had the production feed a little bit small, so it was quite hard to kind of tell what was going on. I've had to try and zoom in as much as I can. The GT3 lead down to 7 seconds. The 992 Cup lead, just to focus back on track, is now down to 3.7 seconds. And so this is the give and take. The new tires for Aaron Vasquez really working out right now. That's the leader, Adrian Greiker, behind the wheel of the 901, who holds off the Acura for Scherer Esports until they get onto this long pit straightaway. It looks like the 900's a bit more swarmed in traffic. Don't think it got such a good run onto the long main straight.
If you're Grid and Go, if you're the team boss at Grid and Go, you're saying to all your team, now come on, we've got a chance of getting a complete clean sweep throughout all the different classes. We're currently leading them all. So, yes, guys in the Cup class, do fight, but for goodness sake, do not make contact with each other. Do not take each other out, because Grid and Go are on for a heck of a performance here today, and they'll want to have nice clean cars at the end of the race to be able to get the post-race photos of all 3 classes together.
They may not like me bringing this up, but the last race of the 24-hour series Esports Championship, the 12 hours of Barcelona, their only entry finished 7th in GT4. So just goes to show how much the team has grown, and you know, the leaps and bounds that they've taken. And I think it really all culminated in the victory this year at the VCO Grand Slam, the Daytona 24 hours. Of course, one of the biggest events of the year when it comes to sim racing, so that was nice to see. The Corvette, the only Corvette on track, which I know Peter Mackay would be hoping to see a little bit more of, around the outside of the GT4 as it works to try and get past RaceSpotTV Esports powered by Ford. It's the Absolute Motorsports Aslith number 88 that has a second GT4 car to work past and now can look up the road and at its target once more.
Two American icons right here, Mustang and Corvette. A little bit further down the field than they would like to be, though. I would say there, but definitely, you might as well keep looking forward and try and put the pressure on in front and try and get that 16th place in your GT3 field. I mean, it's one of those championships where it's a long championship, yet it isn't.
Yes.
If you understand me. So you want to get the results as early as possible to get good points on the board. And when you're further down in the order, you just try and gain whatever you can and hope that somebody else comes into a bit of trouble late on in the race.
No, you have a 12-hour race to close the season, yes, but you don't want to leave things too late. In a 6-round championship, you kind of know who's going to be a contender by the end of round 2, and after that it's about solidifying your place and just continuing to be as consistent as possible. There is an iRacing build, of course, that's coming up, I think, in about a month's time, so maybe there'll be some changes that mix up some things, but obviously the TFRLAB balance of performance adjustments should equalize things a bit more. A bit risky there through turn 1. The GT4 might have had to check up its momentum to avoid running into the back of the Corvette, but it all worked out. I believe there's a little battle brewing between some of the GT4 contenders who are still yet to come down pit lane. That does include now Impulse Racing, the former race leaders. The Grid and Go machine has just come down to pit lane, and so I'm going to be very curious how large the gap now is to Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, because Paul, they are 7 laps into the run. Here comes Chris Shorter, the South African, hits pit lane and avoids hitting the tire bundle, as one driver already has done today.
I did actually get shared that clip earlier on. A good friend of mine sent me a clip and said it's not just our team that does it. Yeah, my team has a history of doing that in multiple sims, let's just say that. Go back out of their pit, so that was, a 44 second pit stop for them. Now, Team 75, they've gone through now, so what's going to be that gap once it all sorts itself out?
We'll keep our eye on that. And the 992 leaders have just swapped around and fresh tires. Well, Aaron Vasquez is almost at the end of his run, to be fair, so he's not just had the benefit of the fresher tires, but probably now a lower fuel load as well. His sister car behind, probably 8 laps further behind on the fuel window, and so see how large the gap is going to grow. They are going to come down for the penultimate time, though, this time by, and so the way it will work out, the 901 Paul is going to change tires and then be double stinting to the end. The new race leader is going to be on fresh tires, you'd assume, in that final hour of the race, and boy, will they have to charge.
It's also what you've got to sort of balance against as well is the initial warm-up phase of those tires as well, haven't you? To bring those tires into play. So the first lap or two out of the pits, you're going to be a little bit slower, but then you pick it up and away you go. You can then push on, and certainly it's going to give us a bit of a show towards the end of the race, which I'm looking forward to. We've just got a bit of time to wait, so settle yourselves in, everybody, and we should have a good end of this race.
Let them cook, as the social media kids say. This is the fight behind Balish Reminiak, someone that traditionally you'd maybe see more in prototypes, but getting to grips with a GT3 car as part of that Williams Sim Racing Academy number 77. Additus Racing by WSR. Lucas Lindqvist back behind the wheel. He started this race, if my memory serves. And then Andrew Carone behind the wheel of the other WSR Esports machine directly behind. They have made it easy to differentiate the two with their liveries, by the way, so 10 out of 10 on that one. I think what's so interesting, Paul, to go back to Balázs Reményik, is I like when drivers step out of their comfort zone. Balázs is great behind the wheel of a GTP machine, but sometimes it's good to also go and race in GT3s, because now when you go back to the prototype, you'll understand how to work through traffic a little bit more.
And this is something that I actually think that pretty much everybody should do. If you're going to be racing in prototype racing, I do think that everybody should spend time in other classes of cars to learn how those cars actually drive, so that when you're then in a prototype or in a faster, in a GT3 car in this situation, for example, you know what the capabilities are of those other cars out there on track, and know where's best to go and make the moves to lap them, to do it in a safe and controlled manner. And I think you'll learn so much and become a more rounded driver jumping into different classes of cars as well. I just think it makes you a better overall driver, especially when it comes to endurance racing.
I wholeheartedly agree with you on that. And I sometimes think it's often the most difficult to be the middle class. Obviously, the slowest class is the one that has to always be looking in the rearview mirror. But when you're that middle class, depending on the differential between different classes, it can be quite awkward trying to both pass the slower class and then avoid getting tangled up with faster class cars. So traffic management is such a crucial part of endurance racing, and it's not something you can really just learn by watching videos. You've got to get out there, get behind the wheel, and repeatedly just throw yourself into situations. The BMW is looking very stable right now, though, which is a good thing. The car had run as high as 4th position at one point when Sotomuto was behind the wheel, but they're trying to recover, being clawing their way back slowly through the field after a couple of things happening slightly earlier on. The McLaren behind just doesn't seem to have the speed off the corner to then get close enough into a braking zone and have a lunge. And just to prove my point, I think he's also saving a little bit of fuel, which is probably helping out the strategy for them.
Yeah, there's going to be that fuel-saving element going on here in all of this as well. I'm glad you said that BMW is looking stable, because I'm going to be driving one tomorrow, so I need to be paying close attention to Williams Sim Racing Academy to see how they're driving the car, because he's driving it on that edge of being safe but quick. Is Balázs right now, so he's doing a good job there at the front of this little 3-car trio. But the 2 cars behind the Adidas Racing by WSR and WSR Esports cars, they can be talking to each other. They can be in a Discord server somewhere talking to each other and saying what they're going to be doing. Oh, I'm doing some fuel saving here. Well, I might as well join you with that. So it's an advantage for those WSR cars over that Williams Sim Racing Academy car.
Pit stop for the 901, the second, or formerly second place car in the 992 Cup class. And so Gunaso Tasdelen's going to get in. They've done the full service, that's the works, 4 tires and the full tank of fuel. And off and away he will go to the end of the race. 1 hour 45 is actually not a fuel stint on either side, so he's not going to have to push the tires that much. Into what Paul was saying quite correctly, balancing out that cold tire phase might be important as well. So this next 43 minutes is going to start cooking us towards that final pit stop cycle, when hopefully it starts to boil and bubble over. As we look at the GT3 fight once again, Paul, talking about GT4 once more, and the chance of Grid and Go winning in all 3 classes, well, pit stop sequence has cycled on out, and Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, Marvin Strel behind the wheel of the Porsche 718 Cayman. He's 8 seconds to the good right now, and if anything, Grid and Go are probably looking in the rearview mirror, because Williams Sim Racing Academy are only 7 seconds down the road.
But look at the length of the pit stop for that Team 75 by SimRC car. It was a 39.2 seconds in the stall, as there goes that Adidas by WSR Esports car, and through it goes on the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. So that's a change of position for 11th place. But yeah, in that GT4 fight, the Team 75 Bernhardt car was 4 seconds shorter in the pit box than that Grid and Go Esports car. So it can then come back to the Grid and Go car at the next pit stop cycle if they've been fueling a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'm not sure when the scales shifted so drastically, but the commitment from SimRC is to this very different strategy call, and we'll see how it all cycles out. That gap back to Williams Sim Racing Academy through the joys that is traffic has now grown back out, so it's about equal between all 3 podium spots in that GT4 class. Watching to now see if Andrew Carone, the Canadian, can find his way past Balish Remenick with just a little bit more ease than what it took for Lucas Lindqvist. A couple of laps to just sit there and stare at the back of the BMW, figure out exactly what to do. Other GT4 battles are brewing though. RD Simsport only half a second clear from Pike from Beach Racing, and UC Katia, who I did get to meet earlier this year, Paul. Lovely guy. Came out to one of our Prodigy 3 Championship events as part of BS competition. He was invited out there by Florian, and it was great to meet another sim racer. He is, if you're curious, I believe it's the COO or CEO, I forget his title, for a yacht interior company, if I'm remembering correctly.
I bet they pay a good pension. Yeah, it is, and a good wage, I suppose. Yeah, that's quite the position to have then in a company like that. Yeah, we're looking at the RD Sim Sport car now. That car was just out the pits the previous lap, so there's a lap difference in pit stops between those two, and that's Pike from the Pete. Oh my goodness.
It's a great team name.
It's all weekend. I've had, I don't know what it is, but I think I need some new denture grip or something. It's Pike from the Beach Racing that have just made it through.
Yeah, last year their team name was even more of a mouthful. Entropic by Pike from Beach Racing. It was great. But let's see now if Callum Brandt can start working to stay within drafting range. That's probably the most important thing right now. Just don't want to lose too much time. They're 17 seconds up the road, not really thinking they'll catch Luciano Whitvet with the time remaining. Yaroslav Sabula's not too far behind them, with Nicholas Denneler in that Instinct Mechanic Racing 405 as race leader in 992 comes in. That's 31 laps, I do believe, for Aaron Vasquez. So hits his marks, and it will be Roger Christensen that jumps in. So are they going to do a full service now, Paul, as well? And is it going to just be a straight shootout between the teammates?
I mean, if it is, then that'll be really fun to see out there. But you can see the car just waiting there patiently in the pit box, waiting to get that service done. There you see on the top of the screen there the other Grid and Go car, the 901. There he goes up onto the jack, so full service.
Well, now they could elect to drop the car early and maybe do left sides only, but that's always a risky call. I say if you're changing driver, you changed all 4 tires as well, but that's why they're in this race, and I'm up here in the booth. So the 901's going to sweep through the penultimate corner, is already off and away, a 55.1 second stop. So they're within 0.2 of each other from there, and even down the long pick straightaway, I think it was the fresh tires that worked out. The 900 is going to have around a 6.5 odd second lead once things have played out. And so now 1 hour and 40 minutes. Hopefully the team manager has told them to keep it clean, but they can fight to the end.
This is great stuff. Fantastic to see, and on that same strategy now, it's the fairest way of approaching it as a team, to be fair. Quite a bit of traffic in front of them it was that we were seeing on screen then, as 07 working their way through some 992 traffic as well for them. Number 27 in 8th place. with their teammate ahead of them in 7th. Grid and Go, the number 12, no, not number 12, the number 1 is on pit road right now for their latest stop. So that's the car that was a little bit further down. And yeah, certainly it's going to give us that enchanting and exciting finish to the race. Impulse Racing, though, they're on what, lap 22, lap 23 of their stint right now, so they've got a little while to go yet before their pit stop. I don't know whether they're close enough, realistically, with a shorter pit stop at the end to be able to challenge in the Grid and Go cars.
No, they're a little bit far away, and unfortunately they also have, at the very least, a 5-second time penalty that will be served in the penalty box. I say at the very least because there's still time left in this race to accrue more penalties, and knock on wood, hopefully that's not the curse of the commentator. I don't want that to come back karma-wise on me. Race lead overall is down to 6 seconds, so it's chipping away here and there. It's not every lap. The traffic gives and takes, and Sean Campbell's doing just enough to make things difficult for Gabby Montoro in closing. They're 18 laps into the stint, so I'm thinking, make that 19 now, thinking about 8 more laps at the most before they come in, Paul. That gap, if Gabby Montoro gets it down to 4.5-5 seconds, he'll be very happy with where he positions himself. Problem is, if Campbell gets out and the teammate gets back in, the complexion could change.
It could well do, yeah. If you've got somebody who's a bit more on it with the car, if they've been, as you say, you know, Sean Campbell doing that double duty, then it can be difficult to adjust yourself back into a different style of car. So yeah, if you've got that teammate who can then jump in and be lightning fast for the final hour and a half of this race, then yeah, you put that driver in and say, take it to the end, and just let them go, wind them up and let them go. As that Mustang just slipping in front of the Porsche then, the Cayman, as they go around now, following that Corvette. These two still together out there on track, still pretty close together, but no changes between the two of them.
Pretty sure as they juke past one of the 992 cars. We sit back on board with the Corvette. Listen to it go down through the gears. Pretty sure, at least for the time being, they just find themselves kind of stuck at this sort of a gap. Don't think the number 88's been able to get close enough to really have a look. And as much as the Ford has looked like a bucking Bronco on occasion, that's definitely not a car that's fully handling to its maximum capacity. So maybe trying to dial that setup in for Carl Frederick Herzog. Being able to just do that little bit to hold up at the front of the field. Net race lead in 992's already down to 5.5 seconds, by the way, so just keeping my eye on that one, because closer they get, the more enticing that fight really is. And rule number 1 of racing, don't hit your teammate, sometimes goes out the window when the red mist descends. I'm not, again, hoping for that, but could very well be what we're in for, especially given the track temperature. Now up to 39 degrees Celsius, Paul. This race started at 7 a.m. virtual standard time and is going to finish right in the heat of the afternoon.
Do you know what rule number 2 of racing is?
Refer to rule number 1.
No smoking. Yeah, those two getting closer together. It's been intriguing to watch that one. And this is it. They'll fight hard, their teammates, because at the end of the day, you want to beat your teammates. You want to get that one up on the other. So they'll fight hard, but they will fight fair, because the team manager will have them in for a very long meeting if they don't fight fair. So yeah, so definitely Grid and Go. We're waiting patiently to see what they do. The overall lead as well has pretty much stagnated at the moment. It was literally 1/100th of a second difference in lap time, that last lap, between Grid and Go and Simify Esports. So we're keeping an eye across all of the different times to see how people are getting on.
This time, it's a 1/10 of a second. It's not much, but it's a little bit for Gabby Montoro on his quest. really isn't too much happening in the GT3 class except this little train that's kind of now gotten closer as they cycle back through traffic. Williams Sim Racing Academy are down onto the pit lane. That Ford Mustang got a little bit uncomfortable heading out through the final sector of the lap, but then re-establishes a bit more of an advantage as the Corvette has to wait until the final corner, and then tight on the inside, not really able to bring all the speed and relying on draft to try and minimize any of the bleeding. Sotomuto jumps back into the number 77, which should emerge down in 16th spot, and we'll have to do some fuel saving, I think, to potentially get to the end. It's going to be right on the margin for the GT3 cars, which are capped at around 75% of their maximum capacity.
Yeah, that's going to be tight on fuel, is that one. That's going to be interesting to see if they can make it on one more pit stop. You saw, though, with this car that we're on board with then, the Absolute Motorsport Ace-Lift car, just how much of an effect it can have catching lap traffic at the wrong part. And that penultimate corner is a really important corner, because you're then carrying speed all the way through that last corner and all the way down that long start and finish straight. And it just cost them that few tenths of a second compromised line, and it took them away. But then lap traffic came into their favour, because coming into turn number 1, the car in front, that Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford car, that got caught up, and that's brought the gap back down to between the two of them. But do you know what, Arjuna? I'm old enough to remember the very first Grand Prix that was raced around here back in 1991. I remember watching it on TV, listening to Murray Walker and James Hunt with that always famous clip of Nigel Mansell and Ayrton Senna down this very straight with sparks flying from the undersides of those cars.
As maligned as it maybe has become in recent years, it's a track that does have its fair share of history at the end of the day. Fight also starting to close up in GT4 for 12th position, as the Instinct Mechanic Racing 405, Nicholas Denneler at the wheel. Jaume Torres has really closed up in that 456 Zenith Esports machine. Got some traffic working its way through, and Zenith thought about it, looked to the inside, I think also to defend from that traffic, which now will go around the outside into the final part of the lap. Opens the steering, does Jaume Torres, and there goes the 992 Cup car. But if anything, that was really suboptimal for him, because now he's a little bit further behind. That 992 Cup car can't go for it through the final corner, and that margin just extends as they wrap around to complete another lap.
Yeah, that was compromised all the way through that long sweeping hairpin, and then it just dropped back. But this McLaren, it is a rapid car, and Zenith Esports, they're trying their best to get there and try and move forward in this one. But at the moment, it's just half a second between the two of them. And you said Team Checkmate Simline, they're not that far ahead either. Jaroslav Sabula up the road a little bit from them, so nice little 3-car train in GT4.
And when it comes to these GT4 drivers, I wonder if some of them would have wanted that TCR class to have come back as part of this championship. But unfortunately was not to be, and instead we have plenty of numbers across all 3 of the classes that we do have. We have a capacity 60-car grid, which is split up into 25 GT3s, 15 992s, and then 20 GT4s. So a very healthy number across all 3 of those classes to battle across of 6-hour races, but also the last round of the championship, which will be a 12-hour affair at Sebring. So here comes the move finally from Zenith, able to look to the inside and maybe follow the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, but squeezed and pinched by the Mercedes. And that was well judged by Nicholas Denneler, but back up the inside from Jaume Torres. He forces his opportunity wide open. The GT3 car behind is going to have to now try and be patient or take it 3 abeam into the final, penultimate corner rather. Jaume Torres still alongside, and now going to be compromised, baby, as they sweep out through the right-hander. Long way around gives you a bit more momentum. Can Nicholas Denneler hold on as they bump off one another at the line?
Oh, this is great stuff, and respectful racing between the two of them as well. Yeah, it was got a little bit of a bit close with that GT3 coming through, but now the job's being done, and Zenith moving forward into 12th place. But this Mercedes, they're not going to give up yet, that's for sure. And Denneler is trying his best to hook onto the back of that McLaren, but that McLaren is a bit more agile, I would say, in the corners. This Mercedes a little bit more cumbersome with that long bonnet.
I do love, again, seeing the different manufacturers all at play. As much as it has been the Porsches at the front of the GT4 class, it is down to 6 seconds between Marvin Strel and the chasing grid and go contingent. It could really come down to strategy, as Paul had called out. Marvin Strel should be into pit lane in about 7 laps time or so. It's then a further 8 or 9 laps beyond that before you'd expect the car behind to enter pit lane. So we are looking at a very different set of pit stops upcoming, as Nicholas Denneler has now lost a full second up to that McLaren. It's really flying even amidst the traffic.
Certainly is, just working its way through. Look at that, just zipping left, right through it goes. That Adidas Adidas racing by WSR car, and that's Lundqvist behind the wheel, just having to be patient behind that Porsche. Down the inside into the last corner. That's not really usually a place that you'd want to go through, because it then compromises you all the way down the straight here. But it works for him, and that gets him through that field. That WSR car is only second behind the fast lane RT car, so he's pushing forward is Lucas, and try to get forward in this field.
I think they are not far away from owing us pit stops, so we'll keep an eye on the Lamborghini. Could be in at the end of this lap, if not next time by. McLaren does look good, I must say. And again, shout out to the World Sim Racing guys for not only 2 different team names, but also differentiating those cars, because it would be very easy to mix them up. Update, by the way, from the penalty box. Another team has failed to serve their penalty in the correct area, Paul, which I don't really know what to say other than read the briefing, because it's spelled out for you where to serve your penalty. And I think this is the 14 coming back down to pit lane to serve a penalty they failed to correctly do already. And that's going to lose them 4th position. They're down to 6th already.
It's and this is where if you're some of the bigger teams in this series, in terms of bigger sort of name and history in sim racing, you need to have that preparation. You need to have somebody who knows not only the regulations like the back of their hand, but also the supplementary regulations for the particular event as well. You need to know that in and out, so that you can get your drivers clued up on what are the pertinent and important details that they need to know. So yeah, missing a penalty box. I know quite a few people won't be used to running that sort of penalty box style of serving your penalties. People will be used to serving penalties in their pit box here on iRacing. I get that, but you need to read the rules.
Agree. And I went off, by the way, Paul, on track limits earlier today, so I'm coming for your title as the purveyor of track limits. Busy time on pit lane. I did mention Lamborghini should be in, followed in by SimRC, Altitude FreeM, and Racing Lab Esports. Sasha Onglesey is going to jump into that Lamborghini. I believe Sebastian is going to take the 76 out of pit lane, while Are there driver changes amidst for James Baume, for Jacobs Behrens? I think there is in the case of that Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford number 5 as it roars back out onto track, blending in 17th position.
Yeah, James Baume, yeah, he's staying in that car, in that Altitude 3M Esports outfit, so he's going to stay on there behind the wheel as your overall race leaders now onto pit road as well. So the fight goes down to strategy. We expected them both in on the same lap, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. As a change of a driver, there you go. Sean Campbell's out the car, Dino Lombardi jumping in.
And he had a sterling opening stint to the race. Alejandro Avenrui Sanchez will jump into the 33. And so this is where the momentum could shift. Lewis Woods in the Falcon Sim Racing number 44. He's coming down pit lane as well. We're keeping an eye on the Impulse Racing machine, which has served now its 5-second time penalty. It's a full service as expected. Drops off the jacks, full Michelin tires, and a full tank of fuel for Pascal Costa to roar out for 80 minutes of racing. The gap, though, already at 40 seconds as he releases himself off the limiter. He's got an uphill task to try and climb. It could be helped if the teammates in front come to blows. And Paul, there's now 4.5 seconds splitting Roger Christensen from Gnosso Tasdellen.
Yeah, it's been coming down as that gap. It's been great to see that coming along as they're coming through, but yeah, at the front it's what, 5.25 seconds between Grid and Go Esports number 2 and Simify Esports, so those two have got a little bit closer throughout this race, and pretty much identical pit stop times, although crucially I think for Simify they were actually 0.4 seconds slower cone to cone than the Grid and Go car, even though they were marginally quicker in the actual pit box.
A bit of a block there from Absolute Motorsport Asalith, but Johan Royer in the second Grid and Go machine, the one that had a penalty at the start of the race and has been on the back foot since then, makes his way forward to 9th. Maybe that's just the execution on pit lane. A lot of the time these teams won't run the pit limiter and they'll trust the right foot to be precision perfect instead, and maybe that's just a part of it, the aggression and getting into your pit box and getting out of the pit box as well. And of course in this series you're not allowed to dawdle in the pit stalls. You've got to get back over to the fast lane within a couple of seconds, and so optimizing your line out of pit lane, it sounds silly, but there's something to be said about that as well. If you can exit in a straight line without steering, you'll get up to speed just that little bit quicker. So all these little differences that will come into play. Marvin Strell, by the way, into pit lane after 24 laps, so it's a slightly shorter stint, and it gets Corin Tengunes into the car. And this is where that strategy for those GT4 leaders is starting to diverge.
Sean Campbell, thank you very much for giving us some feedback in the YouTube chat, saying, does anyone know any prayers I can say to help with my traffic look? So I think we can see what Sean's problems were throughout that stint. Corin Tengunes, what a driver to have jumping into that Team 75 by Bernhardt by CRC car, the 476. He is an incredibly quick driver. I've shared a racetrack with him in touring cars, and he's fast in those things, and he's just as equally fast in GT4 machinery as well.
How quickly can he get up to speed is going to be the question. I think he is not doing full services on pit lane as well, so that's kind of helping maybe equalize the deficit that they are building up to the Grid and Go machine. But like I said, there was at least 7 or 8 laps before we expect the number 400 into pit lane, and now make that a full 11 laps before their fuels should run out. So a very different strategy than I was maybe thinking about. Fight for 13th is on the top of your screen. It's the champions in the last season of the 24-hour series Esports Championship, albeit in the 992 class. They've stepped up into the GT3s. They're the only Acura in the field as well. Raphael Renhofer and Luca Alpert Share Esports just in front of Andrew Carone as they head out onto the long main straightaway with that Williams Sim Racing Academy car only 1.5 seconds further down the road.
How nice is that paint job though as well on the Acura? Really nice. I've always liked the Scherer paint job. Just nice and simple, really nice shade of blue as well. Suits the car as well, does that design. But yeah, it's all well and good having a car that looks good. It's whether it goes quick, and they always say a quick car looks good. So it doesn't matter whether it's got an ugly nose or something like that. If it's quick, yeah, it's beautiful.
So quick cars are beautiful, but not all beautiful cars are quick. So that's my problem. I tried to find the beautiful cars, not the quick cars. Got it. It's interesting to see them step up as well, Paul, just because, you know, DNLS, the Digital Nürburgring Landstraßen Series, they've run in the Porsche Endurance Esports trophy that they have for a couple of years now. They race against the likes of Diogo Pinto and some of the best Porsche Esports Super Cup racers in that class, and very much not just hold their own, but take the fight to them as sometimes, and are the forces to be reckoned with. I think it just goes to show the ambition. Obviously, Scherer are a team that races out there in the real world as well, and their drivers want to keep improving, keep evolving, and become the best that they can be. And that means growing into these GTD cars, into maybe prototypes down the line as well, and heading down onto pit lane without too much drama as they head into the box, following in the Hyperion Racing number 4.
Yeah, getting that service now, getting it done, and this is where we're going to be seeing how this all works out. And yeah, this is what these drivers need to do, is see how the strategy, again, when you're equal on strategy, you need to be then looking at how things will then work out for the rest of it. Yeah, Scherer Esports, yeah, Scherer are a team that you do see out there in Full Metal Racing. They're a team that are well versed in that as well. So yeah, I'm with you. I love to see them coming in, and look at the different ways that the two cars then came out of the pit stall. Just to touch on what you were saying about how quickly some are getting straight out of their pit stall compared to others maybe taking more of an angle straight out of the box.
75 minutes left to go. 4.6 at the front of the field. It was a full second last time around. What will it be this time around? Dino Lombardi's brought his pace slightly back, and indeed he's been able to establish another second to his advantage, but it's 5 seconds as they break the timing beam. There is the Ford Mustang slithering out through turns 1 and 2, and in the back of the shot, you could see the other Mustang on the hunt, on the prowl. And so it's the same manufacturer, the same exact car, which is something that cannot often be said in the real world. No two Ford Mustangs that come off the factory floor in the real world are going to be identical. But Paul, these teams, these drivers, they got to just focus on the setups, focus on their driving, and now it's all culminating in this. It does seem as though the Simufy car is a bit stronger in the heat of the afternoon. 41 degrees Celsius, the track temperature.
Yeah, it is looking good. Yes, you make a very good point. Yeah, that track temperature just keeps on climbing up here. So drivers and teams will be feeling that in those tyres and how the cars behave out there on track. But yeah, different drivers as well. You've got the different styles of how different drivers run those cars to take into factor as well. You are absolutely right though. No two cars are absolutely identical when they come off of the production floor, even though the teams will say, oh no, it's all the same. It's absolutely all the same. But no, there are very little nuances between the different cars. One thing I was thinking of, Arjuna, that iRacing need to bring into the service, just purely for this series, we need the Vortex.
Oh. Don't get me in trouble.
I've stood next to the team trying to fix the first edition of the Vortex a couple of years ago at Monza because it kept on breaking down there. But it's not the best looking car, but my goodness, it sounds good.
Sound is so important as well. As much as, you know, it's not ideal sometimes to have a great sounding race car. Like we were talking about a beautiful race car. If the car sounded terrible, but it was a super quick engine, you'd probably be okay with it. But yeah, Hugo, our producer Hugo has just made the comment that this looks like a crash Nissan Skyline.
Yeah, but it would really... It runs in the 24-hour series. It's something out there. It's outlandish. It's fantastic to have cars like that take part in series, and you know, rather than just seeing the quote-unquote run-of-the-mill GT3s, GT4s, Porsche Cup cars like you see so far around the world, including in the 24-hour series. But you want to see some different cars out there as well. Gives it a little bit of a twist, a little bit of intrigue to people.
Just listening in for a second. So it's a decent noise to the engine, this Ford Mustang. As much as I'm not a fan of all the modern GT3 cars, this is not a terrible sounding machine by any means. Manuel Cubo Torres on the bounce back after having to serve a penalty again. Looks to the inside of Norby Kish, but the European truck racing champion holds the line. That's very well judged, but Cubo Torres slices back low. Oh, that's a bit aggressive, but they're giving each other as good as they've got.
You've got to wake up early to try and get one over Norby, though. That's for sure. He's somebody who's been there and done that in the world of motorsport, and he'll know all of the tricks of the trade. And yeah, he'll have seen that car making that move, but you see, he didn't react to it. It was literally just, nope, I'll hold my line. I'll hold the correct line for me and stay ahead. And you can see just part of the way down the line, although that's a mistake from Norby, opening the door, and that's going to allow that car to go through. So Simify Esports jumping ahead now.
If this is also a sign of that sister car being great in these conditions as well, have they just dialed in that setup? Track temperatures up to 42 degrees Celsius now. It's rising. It is rising. 992 lead is down to 3.6 seconds. So Roger Christensen increasingly starting to look in the rearview mirror. And how long before Grid and Go are due a pit stop? 7 laps time. Now, they're doing 150s. I'm going to have to go back and dig into my notes. Let me get back to you, Paul. I'm trying to figure out if they're going to cut out a pit stop relative to their competition.
Well, they've been going longer, haven't they? They've been really pushing the long pit cycles. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Grid and Go in the 400, lap 21 of their stint right now, going to be coming to the end of that shortly to start lap 22 of their stint. And again, they're looking to try and get that one over the Team 75 Bernhardt by Sim RC car, who are now 5 laps into their stint here. Yeah, it's if they can make that work and get that to a point that they do get to miss out on a pit stop, then fair play to them if they've been doing some serious fuel saving from the very beginning, because they've been keeping a very good pace as well.
I've just done the math, and that's a dangerous proposition to have done it that quickly, so maybe you don't want to believe me, but I think they're about 10 minutes shy of cutting that pit stop out. So it's going to be interesting how they split up maybe the end of this race. We sit on board with Christer Anderson in the 979, the Havu Porsche Cup car that sees its opportunity in front of them, getting all sorts of balked. It's Hugo Allen in the Delta Simshot 950 that now feeds the draft to the green machine behind. pinching now all the way down to the brake zone. That's a very interesting way to defend yourself, but the GT3 car around the outside makes it work, and no change for position. Yes, a little bit overcommitting on the brakes for Hugo Allen, but he parks himself on the apex of turn 2 as they climb the hill of 3.
Yeah, and that's all he needs to do right now is just hold his line and not miss any braking zone. Of course, no traction control or ABS on these cars, so they're having to do this the hard way. I mean, these cars, the Porsche Cup car has been such a successful formula in the world of motorsport. It really has, with the sprint racing that you see around the world, with the various Carrera Cups or the Super Cup, also going to endurance racing as well, as you say, on the Nürburgring in 24-hour series as well. It's been such a versatile and competitive car as well, and relatively speaking, it's a relatively speaking cheap car to run as well in the big scheme of world motorsport, and for you to have really good competitive racing as well, and Porsche do support these cars really well in terms of providing spares. They'll turn up to racetracks around the world with a big truck full of spares for all of the competitors to be able to grab a hold of if suddenly they need a throttle linkage or some sort of obscure part that they may not have carried in their team truck.
The number that I heard is their coming into 2025 have been a total of 5,381 911 one-make cars sold since 1990. So it's going to be very interesting how popular they are going to be moving forward as well, given that ABS is going to be added to them. I'm excited. Next weekend I get to commentate on the cars in the real world out at Mandalika for the first time, which is a circuit that I've only watched motorcycles race at. So I'm curious how they'll go from 2 wheels to 4 wheels, but that'll be interesting. Here comes, is that the second of the Simufy machines? Is that Manu Kubo Torres in the 14 who gets in between these two Cup cars? I think yes it is. And so now just allows Hugo Allen to establish himself in this 5th position. It's a great start to the season for Delta Sports Sim Shop as well. At one point down at the tail end of the top 10, but finding themselves with a clean car pool with 65 minutes to go and in a very good strategy spot.
And that Mustang getting a little bit frustrated behind these Porsches because they are very quick in the straight line. It's in the corners and under braking where the Porsches do lose out to the GT3 machinery that they're competing with on track, and almost getting into the rear of that Simify car then for the Delta Sports Sim Shop car. So yeah, in really good battling between these two right now. As I could tell you, the number 1 Grid and Go car is coming after a 19-lap stint. That's a little bit of a shorter stint in GT3, so they must be splitting the strategy now.
And they can't get to the end from here.
No.
They could have done another 8 laps, which again, I'm doing the math on the fly, which is a dangerous proposition. Divide by 60. They had 13 more minutes of fuel, so they were maybe 5 minutes short of getting to that 45-minute number. That's painful.
Yeah, so if you brimmed the car at the last pit stop, do you then go, right, we're not going to make it, so you pit stop now, take a shorter fill, because you've still got fuel in the car if you did brim it at that last pit stop, and then be able to get yourself to a point that you can then make it to the end of the race with one final shorter stop. So
well, I think, Paul, what this really is indicated to me is something I thought when I saw 75% as the capacity, which is that if you did not commit to a little bit of fuel saving, you would find yourself in this position. And 5 minutes is not a lot when you think about it. To save 5 minutes over, a 6-hour race is a total of what? 3-4 laps of fuel, so maybe 1 extra per stint. Now, I'm sure a lot of these teams had done the numbers about what is the preferred option to do, but at least from what I can see at the very front of the field, Grid and Go committed to the fuel save, or the preferred strategy with one car. Maybe that number one, now that I'm realizing it, through the incidents they had earlier in the race, were forced onto this strategy.
Yeah, I've gone a little bit off strategy, yeah. One thing I've also been noting as well is how much the pace has dropped off in GT4 with the track temperature. Not so much with your cup cars, to be fair. They've not had the same level of time drop-off per lap in the cup cars compared to GT3. So GT3, you're talking, what, the best part of 2.25 seconds a lap slower than where they were at the best of the conditions.
I wonder if that's just because how they make their speed. You know, cup car a bit faster in the straight line, but lacking downforce, and in these conditions, the grip through the corners at a bit of a premium. But that's a good point, actually, and it puts the margin closer. That's the thing, right? It makes it more difficult for the GT3s to pass the cup cars when they're in the sticky situations. Quick update on GT3 lead, by the way. It's at 6 seconds, and Dino Lombardi is keeping the competition at arm's length right now with 62 minutes left on the clock. If Sean Campbell was thinking that he is cursed, well, it doesn't seem like the car is cursed right now. His teammates able to just about through traffic do what he needs to do.
It's a very good point that you were making about that, how that gap between the two classes has just shrunk that little bit. I mean, we saw a perfect example of it with the Simify car getting caught up behind the Delta Sport Sim Shop Porsche 992. So yeah, it's you saw that frustration happening as we see the Adidas Racing by WSR car fighting it out with Fastlane RT. It's going to be intriguing how that traffic changes throughout this last hour of the race, because some people may get a little bit more desperate, shall we say, if they're chasing down somebody. So if you're Simify Esports number 33, if you're that team, you might be a little bit more desperate to get past people compared to the Grid and Go number 2 car.
Though, if I remember correctly, the track temperature started something like 28 Celsius. As we close on the final 60 minutes of action, it is now a remarkable 43 degrees Celsius. A big shift from the start of the race to the end of the race, and teams have had to accommodate for that in the balance of their cars. The last update that I got from Race Control, by the way, is that we are at 1,750 incident points so far in this race.
Teams aren't trying hard enough. That's what I would say with that one. I do remember in a 24-hour race at Spa, a team getting over 1,000 incident points, just one team. But yeah, no, this is a 6-hour race. A bump. There's a little bump on the Fury car. I don't think they'll be too happy. In fact, some would say they'd be furious. Anyway, Sasha Anglesey just making that little bit of a bump. They'll be hoping that they didn't make any slight damage to the front corner of their car, affecting their aerodynamics on that Lamborghini.
Looks relatively square coming off the corner, but any little small damage can have big consequences with how these cars have developed aerodynamically over the years. 59 minutes officially left to go, by the way, so we're only a couple of laps away from Porsche Cup cars being able to come into pit lane, as that's a Porsche Cup car going straight.
I want to point out important pit stop time for the Grid and Go number 400, just pitted right now, 38.9 seconds. That was about, what would that be, about 3.5-4 seconds quicker than their previous pit stop.
Yes, that's what I was just about to say. They are about 12 minutes short or so of where they would have wanted to be, and so they had to come down and, much like we were talking about with the Grid and Go number 1 GT3 car, Paul, slightly equal out the pit stop times down on pit lane.
Yeah, so but what that will lead to then is a shorter pit stop when it comes to the final splash and dash. By about, what, 11 laps? Difference between them and the Team 75 Bernhardt by Sim RC car. So yeah, there's Williams Sim Racing Academy in there as well. They only pitted, what, 6 laps ago. GT4 is looking like it could be a really interesting end to this one, as well as the 992s, which are just 2.2 seconds between them.
Well, at one point that was 1.5 seconds, but Taz Dellen's lost out a little bit, maybe through traffic. It was 0.2 slower last time by. Maybe that's Christensen also picking his pace back up. There is David Sobrero, current race leader in GT4s. Now, he, with a 21-second pit stop, my suspicion is that he has maybe only got another 7 laps of fuel, 8 laps of fuel before he is back in. So it's going to be a relatively lengthy stop potentially for the 477 still. But has put himself in a very interesting position relative to maybe some of the other competition. That graphic also shows just how effective Corentin Gunes has been in getting himself up to speed, Paul, because that consistency from David Sobrero is great, but Gunes through traffic is making things happen and looking closer and closer.
Yeah, he's been, as I said, he's a really quick driver, is Corentin, and great to see him up there at the front of this field. But he's been getting traffic in the right places, hasn't he, as well? And he's been able to just work them and just breathe off the throttle, let these GT3s past, and then be in the right place. I mean, look at that. That's cost about 1/10 of a second there, with the Mustang just working its way past your current GT4 leader of the Williams Sim Racing Academy car.
Now I want to figure out how quickly the Grid and Go car is going to start matching some of these times as well. Comment in our chat, why is the graphics so amazing? I didn't realize this until just today, but that's because the iRacing is running at 4K. So Hugo has put together a supercomputer that apparently some of these AI companies would be quite proud of, capable of running a full 60 car grid at 60 FPS at 4K, which I still remember when we had to do events with 55 cars or less, because if you had a 56th car, things would just go wrong. How far things have come, Paul.
Yeah, optimization of the sim and being able to optimize it to the point that you get more cars as well. I mean, I could go back to, is it 5 cars we used to have maximum?
Yeah,
different makes, you know, so to go from that to where we are now in the what was it, is it 12, 13 cars we can have now, different?
I think it's 12.
12, yeah. So it's not quite in the teens, but still it's a significant improvement from where we were when I started on iRacing. I mean, when I started on iRacing, there wasn't even 24-hour races. So, yeah, we didn't have team racing. So, yeah, the evolution that this sim has brought, just every build, it just keeps on just building. And they're always learning, they're always looking. And to be honest, I think one of the driving factors of some of the big improvements in the last few years that we've seen has been competition from other simulators. At the end of the day, competition is good because it drives you, it focuses you on really pushing forward and improving things. And yeah, certainly iRacing has really come on leaps and bounds from when I remember even the early 24-hour races having just 24 hours of daylight. Oh, that messed with you when you were doing commentary at 1 a.m.
And I will correct myself, it is 13 that we have in this session, so maybe there's even the ability to have a few more than that, but they are into the teens right now. To the line, that gap grows slightly on this particular lap, but I think that's just the shifting nature of traffic 3 wide with a Porsche Cup car, showing its strength in a straight line. And that, by the way, is a car that I just got informed from Race Control has now got a 20-second penalty. Because guess what, Paul? They didn't serve their first penalty at all.
It's, yeah. That's where you need to have a team. You need to, in events like this, you need to have a team manager overseeing the whole car. You need to have somebody in charge of that car, in charge of the drivers. One, to crunch numbers in case you have to suddenly, if you pick up a little bit damage, right, what can we still make a strategy work to be competitive to get that damage fixed earlier? You know, can you make changes? If there's inclemental weather, right, let's crunch numbers and see how we can be quickest to the end of the race. You've got all of that processing going on. It's difficult to do it when it is, say, a couple of drivers that are just running that team. That's where some of these bigger teams, so like your Williams Sim Racing and Grid and Go and outfits like that, have got the resources there to be able to put that into an event like this, as we're going 3 wide, 2 GT3s and a Porsche.
A lot of pit stops in GT4, teams right on the bubble as the Falcon Sim Racing car sweeps around the Adidas Racing Machine, which is not actually fighting. That's a car putting a lap down, and it gets the rear end stepping out on it as well. Not ideal for Lewis Woods, especially now with the train building up behind. The Lamborghini for Fastlane RT, and then the BMW M4 GT3 for the Williams Sim Racing Academy. The Lamborghini stuffs it up the middle, and that's a hip check on, is that the Grid and Go GT4 machine? Do my eyes catch me out there?
No, it's Dennis Grabowski in the Altitude 3M Esports white car. I mean, still, it was a bit robust, shall we say, but is this the start of the race? Because we've got everybody in one part of the track here. This is crazy just how busy the traffic is here. It's like a bank holiday Monday with a caravan at the front of the queue. It's incredible to see.
There was a few things, Paul, in that first hour, which questionable. There was a lot of risky moves being flashed, but sometimes that happens at the start of the season with, you know, teams and drivers sometimes unfamiliar with one another. We've got some new faces back in this championship.
Yeah, you're all sort of feeling each other out, aren't you, at the start of the season? And yeah, definitely it's one of those situations where you've got to learn how different teams are going to race and who to look out for. The 901 is onto pit road for their pit stop. 30-lap stint they just did, and so they'll get a fuel fill.
Not expecting any tires this time by, although that could be a call. If both cars put tires on, it could be a bit safer to the end, especially with the track temperature now being at the highest that it's ever been. So I'll be curious to see if there is even just left side tire. No, off and away we go. 33.7 seconds the stop was Taz Dillon, right on the money.
Yeah, so 44 degrees track temperature. That's 111 if you're using Freedom units, and yeah, that track just keeps on getting hotter and hotter. I am actually surprised to see no tyres going onto that car. I genuinely am. So how that works out for them towards the end of this next stint and towards the end of the race, we'll have to see. But I would have been wanting to get a little bit of security in having fresh rubber for the end of the race, especially with those track temperatures.
I guess they just feel a bit more confident than you or I do, and again, I don't blame them if they've done their laps of practice and have done their laps of practice in these conditions as well. Sometimes it can be hard to replicate the slick surface of having had 5+ hours of racing, and we've still got 51 cars circulating on the track. That's a lot of rubber being put down. And so sometimes you don't necessarily know what it's going to be. This lead battle for the GT4s with 2 drivers that could conceivably come down to pit lane within a handful of laps of one another. David Sobrero has used the traffic to his advantage and being able to just keep Quarantengunas that little step behind, not able to get close enough to throw a move up the inside, but finally pops into our drone shot that is able to keep up with the cars as they sprint down to the penultimate corner of the lap. Look how much of the curb that they'll use on the inside, but not on the outside for the Mercedes, because it is pit lane bound and 48 minutes on the clock. This is almost perfect. It will be a full service for the Williams Sim Racing Academy, Paul, but they feel confident now to the end.
Yeah, so about 2 laps earlier than you'd quickly worked out in your head there with 12 lap stint from them. But yeah, this will be get that fueled up, tired up as well, and be able to push to the end of the race. Now, Quarantengunas is on lap 17 of his stint in that Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC car. The Grid and Go Esports number 400, that's on lap 6 of its stint right now. So yeah, that GT4 battle, I think we're going to be getting quite the finish to this race.
I think it's within the next 4 that Sim RC come in. Grid and Go will be in about 14 laps time, so it's still a while for them. And hopefully we are going to get the chance to catch up with one of the drivers in that Williams Sim Racing Academy machine. I sent a message off to Olivier Piatek and chased him to try and jump in for a quick chat. Be very curious to hear his perspective on how this season has started so far and how he thinks this final showdown is going to go. Andrew Carone brings the number 23 World Sim Racing McLaren into pit lane. That's from 16th position. And that is another car that's on the bubble. They will probably leave pit lane with about 45.5 minutes to go. They're going to be a little bit dependent on where they are relative to the leader as to if they can get to the end, I'd feel.
Yeah, that's pushing it, is that, but they must have done their calculations. One thing I will say is working in their favour is because the lap times have dropped off here, you may end up just having that one less lap to run in the race as well. So that might come and save them. As again, we've got this big traffic jam, and it's all GT3 machinery mixed with 992s and door handle to door handle. They're wanting a sample of the paint there to take it down to the hardware store. I want to paint my bedroom the colours of a Grid and Go car.
They were locked arm in arm there, and this is great. That's a call from Williams Sim Racing Academy to get out of the storm, out of the melee, and put themselves into some clean air. A terrible run off the corner, and with a 992 car again stretching its legs, it's a rocket ship in a straight line. The Ford Mustang pops out. Johan Royer's trying to side draft off of Fast Lane's Lamborghini, and a big send under the brakes, not followed through by Leif Sebastian in the Sim RC number 76. The Bumblebee stays behind and now tries to set up out of the long right-hander over the crest of the hill. But the Mustang's looking good. The Lamborghini's putting up a screaming fight.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's giving us a great sing, is that Lamborghini, and it's fighting hard. Not fighting dirty, but fighting hard. That's the crucial thing here. And yeah, definitely seeing it. Great to see this action as they try to work their way past that impulse car from your GT4 field, and it's worked out nicely for all of them to get past that car before the chicane there at the bottom of the hill.
I mentioned we might be able to grab a word down in the GT4 pit lane. Let's bring in Olivier Piatek with David Sobrero having just come down for what we think, Olivier, is the final pit stop for you today. Can you confirm you're good to the end?
Well, I mean, if everything goes well, that will be our final pit stop.
It's a good way to answer that question. It's been an interesting start to this season, hasn't it been? And Paul and I have been thinking that between you, Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC, and the Grid and Go machines, it's kind of up in the air for this GT4 victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be close. All three teams have been strong during different parts of the races, so it's really going to come down to like the last few laps, and we're going to see who's best on fuel and who's best on raw pace at the end.
how do you build a strategy, a setup for a race like this where it starts relatively cool track temperature wise in the morning, but now we're 44 degrees Celsius and climbing?
Honestly, we just make a setup and we try different conditions and we find one that matches and works well in all of them. Not perfect, but works good enough in all of them to work for the race.
And how nervous are you now watching on from the sidelines? Is it easy for you to sit there and see how your teammate runs?
I mean, I trust David. I know he's going to do the best he can, so not really. Just kind of waiting for the race to end now.
Just chilling. We'll let you go, Olivier. Thanks for the chat, and hopefully we're chatting in about 43 minutes' time.
Hope so.
Olivier Piatek joining us for a very quick word, and I love the simplicity he with which he says it, Paul. We just try the setup and we pick the best one.
Isn't that the way of the world, though? Isn't it? You know, just try different things out, and whichever works best for you, the way to do it. But yeah, no, it's having that difference, that wide variation in temperatures on the track does make a big difference to these cars. You know, people, if you've never competed in a long endurance race before and not had to deal with, if you've never done a 24-hour race, for example, having the really cold temperatures at night and then middle of the day absolutely sweltering temperatures, having to find that balance, and that's exactly what it is. It's a balance that you've got to try and find. You're not going to be out and out the fastest on track all the time. There's always going to be some time where you're maybe compromised with your setup, and you've got to remember as well, the added difference for endurance racing is not only are you compromising that setup in terms of the temperatures, but you're also compromising it in terms of drivers.
We'll get back to it because that's the race leader. Aaron Vasquez has just avoided a turfing from a BMW GT3 car. Now Impulse is due a pit stop and on low fuel, maybe some more tires, but my goodness gracious me, that was potentially a move that saved a race win, staying out of trouble.
Yeah, those reactions then from Aaron really did give him a bit of a heart-in-mouth moment, not just for us in the commentary box, but certainly maybe a change of underpants needed as well for Aaron. But yeah, he'll allow that BMW to work its way past now that Williams. See, I've always slip into the old ways. Williams Sim Racing Academy car. I got told off for that this year, didn't I, as well? So yeah, I must do better.
It's all right. I think we're still going to make that mistake in 2026, probably in 2027 as well. I mean, I still wonder, is it Coanda SimSport or Coanda Esports sometimes? That's a joke, by the way. I do know now, but a few years ago I maybe didn't know as well.
I actually did that this year.
It's easy to do. Anyway, like I mentioned, Impulse owe us a pit stop here. And so this is not for the race lead. The gap back to Taz Dillon is 4.3 seconds, so it's been a very interesting call from this 900 crew. They went short in pit lane, and they did a driver change. Roger Christensen out and Aaron Vasquez in, and instantly, A, doesn't need fresh tires, B, builds up his advantage, and now, yes, avoids the incident at this corner a lap or so ago, and now potentially 40 minutes away from cruising to victory.
I won't be declaring that yet. I am a very big, strong believer of the commentator's curse. I know our colleague Lewis McGlade doesn't believe in it, but I certainly think that you can get different strains of commentator's curse, and sometimes the strains are strong from my very very experienced mouth of calling these races. And yeah, it's one of those things I don't like to maybe call, even to potentially say that somebody's on for a win, but certainly they're in a strong position right now.
Here's a look at, well, Thomas Eng Sim Racing team out through the turn 3. That's a car that never really looked comfortable. Now, is there something else that's going to happen here? It's stopped in a very uncomfortable place. So just in the nick of time.
It was way out in the marbles. They were too far wide through turn 3. This is not something that we've talked about amongst ourselves here in this last hour and a half nearly, is the build-up of detritus and marbles offline. That will have an effect, and especially through turn 3, you maybe got 2 lanes through there, but if you go that far out, where that Thomas N car did, you're going to be out in the dirt and in the debris, and you're just going to end up facing the wrong way.
So here is Corentin Gunes. It was 22 laps before he's into pit lane, and I think he could emerge in front of the Mercedes, that Williams Sim Racing Academy machine. It's 33.7 seconds. Make it 37.9 as it finally updates. It's a little bit longer than I was anticipating, but Sobrero's not even close at this juncture. And so Corentin Gunes emerges back down towards turn number 1, 44 seconds off of the Grid and Go 400 at the front of the field. Is that going to be enough? Not quite sure right now, but it's now just one more pit stop, Paul, that we're waiting for.
Yeah, that's what we're keeping an eye on there. And yeah, Grid and Go. Let's see what hand you've got holding. Everybody else has put their cards on the table and said, this is what we're doing. Grid and Go. Have you got a pair of aces to hand, or is there something else that maybe's up their sleeve?
I think they are in the driver's seat if, as Hugo gets us a great shot of the marbles offline. This in the final sector through the long, sluggish entry in towards that double right-hander, the faster complex that actually ends the lap. We're not expecting the Grid and Go machine down for at least another 9 laps or so. So that's going to take them well into, what, 20 minutes to go territory. That's a quick pit stop right there.
Yeah, and that's what I think Grid and Go are hoping for as well, is to be a quick dive onto pit lane, get that final splash of fuel on board, and get it back out onto track. And they'll be hoping to keep that car ahead of that Team 75 Bernhardt Bison RC car. 6.6 seconds is the gap between them and the Williams Sim Racing Academy in that scrap for the podium places in GT4.
And I think Impulse and second are just a bit too far off to challenge for a podium spot. They may end up dropping when they come down pit lane, maybe even behind the second of the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC GT4 machines. Here comes Dino Lombardi in, followed by Alejandro Rui Sanchez. I think it was about 4, maybe 5 seconds as they worked their way down on towards pit lane, but they need the exact same amount of fuel to get to the end, you'd think. They are in the same car, maybe a slight difference in how much fuel was in the car when they finally stopped off in the box. But now their pit crews go to work, and as they drop 20 seconds in, that's a very quick pit crew to get all 4 tires changed. 25.9, by no means a full service there. Rui Sanchez just waiting for him to roll away now as well. It's going to be longer, the gap's going to grow.
Ever so slightly, yeah. I mean, it's going to be longer. It was cone to cone, actually, a second at 1.4 seconds from cone to cone. Grid and Go were quicker on pit roads. Again, you talked about it, that traversing of the pit lane, that can have a really big effect out there. And yeah, the actual pit stop time, it's close enough that you're not really going to differentiate between the two of them in terms of the pit stop time in the box. But that cone-to-cone time of gaining 1.3, 1.4 seconds is quite big, actually, at this stage of the race.
And you know what it is, I think, in part, is the fact that Grid and Go have the first pit stall. And so they basically are allowed to foot to the floor and then just come straight into the fast lane, as it were, and don't have to worry so much about being in the transition lane. So, I mean, those are the small gains that add up over a race distance as well. 6.7 seconds is what Rui Sanchez has got to try and close. But I think Dino Lombardi has got the pace. Now, does he have the mindset, the consistency to hold on? Paul believes in the commentator's curse. I do as well, so I'll refrain from saying anything for the time being. Aaron Vasquez is now a full 7.5 seconds clear of Taz Dellin for the 992 Cup lead. So that is looking like Vasquez is doing exactly what the team wanted when they put him into that car. We're watching the BMW, the Williams Sim Racing Academy machine, as the pressure gets applied from Sotomuto up towards Luca Alpert. Quite crazy to think these guys are fighting for 13th spot.
Yes, nuts, isn't it? You would expect to see these two further up the field, wouldn't you? It's quite the thing to see these two, but it's Acura versus BMW. Different styles of car. The BMW front-engined, the Acura mid-engined car, so maybe a little bit more nimble around some of these corners, but that BMW has got some real top end to it, that is for sure. Different lines being taken, so that Acura straddling the sausage curb going into the final corner, whereas the BMW Sotomuto not wanting to damage any of the floor on that curb.
Being a bit more cautious. Closing slightly under the brakes, even with the tighter entry into the corner. That was well judged from both sides to slide their way through without any issues. Pit stop for Delta Sport, the 950. Hugo Allen has come out 1.5 seconds in front of Carlar. So that's going to be a fight to the end for what is 4th position in the 992 Cup class. They aren't going to be able to fight with Impulse Racing, who still owe us a pit stop. But that's a very impressive result for both cars, Paul, that they'll want to try and maybe, in one case better, in one case hold on.
Yeah, that's going to be a race to keep an eye on throughout this one. We've got so many things to be looking at here, Arjuna, towards the end of this race. What an opening to this championship it has been so far. Absolutely top quality sim racing and motor racing in general. It doesn't matter whether it's simulated. This racing has been absolutely compelling to watch, and as we're heading towards that last half an hour, yeah, where do you look? It's just action aplenty all the way through this field.
It did start with 60. Looks as though we will finish with 51 at the current rate. Thomas Eng Sim Racing had been in the pit box for just 18.9 seconds. That's their final trip down, you'd think. With 31 minutes left to go on the clock. Hugo Allen's done a good job of instantly getting himself back up to speed. There was no tires changed, it was just fuel added to his car. So no cold tire phase, rather, to focus on as much. Back on board with Sotomuto as he now looks at the traffic in front as an opportunity. They're going to both probably go the long way around, and that was not the easiest for Luca Alpert. But Soto's, I think, wise to the fact that a move through here is not the easiest. It's not the heaviest of braking zones. If the Acura defends the inside, Muto could try and sneak back down the inside late. That's a very wise head on the shoulders of the Williams Sim Racing driver, and he sticks behind for the time being.
Yeah, there's no point in throwing a risky move into that hairpin at this stage of the race when it's fighting over that 13th place. Yes, every position you want to move up as many positions as possible. That Williams car down 8 places from where it started as well. Don't forget, as they work their way past the GT4 traffic. Yeah, it's all about playing the percentages and not picking yourself up a penalty as well. I think that's going to be a big thing as well. You don't want to have a penalty to take into your final results.
Yeah, penalty now as well doesn't leave you with much time to serve as well. Here comes Luca Alpert, brings the Share Esports number 16 into the box for the final time today. He did owe us a pit stop, and I'm just looking through the timing screen. Only Hyperion's number 4, which is in 19th place, 2 laps down from your class leader, does owe us a pit stop in the GT3 class now. Everyone else should have come in for their final pit stop of the day. We check back in with Hugo Allen. Hendrik Augustin has gotten that little bit closer. As they cycle back out onto the main straight, they'll complete lap 184 of their particular race. And you can see all in the green in the last handful of laps for Carlar tucked in behind. They did, as far as I can tell, take 2 tires, Paul. So we were talking about grid and go, choosing not to take any tires. I think Carlar recognized there is a benefit to taking left side tires. A lot more grip for Hendrik Augustin as he closes on the back of fourth place.
It's how you cope with that change in the balance of the car, because it does feel so alien compared to what you've been running with the tyres. So when you do go for that left side tyres only, it just feels so strange in terms of your driving and in terms of having to then adjust to how that feels for a few laps before it then starts balancing itself out a little bit. So yeah, Carlar doing a good job though, and Hendrik Augustin keeping the pressure on in front and trying to get that Delta Sport Sim Shop car moved out of the way and done. But fourth place is going to be as far up as they can go realistically here, because Impulse Racing does owe us a pit stop, but it's only going to be a short stop with what's remaining, 27.5 minutes.
Yeah, no, I think Impulse at this point have probably resigned themselves to the fact that third place is where they will finish, which is by no means a bad opening round to the season, but you know, a lot of these teams will have high expectations for themselves and always pushing to be as high as they can be. The Impulse 915, their best result of the season as they come into pit lane for the final time today. In the last edition of this championship was second in the 6-hour race at the Nürburgring. That was the penultimate race of the season. So we'll see if they can grab a victory, which they were unable to do in 2023 and 2024. Pascal Costa, 19 seconds. Is that all it was? Yes. So that is definitely fuel only for the Impulse machine, as off and away it rolls. And guess what? It's 24 seconds behind the car in front of it. Like I said, I think it's just now these 3 podium sitters trying not to make a mistake, Paul, with the warm conditions and the worn tires they've got underneath them.
Yeah, just get it to the end of the race now. I think that's the command that would go to Pascal Costa. Don't get involved in any silliness. Don't trip over any lap cars, either you're lapping or lapping you. 43 degrees track temperature. We've actually gone down a degree temperature-wise. So, yeah, these conditions still rather hot and not the hottest I've ever seen here at the circuit Barcelona de Catalunya, but certainly not making life easy for the drivers out there.
Oh, definitely not. That's a great look at the slightly different configurations of the hairpin that have been run in the last handful of years. This more wide arcing hairpin, a bit more inviting. Second place, Impulse Racing in the GT4 class. And that will promote both Team 75 and the Williams Sim Racing cars back into their podium positions. Are slightly uncomfortable there.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Had to reverse in pit lane, so missed their pit stall there, and that's cost them a few seconds.
Their GT3 car almost ran into the back of SimShop into turn 1, just a little bit tripping over each other in through the braking zone. Carlar not taking advantage, not an opportunity really to take advantage either. Emmanuel Kubo Torres slips past Norby Kish. That's a pass for 5th position.
And finally gets that done, but Norby straight away on the counter attack, trying to go around the outside of 4. That's going to take a lot of doing there, Norby. That's not going to quite work out for you. And now heavy on the brakes into 5. Try and get the cut back on corner exit, but it's not going to work out for you there. So get in line, wait for the next opportunity to come to you, which really is going to be that first corner now at this stage. you don't really see too many moves being made down into that long sweeping hairpin down here, because it's not the biggest of braking zones here, although that traffic could come in to help. And Norby, is he going to make it past that Porsche? Yes, he is.
That is one of the Team 75 cars. That is second place Corin Tangunes, so doesn't lose too much time with this battle. That's important for him as well. For the race lead, Dino Lombardi still 7.1 odd seconds clear of the other Semi-Fi car, not the one on your screen, the 33. In second place with Alejandro Rui Sanchez, finding a brick wall in front of him. No sort of response is being elicited from the pressure. And Grid and Go in a very good position in their Ford Mustang. The drag race, Norby Kish watches as Kubo Torres jinks to the inside. And this is where you got to be careful. Don't want to try and be too aggressive, because then all you'll do is run straight into the back bumper of the car in front of you. And Norby tried to set something up but compromised himself for a moment. Top of your screen, you can see that Carlar has got it done. Hendrik Augustin in front of Hugo Allen.
Yeah, it's big for Hendrik then. Carla moving ahead now, and they'll want to try and just gap out that Delta Sport Sim Shop car and try and get that away from that potential fourth place that Carla find themselves in now. I think Norby just doesn't quite have the pace now. Norby Kish in that Zessa Esports car. And the Simify Esports Manuel Torres pulling away ever so slightly each lap.
Again, listen in to the Ford Mustang down to third gear. We use a lot of the curb on the inside there as well. See if Simify is able to pull away here, or if there is going to be still more fighting between these two. I think, by the way, that we are due a pit stop from the race leader in GT4 in the next handful of laps, Paul. So just keep an eye on things. It's a 47-second gap right now. And if he needs to put in around 20 seconds worth of fuel, well, that means the total time down pit lane is going to be around 42 odd seconds. So still looking a couple of seconds to the good is the Grid and Go race leading Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, it certainly is for the moment. Williams Sim Racing Academy, by the way, their last lap, they caught up to Team 75 Bernhardt and Sim RC by about 0.4 of a second. So that gap is slowly coming down between second and third place right now in GT4. We said it was going to be close. Well, this is looking extremely close for that podium places.
All the way to the wire is what we're hoping. The Racing Lab Esports by Ford, number 5, Jacob Behrens gets past the 400. And just looking now at the track map, it's a couple more bits of traffic about to swamp the Porsches, a couple of GT3 cars, but then there's a long time of not really much happening, so there could be a lap or two here. But they can just get their heads down and not worry too much about losing time. Here comes some of the other GT3 machines. You got the number 97, Nathan Paris, feeling the pressure from Leaf Sebastian. That Ford Mustang still trying to fight its way back up through the field. And McLaren trying to hold on to a spot inside of the top 10.
This is good stuff in that GT3 mid-pack, and looking to try and get into that top 10 is Leif Sebastian then for Sim RC. But Adidas Racing by WSR, they'll be wanting to do everything they can to hold on to that, but it's well, it's two different cars, and look at that late move to the inside, and the McLaren not able to, can it hang it out around the outside? No, it can't. The Mustang just more grunt off the corner, seems to have just that little bit more grip.
Well, that was very well judged to throw it up the inside, get it stopped and turned on a dime. Yes, maybe with a bit of assistance, but I think that's about as fair as you can make an aggressive move like that. And let's see if they can start to pull their advantage. And the McLaren looks slippery in a straight line, but the Mustang's got the grunt and got a bit more hit in terms of the balance of performance. It was a 15 kilogram weight penalty, 0.5% of a power reduction as well for the Ford. The McLaren's got a 9 kilogram ballast added to it as well. So the adjustments from TFR LAB keeping them relatively closely matched across of the circuit, but they'll each have their individual strengths. There's no doubt about that. Esports have come in for the final time today. That should see them potentially emerge back just inside of the top 10. But onto lap 22 for the leader in GT4. Still staying out there as the McLaren looks very, very feisty in this middle sector. Paul, this is where it seems to be doing pretty well.
Yeah, and it's that mid-engine car of that McLaren compared to the front-engine Mustang. It really does do well on initial turn-in and having that nimbleness, whereas that Mustang, look at it now, the grunt out of the corner, gets the power down, a little bit longer wheelbase on it, and it just seems to do well on those straights and off of corner exit compared to that McLaren. It seems a bit more planted, does that Sim RC car.
18 minutes left to go. Track temperature had cooled off for a couple of moments, but the cloud cover has shifted and is back now up to 46 degrees Celsius. So we're reaching record temperatures here today in the final stages. And there have been a couple of track limits penalties. There's been 3 that have been awarded through the course of the race. However, I believe definitely the majority of the rest of the field has at least received a warning for going off track 20 times or more. Paul, if there's anyone close to that threshold right now, I'll be praying they've got the tires underneath them to hold on, but stick within the white lines and things will be okay.
And this is where race management comes into it as well, and being able to work things well. 07 onto pit road, and it seems a bit of a longer pit stop. 31 seconds for 07 Alex Cohen in GT3. That's a bit unusual. And GT4 race leader onto pit road. This is the important one.
So let's watch the time, because if it's anything less than... Oh, and they're going up on the jacks for tires. That's also important, because now their minimum pit stop time is going to be around that 20-second number. 18, they will have a couple of seconds to the good here, Paul, and some fresh tires to work with as well.
Is that left only? That's the question. In 18 seconds?
It's a good question.
They're coming out, and there's a ton of traffic coming down that straight as well, but crucially for them, they've got a huge gap. Look at the gap that they've got between themselves and the Team 75, Bernhardt by Sim RC. It's absolutely massive. That's a chasm.
And Paul, a crash for the race leader. Dino Lombardi has been off the track at turn 4, and here comes Rui Sanchez up the inside, and Simify lead in their hometown race.
And in the space of a minute, we've seen things turn around in just moments. Absolutely incredible. Now, Dino Lombardi, he's not going to give this one up, but has that car got any damage that's going to compromise its performance now for the rest of this race? It's 15 minutes, so it doesn't have to carry damage for long, but in terms of a race win, they could see themselves just losing out. Here we go.
Oh my goodness. Now, that's on the other Simify car, isn't it?
Yes.
So they tried to pass the other car and just overcooked it. And how the racing gods have smiled down on Dino Lombardi, because 9 times out of 10, stricken there right off the exit, that car is getting T-boned.
Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. I think that was a sign of, what did I say earlier about maybe a little bit of desperation coming from those that are chasing? No, it was from the leader. He wanted to get past that Simify car because he knew that other Simify car that he was looking to lap could bring the now race leader of Rui Sanchez into his race. So Lombardi was desperate to get by. threw an almighty dive into turn 4. He was never in a month of Sundays going to get that stopped, and it proved to be that way.
Now we get the fight we were hoping for. We don't get it in GT4, we don't get it in 992. We get it at the front of the field, checked up behind RD Simsport. Rui Sanchez patient, down towards this left-hander, showing himself in the mirror. The mind games are at work here. Now, that Porsche's in a precarious spot, but Rui Sanchez slips up the inside and Lombardi follows through. Look up the road, there's a bit of clean air as they work their way to the hairpin, but 14 minutes left on the clock. And Lombardi with a hint of a look. He sends it. He touches the left rear. He forces Rui Sanchez into a half spin, and Race Control have got an investigation on their hands. A push to pass as the 2 retakes the lead.
Oh, that was robust. That was forceful, and that is going to, without a shadow of a doubt, have Race Control looking at that one. Because Rui Sanchez will be saying, well, if he hadn't touched me, I'd have been fine, and I would have defended it. It's the smallest of touches, but that's all it takes to unsettle these cars here. A slight touch, the back end's looping around a little bit, and wow, yeah, good luck to Race Control on that one, is all I'll say.
The other thing I want to just point out is what happens if there's damage now, right? If you've caused damage to that left rear, the car's just not going to be as quick, and we saw it with the I think other grid and go machine earlier on in the day, and so that's something we will have to just keep in mind. Now, the easy thing to do would be just to redress the position and go for it again, because Race Control might take that ball and say, you know what, you've given it up and gone for it again. All's fair.
Yeah, that's you see, that's where you've got to play the percentages, and I mean, Dino Lombardi wasn't he wasn't alongside to warrant to be given the space. He was going into a hole that was always closing. This will give us a really good look here from the A pillar then, and it's going to be a late move to the inside. Here we go. Very, very late. He's barely at the rear wheel. It's on the overtaking car in that situation, in my opinion, to make that overtake safely. And he's not far enough alongside, in my opinion, to be warranted that racing run.
That one is it's a tough one.
It is a tough one. It's the slightest of touches.
And he goes for it. He's not alongside, like you say. I guess they'll look at if the Simufy machine maybe slightly reacts to the move. That will be something that maybe they look at. And that's sometimes the curse of sim racing, Paul, is that you can look at things from so many different angles, whereas in the real world, I'm not going to say it's a good thing, but because you're limited in sometimes the footage that you can get, you don't spend hours and hours micro-analyzing every little detail of an incident.
Yeah, and I would also say that there is actually a benefit in stewarding to see things at real time as well.
Yes.
Not just going into frame by frame, super slow motion. Oh well, they moved 3 millimeters to the left, but in reaction to you're not going to that finite detail. You've got to look at things in real time. Yeah, absolutely slow it down to be able to fully understand what's going on in the incident and what the makeup of that incident is. But also see what it was like real time and see what realistically was the reaction time of somebody's being able to react to a move, or were they already turning in when that move was made? Lots of questions have to be asked and answered before you can come to a conclusion there.
It is now entered in as an official protest into the race control system. I'm not sure if we'll get a verdict inside of the last 10 minutes, but let's see what happens. It's 8/10, the margin between them, as they'll come across the line and end lap 204. 9 minutes and 37 odd seconds as they broke the timing beam left in this race. Does that mean they're down to the last 5 laps or so? What does Rui Sanchez still have left to try and fight back with? In the other classes, Grid and Go, 1 and 2 looks on the cars now in the 992 class. 10 seconds the gap between Vasquez and Taz Dellon. They have run a perfect race, even if it's slightly different strategies that will see them rise to the top 2 steps of the podium. And if things do hold as it is, GT4 going the way of Grid and Go, and no race control intervention at the front of the field, Paul. What a day for Grid and Go to open up the season as the Lamborghini and BMW resume the hostilities down the pit straightaway.
Yeah, way to stamp your mark on the series and say we are here and we want to do one thing, and that's win. That's literally what they've stamped their marker on this series. They want to just win the entirety of it. They want to look at it all and say all of this kingdom is ours. And well, it's up to the other teams now to step up and say, right, what can we do different? What can we do to compete with Grid and Go? But yeah, the more that we looked at that particular incident on those replays, it had me more having the thoughts of a penalty would be harsh, in my opinion. But of course, my opinion doesn't matter for a jot because, well, I'm the one sat here talking about it. I'm not there in race control.
I think what's interesting to me is that the range of penalties that the team has at their discretion is a lot more varied, Paul, than in certain other championships, right? Where sometimes the minimum penalty is often a drive-through. So a time penalty of a couple of seconds is something that the race control team do have at their disposal here. It might not be worthy of a drive-through, but based on some of the other incidents that we've seen today, it might still be worthy of one of those 5-second penalties. So can they build up a 5-second buffer and be very comfortable? Not quite sure about that.
You need like a clip of one of the race engineers are going, okay, Dino, 5 seconds, build the gap. Get on it. That's easier said than done, by the way, because there's only 1.1 seconds between Dino Lombardi and Alejandro Ruiz Sanchez right now at the front of the field. I think that would be difficult to pull a 5-second gap. You want to try and pull as big a gap as possible to try and nullify the effect of a steward's decision. As Wizards Esports in your Porsche Cup class, they are fighting for 10th place right here. That is the Team Checkmate Volak Group car that's in front of them.
Nice little fight to the end for these machines. Looking through timing, there's also potentially the fight between Pipe from Beach and RD Simsport for 7th in GT4, but for the most part, that Lamborghini and BMW fight, Fastlane and Williams Sim Racing, been keeping our eyes on them. A lot of the other machines have, at this juncture, found themselves running their own race up the inside. That's some traffic. And into the marbles, Wizards Esports will take advantage, slip back past Team Checkmate.
And you had a perfect example of those marbles right there then. The very marbles that Hugo Luis gave us a lovely shot of on the exit of that long sweeping right-hander. It's one of those frustrating corners in World Motorsport where you want to get on the power, but you've got to be so patient until you are at that exit point of the corner.
Track temperature now up to 47 degrees Celsius, by the way. It's only getting warmer as Vince Peters starting to now try and find a way past Havu and Krista Anderson. Not quite sure if there was an issue for Anderson on the last couple of laps, rather. Peters has got a whole steam of momentum, but unfortunately he follows Havu to the inside. A little bit of a false start there for, I think, wanting to go the short way through. A bit of a slide, great car control. Vince Peters is on through.
I know Havu are known for their rallycross as well as their racing here on the asphalt, but getting slidey like that, yeah, that was Anderson not finding the best way through turn one, just clipping that curb on the inside, just unsettled the car, and then it roundabout it goes. So yeah, it definitely just allows that Williams Sim Racing Academy car, Vince Peters, to go through he won't be looking forward anymore. He'll be just looking in his mirrors, trying to keep that Havu car behind.
It's still only half a second, by the way, at the front of the field. So Rui Sanchez has been able to shrink the gap back down to Lombardi, maybe through some traffic. I believe we will have, is it 3 laps to go? I'm not quite sure where the leaders are relative to the clock. And now with 4 minutes remaining, but could there still be another twist in the tail? Don't think we're going to get a race control decision just yet.
And look at the timing as well. The leaders is half a second between them, but they do seem to have a bit of a gap in front of them. As look at this traffic here, 3 Cup cars all together, with a GT3 in for good measure, the Falcon car.
Nice little sequence through traffic. Falcon holding on to the 3rd step of the podium in GT3 right now. If there was anything to develop further forward, they would be the ones looking to try and pick up any of the pieces. Are there a couple of machines that are down on pit lane, or is that's just the timing screen? No, Vince Peters being on pit lane is what was confusing me. That was real?
No, Vince Peters, yes, he's been on pit road because Havu ahead, yeah, so he's been on pit road for a splash and dash. Adi Simsport have been on for a splash and dash this lap as well.
I miss being able to be in sim and checking some of these things. It's very different experience.
I'm looking on the timing screen. I'm looking to see you.
I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it, though. That's what scared me, is Wizards still going back and forth with Team Checkmate. It should be, I think it's 3 laps to go again. I'm not quite sure where your race leaders is. There's almost contact between the two of them. It's still 7/10 at the front of the field, so by no means is this done and dusted. And I think it is 2 laps to go for Dino Lombardi, the race leader.
Yeah, it will be. It'll be 2 to go, yeah. He's just getting to about halfway through the lap. There's Lombardi. In fact, there you see him on the bottom of your screen as we're keeping abreast of this fight in the Cup class as well. So Lombardi, you can see 2nd place right there, though. Rui Sanchez is not giving this one up, not without a big fight.
Slightly further up the road from them, you can see David Sobrero. That Williams Sim Racing Academy car has not made any inroads on Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, who in turn have not made any inroads on Grid and Go in that GT4 lead. So 90 seconds left on the clock. About to have one more trip around the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. 4.5 odd kilometers to hold on, with a narrow margin still to protect. Grid and Go on the verge of a historic sweep of the class victories here in the TFR LAB. 6 hours of Barcelona as the white flag waves. One final lap of the race.
It's a Williams car in front of them in GT4 that they're going to have to work their way around. They're going to get held up there through turn 1. That just allows Simify to close up that little bit. Can we still get a hometown win for Simify? I just don't think they've quite got enough there.
Might be some more traffic that they'll need to try and take advantage of, but
we've had word from race control, by the way.
I was just about to say it's come through on the timing sheet. The penalty is official. A 5-second time penalty for Grid and Go. And if you're Simify's team manager, tell your driver, you don't need to get it done on track ball. Sit back and relax and stay within the 5-second buffer.
I can see both sides of it. I really can, but that does feel a little bit harsh from what we saw. But maybe the stewards have seen something that we didn't in all of that. And of course, you've got to look at consistency of applying penalties as well. But yeah, that's going to be a bit of pill for Grid and Go. Dino Lombardi will not be a happy driver, but who will be a happy driver is Alejandro Rui Sanchez.
It's one of those decisions where if they had given it up and tried to go again, maybe we're talking about something different. But 6 hours of drama, 210 laps around the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, 469 days after we last went racing, the 24-hour series Esports Championship is back. It will be Simify Esports that grabbed the victory after the penalty on the road for Grid and Go's number 2. What a dramatic conclusion with plenty of discussion points to be had in our post-race debrief. We'll have to now wait for the 992 class for the GT4 drivers to come across the line, because Grid and Go will still celebrate what is a great result. Second place in GT3, and then first and second in the 992 class, with Aaron Vasquez leading Ganosono Tazdelin to the line in what is a great statement in the rest of this 6-round championship. And last but not least, it's the GT4s. It will be Grid and Go, Justin Reb and Alessandro Quintai who grabbed the victory pole in what was a strategic call that gave them the end at the very end.
What a strategic play it was as well from the team. They played that one absolutely spot on. And yeah, Grid and Go showing just how good they've had it there in that one. So yeah, definitely an interesting race for that GT4 field, and certainly we were on the edge of our seats. We thought it was going to be a lot closer, but Grid and Co, they were like, no, we've got this one, we've got it covered.
Looking forward to our post-race chats, that's for sure. Dramatic stories for plenty of the teams, and what a way to survive the TFR LAB. 6 hours of Barcelona, the lights flash, and the double victory for Grid and Go is officially confirmed. Team 75 Bernard by SibRC grabbed second in class. Williams Sim Racing Academy third. Impulse a third in the 992 Cup class. They'll be thrilled. Even with a couple of penalties going their way, they could have potentially fought at the very front. Simify, Grid and Go, and Falcon, your podium sitters in the GT3 class. And there is the car that will be delighted, because, Paul, this is their home race to win on home soil, to kick off the season. There's no better feeling.
Yeah, and what did I say about midway through the final portion of this race? I said you need to start your season off strong. No better feeling than winning, not just at your home race, but also first round of the championship. That puts a marker for the rest of the series.
And we will grab a quick look at our race results before we dive into our interviews. What a way to kick off the season, and a bit now of a wait for these drivers. September the 7th, the next time we go racing for the Abruzzi 6 hours of Silverstone. But here's a look at the results. It's a lot of forwards in the field, so that's why there's a lot of forwards in the top 10 as well. But Lombardi, 5 seconds down the road, will be his penalty, and so it promotes Simify Esports' Alejandro Ruiz Sanchez to the win here today. Falcon Sim Racing grabbed third. They'll be thrilled with a great start to their campaign, with Impulse Racing by Tam Livery, the best of the non-forwards at Mercedes, across the line in fourth. Norby Kish for the Shezha Esports team in fifth, with Simify Esports, their sister car, classed as the final car on the lead lap. 07 Racing, their Ferrari, seventh, with Grid and Go second machine fighting back to eighth. SimRC in ninth. The McLaren for Additives Racing by WSR in 10th, and then Fastlane RT, that Lamborghini, holding off the advance of Sotomuto all the way to the very end for Williams Sim Racing Academy. The second, WSR Esports McLaren, and then Racing Lab Esports powered by Ford. Altitude Free M Esports, and then Absolute Motorsports Aslith, the sole Corvette in the field, in 16th. 07 Racing, their late pit stop drops them to 17th in front of Shera Esports, the sole representative for the Acura. M&J Downforce, Hyperion Racing, 3 laps adrift from your race leaders as we get into the DNFs, the BS Plus competitions, the Thibaut Courtois Esports, Hyperion Racing, Mag Performance, and Maniti. In the 992 class, Grid and Go 1 and 2. It's a 13.3 second margin between them, with Impulse Racing in third, and then the rest of the class classified as one lap down. Carlar Esports in front of Delta Sports Sim Shop. They'll be very happy with those results, and hopefully some momentum to carry forward into our race at Silverstone. Havu 6th, Fast Repair 7th, and then the Williams Sim Racing Academy 977. Vince Peters dropping to 8th with his late pit stop. Team Checkmate Wallach Group 9th, Wizards Esports 10th. That's how they finished after their ding-dong battle to the end, with Ice Cold Racing powered by Maxim Racing 11th, Gladius Competitions Byte 500, and then World of Racing Samantha Tan Racing Esports in 14th, with Sim Race Sweden the only retirement after, unfortunately, one of their drivers taken ill. GT4's Grid and Go 13 seconds in front of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, with the Williams Sim Racing Academy car grabbing the podium and the best of the Mercedes. Impulse in 4th, Altitude 3M Esports behind them, and then Team 75 Bernard by SimRC in front of the Erect Esports 469, which bounced back well to finish in 7th. STR Esports WOR, they're 8th, with Instinct Mechanic Racing 9th, Pipe from Beach Racing 10th, and then 10 more cars. RD Simsport, Team Checkmate Simline, and Zenith all one lap down. Delta V by Keyshop, 2 laps down alongside the Thomas Eng Sim Racing team, while GTUnit.de, Fury Simsport see the end, but 3 and 5 laps down respectively. DNFs for Fiercely Forward, for Vulcan Fasteners Glass Tech Racing, and for the Altitude 3M 422. Well, that was a lot of results, and apparently we don't have anyone to talk to just yet, Paul Smith. But what a way to kick off the season. The official count on incident points, by the way, across of 6 hours, across of 60 cars that entered the race, 2,096.
That's incredible. That is absolutely incredible that they were able to accumulate that many incident points between them across 60 cars. If every car had to finish that race, that would have been 34.9 incident points shared out amongst each and every car. So obviously we didn't get that many finishing the race, but yeah, certainly what an intriguing opening round to the championship. In my opinion, that gave us some really good, exciting racing. Like I said, in the run-up to the GT4's finishing, we didn't know until that last pit stop cycle who was going to be winning that one, and then Grid and Go just pulled one out of the bag and said, nah, we've got this, don't worry about that. The Cup class, I thought we were going to have a bit of a closer fight between the two teammates towards the end of the race there, but I mean, it was all overshadowed by what happened in GT3, an enthralling, exciting end to the race in GT3 overall lead.
Just a reminder of the schedule, like I mentioned, Sunday, September 7th, round 2, the Abruzzi 6 hours of Silverstone, leads us then to Sunday, September 28th, the Cube Control 6 hours of Misano. Going to be interesting to see how the competitors race around there for the first time in series history. Rolling on a month later, Sunday, October 26th, it's the iPredictor 6 hours of Mugello before penultimate round of the season, the final 6-hour race as well. It's the Next Level Racing 6 hours of Monza on Sunday, November 16th. And then, as is traditional in series fashion, it's good to see it back as well after a change in the scheduling. Series finale, a 12-hour race on a Saturday. Slightly easier for those obviously racing in Australia to commit to the lengthy hours. 12 hours of Sebring, Saturday, December 6th. It's going to be a long wait for us to close out the season, but a nice little shift to finish all 6 rounds before the end of the year. Drivers can go off and celebrate with their families, hopefully, what was a fun and fulfilling season. We've got a driver to quickly chat to, so let's see if we can catch up with Roger Christensen, part of the race-winning effort in the 992 Cup class, and a 1-2 finish as well for the team, Roger. How was the feeling behind the wheel of the car? Because you guys clearly had the strategy nailed and a pretty good setup as well.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, whole team has been working so good, and Aaron had so much pace. It was it was a bit nerve-wracking to you're not really know how things gonna play out, but in the end our strategy was perfect, I guess. So really happy.
What makes it difficult to drive these cars in the midst of conditions? Because we talked a lot about track temperature, Roger. It started at what, like 29 degrees Celsius and finished, I believe, at 48 degrees Celsius. So you've got to get the car balanced pretty well across of that entire range, right?
Yeah, and a key is to never push the car, especially when it's getting hotter. You cannot push it, and if you have doubling the tires, if you push too much and it's a bit too much track temperature, you're gonna lose a lot of time. Not only in that corner, but yeah, the next laps as well. So you basically have to test everything and keep the fingers crossed it's gonna be okay.
Let's bring your teammate in, Aaron Vasquez, as well. Aaron, you were flying at the end of the race, and one thing that Paul and I thought was quite interesting is we don't think you guys changed tires in that final pit stop, but you didn't seem to mind taking Roger's used tires and going as fast as anyone else could go in that class. What was the feeling like for you?
Yeah, actually, I didn't expect to be really fast in the race because my practice was limited. So I was expecting to be a little bit slower than the other GNG car in the Porsche Cup. So when I see the pace, I start to see that in the first stint it was really, really good, the pace. So I start to push, and we pull away in the first one. Then in the second one, we had a little bit problems with the tires and everything, so we lost a little bit time. But then we continue with the strategy. Sometimes we were not changing the tires, and sometimes yes. So in the final stint, we were like waiting what happened with the other car and what they were doing, because we're gonna like try to follow the same strategy to be safe and don't race too much the race. And when we saw that they changed the tires, we decided to don't change as well, and finally it works. So at least we could manage the pace with the no tires, because I didn't practice at all not changing tires. So I'm really happy with the pace, with my teammate Rogers, with everything basically. So I hope the next ones can be the same.
Love the insight. Congratulations on a great race and a 1-2 finish for the team as well. And we'll see you in a couple of weeks over in Silverstone.
Yeah, see you guys. Thank you.
A quick catch up there with Aaron Vasquez, with Roger Christensen, but we'll keep talking with some grid and go drivers as Paul Smith catches up with Justin Rem in the GT4 race winning entry.
Yeah, Justin, welcome along then. Congratulations on the GT4 win. Just how important is it to get off on a good foot in the championship like this with only 6 rounds to fight at? How important is it to get a win early doors?
I would say it's pretty good. It's definitely better than not, or definitely better than finishing last or something. So yeah, give us a good jump start for the season, and good foot forward for the next race.
Now we were looking and following that GT4 battle between the 3 teams there, yourselves, the Team 75, and also the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. We were in the commentary booth, sat there thinking, oh, this is going to be really close on the edge of the pit lane on that final pit stop, and then you guys get a super quick pit stop and you're 12 seconds down the road. Were you always having that in the back of your mind going through the race and seeing how the strategy was playing out?
We had a good feeling that we were going to come out ahead of Sim RC, at least based on how the pits, like they changed their pit strategy, like the amount of stints they were doing. So we figured that the last stint they had to do was going to be, their pit stop was going to be much longer than ours. By how much, we didn't really know, but most of the work was done by Alex by having really good pace, especially at the end of the race in the hot temperatures.
And now you've got a little bit of a wait before the next round of the championship, but I was saying to Arjuna, it's a long but short championship, is this? They're long races, but it's only a short series. So is it just focus up, get practicing and getting working towards that next round?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what the next focus is going to be for the next few weeks.
Well, Justin, pleasure to have you here in the commentary booth, and congratulations on the GT4 win.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Great to get the words of a couple of drivers. I get the sneaking suspicion, Paul, in GT3. There's some reviewing of the replay being done by the drivers. Let's review it here ourselves as well.
So you're looking at that. It's a late move. The car in front does react, turns in a little bit, but it's not like an abrupt hard move across in retaliation. It's more akin to taking the corner, but motorsport is a non-contact sport, and it is up to the overtaking car to complete that overtake safely as well. Me personally, I would be calling this a racing incident myself, but I can completely understand why the stewards have found the decision that they've come to.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what either side was expecting. Our YouTube chat's been bombarded with lots of opinions, and I'm glad to see sim racing hasn't changed in the months that I've kind of taken a bit of a step back. But Race Control have got one of the more difficult decisions, and you know, sometimes there's often a complaint, Paul, that your decisions aren't made fast enough and it takes stewards a long time to get to it. So I appreciate that the stewards made an effort to try and get the decision out before the end of the race, so that at least there was some finality on what happened for everyone watching and for the drivers themselves. So going to be an uncomfortable wait, though, I think, for many people, Paul, until we go racing for the Abruzzi 6 hours of Silverstone. Some, of course, will be looking to put the day behind them that was the opening round of the season. Others hoping to carry their momentum forward and leapfrog themselves into championship contention.
Yeah, it's some teams will be on the back foot and we're looking to have some bounce back ability in all of this. But Silverstone, it's another one of those classic tracks that can really throw a curveball to one or two teams as well. Plenty of opportunities to make overtakes as well around there, and strategy, as always, will be such a key factor in the race there next time out.
Thanks for jumping in, Paul, on very short notice as well. It was well appreciated. A lot of fun to have you, Ewan O'Leary, David Haynes, and Lorenzo Bonder, the band, back together as the series returns. Great to have the 24-hour series Esports Championship back with, of course, support by the great team at World Sim Racing and all the partners that have made this possible. The opening round, the TFR LAB 6 hours of Barcelona, goes the way of Simify Esports, but in controversial circumstances. We'll see you next month from Silverstone.